Hey there, fellow night wanderers. Tonight we're traveling 5,000 years back in time to uncover a story that most people think they know. But here's the thing, almost everything you learned about ancient Egypt is probably wrong. Camels hauling stones to build the pyramids? Never happened. A civilization that popped up overnight in the desert? Total myth. The real story is stranger, older, and way more fascinating than any Hollywood movie ever showed you. We're going on a journey from cave paintings to god kings, from stargazing nomads to the birth of one of history's greatest empires. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll realize the Egyptians weren't just building tombs, they were building eternity itself. So before we dive in, smash that like button if you're into these deep historical expeditions, and drop a comment below. Where in the world are you watching from right now? I genuinely want to know who's joining me on this moonlit trip through the sands of time. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's peel back 5 millennia of dust together. Ready? Let's begin. Let's start by demolishing some of the comfortable nonsense that has accumulated around ancient Egypt like sand drifting against a tomb door. The mental image most people carry around, majestic camels silhouetted against pyramids, mysterious civilizations springing fully formed from the desert, slaves dragging stones under the whips of cruel overseers, is approximately as accurate as believing the moon is made of cheese. Pleasant to imagine, perhaps, but not something you'd want to bet your historical education on. The camels are a particularly entertaining fiction. If you've seen any movie about ancient Egypt made before roughly 2010, you've probably watched camels plodding across the screen as though they'd always been part of the Egyptian landscape, as essential to the scenery as palm trees in the Nile itself. Here's the thing. Camels weren't introduced to Egypt until around the Persian period, which means they showed up approximately 2,000 years after the pyramids were built. 2,000 years. The pyramid builders had about as much access to camels as medieval knights had access to automobiles. When ancient Egyptians needed to move heavy objects across the desert, they used donkeys, oxen, and an enormous amount of human muscle power, organized with remarkable efficiency. The camel thing is pure Hollywood invention, though admittedly camels photograph better than donkeys, which may explain the creative license. The pyramids themselves suffer from a different kind of misconception. Most people picture them as they appear today, those familiar tan and weathered structures rising from the Giza plateau like enormous geometric mountains of aged stone. What they don't realize is that this is essentially the skeleton of what once existed. When the pyramids were new, they were covered in polished white limestone casing stones that would have reflected the Egyptian sun with an almost blinding intensity. From a distance, they would have appeared to glow, shimmering white structures visible for miles in every direction. The Great Pyramid's capstone may have been gilded or covered in the electrum, a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver, creating a golden peak that caught the first and last rays of sunlight each day. Imagine that for a moment. Not the dusty monuments we see in photographs, but gleaming white towers topped with gold, dominating the landscape like nothing else on Earth. The pyramids we visit today are essentially the stripped-down versions, their beautiful outer layer quarried away over centuries by people who needed building materials and weren't particularly sentimental about preserving ancient aesthetics. The slave labour myth deserves its own demolition, since it's perhaps the most emotionally charged of all the misconceptions. The image of thousands of slaves being whipped as they drag massive stones through the desert makes for dramatic cinema, but it has about as much historical basis as the camels. The actual pyramid builders were Egyptian workers, farmers primarily, who provided labour during the flood season when their fields were underwater and agricultural work was impossible anyway. They were fed, housed, received medical care when injured, and organised into work crews with names that suggest genuine team spirit rather than resentful servitude. Archaeological excavations of the workers' village at Giza have revealed bakeries, breweries, medical facilities, and evidence of a diet that included beef, a luxury item that slaves certainly would not have received. The workers even left graffiti in hidden parts of the pyramids, recording their crew names and apparently competing with rival teams for productivity. This doesn't sound like the behaviour of people working under the lash. It sounds like the behaviour of people who believed they were doing something important and took pride in doing it well. The source of the slave myth is largely Herodotus, the Greek historian who visited Egypt about 2,000 years after the pyramids were built and reported what local tour guides told him. This would be roughly equivalent to a future historian visiting New York in the year 4000 and accepting whatever stories the locals told about how the Empire State Building was constructed. Herodotus was a remarkable figure and his writings are invaluable, but he was also credulous, loved a good story, and had no way to verify the claims made by people whose income depended on impressing foreign tourists. The slave narrative persisted partly because it fit later cultural assumptions. Greek and Roman societies did rely heavily on slave labour, so assuming the Egyptians did too seemed reasonable, and partly because the Bible's account of Hebrew slavery in Egypt got conflated with pyramid construction, despite the chronological impossibility of this connection. While we're clearing away misconceptions, we might as well address the aliens. Yes, there are people who sincerely believe that extraterrestrial beings either built the pyramids directly or provided the ancient Egyptians with the advanced technology necessary to build them. This theory has the advantage of being extremely entertaining, and the disadvantage of being completely unsupported by evidence. The progression from simple pit graves to elaborate mastabas to step pyramids to true pyramids is clearly documented in the archaeological record. We can trace the development of building techniques, identify the quarries where the stones were cut, reconstruct the methods used to transport and place them, and even find the remains of the ramps and construction equipment used by the builders. Every aspect of pyramid construction is explicable using technologies that were available at the time: copper tools, wooden sledges, human labour, and a lot of organisational genius. The aliens, alas, are not required, which is perhaps disappointing but scientifically honest. But perhaps the most persistent myth about ancient Egypt is the idea that it appeared suddenly, a fully formed civilization that emerged from the desert like Athena springing from the head of Zeus, complete, sophisticated, and mysteriously without precedent. This notion has fueled countless conspiracy theories, alternative history speculations, and at least a few entertaining but historically dubious television programs. The appeal is obvious. If Egyptian civilization seems to have no clear origin, then perhaps its origins were supernatural, extraterrestrial, or connected to some lost advanced civilization like Atlantis. Unfortunately for lovers of mystery, the archaeological record tells a rather different story. Egyptian civilization didn't appear from nowhere. It developed gradually over thousands of years, with each generation building on the achievements of those who came before. The process was slow, sometimes halting, occasionally marked by setbacks, but ultimately cumulative in a way that explains how people went from painting animals on rocks to constructing monuments that have outlasted virtually every other human. Creation. This is the story we're going to explore together, and it spans a time frame that most popular accounts of Egypt barely acknowledge. We're not talking about the roughly 3,000 years of pharaonic civilization that most history books cover. We're going back further, much further, to a time when the Sahara was green, when the Nile Valley was a marginal environment that humans avoided rather than sought out, and when the ancestors of the pyramid builders were nomadic hunters following game across grasslands that no longer exist. Our journey covers approximately 20,000 years, from the first artists who scratched images into stone along the Nile to the workers who placed the final casing stones on the Great Pyramid. That's roughly 800 generations of human beings, each contributing something to the cumulative inheritance that would eventually make the wonders of pharaonic Egypt possible. 20,000 years is not a number that fits comfortably in the human imagination. We're good at thinking about timescales we can relate to personal experience, a lifetime, a few generations, perhaps a century or two if we're historically minded. But 20 millennia? That's territory where intuition fails us. Here's one way to think about it. If you could somehow travel back in time at a rate of 1 year per second, it would take you more than 5.5 hours of continuous backward motion to reach the era of those first Nile Valley artists. The entire history of the United States, from colonial settlement to the present day, would flash past in about 7 minutes. The Roman Empire would be a brief flicker. The pyramids themselves would appear roughly 90 minutes into your journey, which means you'd still have 4 hours of travel ahead of you before reaching our starting point. The people who created the earliest art along the Nile were separated from the pyramid builders by a gulf of time larger than the entire span of recorded Western civilization. Consider what that means in practical terms. If you could somehow line up all 800 generations between those first artists and the pyramid builders, and each person told you one story about their life before passing you along to the next, you would be listening for weeks. Most of those stories would be frustratingly similar: the daily concerns of survival, the rhythms of seasons and floods, the universal human dramas of birth, love, conflict, and death. But scattered throughout would be innovations that changed everything. The first person to plant seeds deliberately instead of just gathering wild plants, the first potter to shape clay and fire it into permanent form, the first metal worker to discover that certain rocks could be transformed into tools that held an edge better than stone. These moments of innovation were rare, separated by generations of stability, but they accumulated over time into something extraordinary. The early history of human civilization anywhere is largely a story of technologies and techniques being invented, improved, forgotten, rediscovered, and gradually refined through endless trial and error. We like to imagine history as a series of brilliant individuals having eureka moments, but the reality is usually slower, messier, and more collaborative. The techniques that made the pyramids possible, quarrying stone, moving heavy objects, surveying land accurately, organizing large workforces, keeping records that could coordinate activities across time and space, each developed through countless small improvements made by people whose names were never recorded. The pyramid builders inherited an enormous toolkit developed by their ancestors, and they combined and refined that inheritance to achieve something unprecedented. But they didn't start from zero. They stood on the shoulders of generations of innovative predecessors. The reason this time frame matters is that it fundamentally changes how we understand Egyptian achievement. If civilization simply appeared, already sophisticated, then its accomplishments seem mysterious, perhaps even miraculous. But if we can trace its development across thousands of years, watching technologies improve, social organizations become more complex and cultural traditions accumulate, then the achievements become comprehensible. Impressive, certainly, but the product of sustained human effort rather than supernatural intervention. The pyramids stop being inexplicable anomalies and start being the logical culmination of a very long process of learning and building. They're not less impressive for having explicable origins. If anything, they become more impressive because we can appreciate the countless generations of experimentation and refinement that made them possible. The geography of Egypt plays a role in this story that cannot be overstated, though it's a role that has changed dramatically over the millennia. The Egypt of 20,000 years ago was not the Egypt of the pharaohs, and neither was the Sahara the endless sea of sand we know today. During the last ice age, when glaciers covered much of northern Europe and sea levels were significantly lower than at present, the climate patterns that govern rainfall in North Africa were different from those that exist now. The Sahara was not a desert, but a savanna, dotted with lakes and crossed by rivers, supporting populations of elephants, giraffes, hippopotamuses, and the human hunters who pursued them. The Nile Valley, by contrast, was a less attractive environment than it would later become, a narrow, swampy corridor prone to unpredictable flooding, surrounded by the much more hospitable grasslands that would eventually become desert. The first humans to leave their mark along the Nile were not fleeing into a refuge. They were probably just passing through, leaving traces of their presence on convenient rock surfaces before moving on to better hunting grounds. The transformation of this landscape over the following millennia would reshape human possibilities in ways that the earliest inhabitants could not have imagined. As the Ice Age ended and climate patterns shifted, the rains that had sustained the Saharan grasslands began to fail. The lakes dried up, the rivers disappeared, and the savanna gradually gave way to the desert that exists today. This process was not sudden. It unfolded over thousands of years, with periodic fluctuations that sometimes offered brief respites from the drying trend, but its direction was inexorable. The animals that had thrived on the grasslands either adapted, migrated, or died out. And the humans who had hunted those animals faced a choice: follow the retreating wildlife into increasingly marginal territory, or find a new way of living in a changing world. The Nile Valley, which had been a secondary environment when the Sahara was green, became increasingly attractive as the surrounding lands dried out. The river's annual flood, which deposited fresh layers of fertile silt across the valley floor, created conditions for agriculture that could support permanent settlements. The swampy margins that had made the valley unappealing to nomadic hunters became productive wetlands where fish, waterfowl, and edible plants were abundantly available. People who had spent generations moving across the landscape in pursuit of game began to settle in one place, developing new technologies and social arrangements suited to their new circumstances. This transition from mobile hunting to settled farming was not unique to Egypt. It happened independently in several parts of the world during roughly the same period, but the specific conditions of the Nile Valley would shape its development in distinctive ways. The Nile itself was unlike any other river in the ancient world, and understanding its peculiarities is essential to understanding the civilization that grew up around it. Most rivers flood unpredictably, causing destruction and demanding constant vigilance. The Nile flooded predictably, at roughly the same time each year, and instead of destroying it, renewed. The annual inundation deposited fresh layers of nutrient-rich silt across the valley floor, creating agricultural conditions that required no fertilization and could sustain continuous cultivation indefinitely. This regular, reliable fertility was the foundation on which everything else was built. Egyptian farmers didn't need to develop elaborate systems of crop rotation or field management that other ancient farmers required. The Nile did that work for them every single year, with a regularity that must have seemed miraculous to people from less favoured lands. The predictability of the Nile flood also shaped Egyptian concepts of time, order, and cosmic regularity in ways that permeated every aspect of their culture. A people whose survival depended on an annual event that arrived with clockwork precision naturally developed a worldview that emphasized cyclical patterns, eternal return, and the maintenance of cosmic order. The religious concept of Ma'at, the principle of truth, justice, and cosmic harmony that was central to Egyptian belief, reflected the ordered regularity of the Nile's behavior. A universe that reliably provided for human needs if proper rituals were observed seemed fundamentally different from a chaotic universe where survival was a constant struggle against unpredictable forces. This sense of cosmic order, so deeply rooted in the peculiar behavior of their river, would shape Egyptian civilization in ways we'll explore throughout this journey. The story we're about to follow traces this transformation in detail, from the earliest evidence of human presence along the Nile through the gradual development of the communities, technologies, beliefs, and institutions that would eventually produce pharaonic civilization. We'll meet the artists who created the first images on Egyptian stone, though we'll have to imagine their thoughts since they left no written records. We'll watch as nomadic bands became settled villages, and as villages grew into towns with specialized craftsmen, religious institutions, and social hierarchies. We'll see how competition between these communities drove innovation and expansion, how trade networks connected the Nile Valley to distant lands, and how the technologies of writing, metallurgy, and monumental construction developed from modest beginnings to remarkable sophistication. And we'll end at the pyramids, not as mysterious anomalies, but as the predictable, if still astonishing, culmination of everything that came before. Along the way, we'll encounter some genuinely strange aspects of ancient life that don't fit comfortably into modern categories. The religious beliefs of ancient Egyptians, for instance, operated according to logic that seems alien to contemporary secular sensibilities, but was internally coherent and remarkably durable. The social structures that organized Egyptian society were simultaneously more egalitarian and more hierarchical than we might expect, with surprising fluidity in some respects and rigid stratification in others. The technologies that Egyptian craftsmen developed were sometimes remarkably sophisticated and sometimes puzzlingly primitive, reflecting the practical concerns and available resources of their time rather than some abstract notion of progress. Understanding ancient Egypt requires setting aside modern assumptions and trying to see the world as its inhabitants saw it, which is considerably harder than it sounds, but essential if we want to make sense of what they did and why they did it. The promise I want to make at the outset of this journey is that by the end, you'll understand something fundamental about what the ancient Egyptians were trying to accomplish. They weren't simply building tombs, though the pyramids certainly served that function. They weren't merely displaying wealth and power, though those motivations were certainly present. What they were attempting, with a consistency and dedication that spanned millennia, was nothing less than the defeat of death itself, the creation of structures and institutions that would preserve the people they honoured for eternity. The word eternity gets thrown around casually in modern usage, usually meaning something like a really long time, but the ancient Egyptians meant it literally. They believed that with the right preparations, the right rituals, and the right monuments, human beings could continue to exist forever, and they organised their civilization around making that belief a reality. Whether they succeeded is a question that depends on how you define success. The mummified bodies they preserved with such care have largely crumbled to dust or been scattered to museums around the world. The grave goods meant to sustain the dead in the afterlife were looted centuries or millennia ago. The rituals that were supposed to maintain the deceased spirit were abandoned when the religious system that gave them meaning collapsed. By the standards the ancient Egyptians themselves would have applied, their project of defeating death was largely a failure. And yet, in a way they could not have anticipated, they did achieve a kind of immortality. We still know their names, still study their achievements, still marvel at the monuments they left behind. The pyramid builders are remembered 4,500 years after their deaths, which is considerably more than most of us can expect. Perhaps that's not the eternity they were seeking, but it's not nothing either. The method of this journey will be chronological, but not rigidly so, because the evidence doesn't always cooperate with neat linear narratives. Archaeological discoveries are made in the order that archaeologists happen to dig, not in the order that events originally occurred, and our understanding of ancient Egypt is constantly being revised as new evidence comes to light. Some periods are well documented and thoroughly studied, others remain frustratingly obscure despite decades of investigation. We'll have to acknowledge uncertainty where it exists, which will be more often than you might expect given how much has been written about ancient Egypt. The confident assertions of older textbooks have often been undermined by subsequent discoverers, and today's scholarly consensus may be overturned by tomorrow's excavation. This is not a weakness of the historical method, but one of its strengths. The willingness to revise conclusions in light of new evidence is what separates serious inquiry from mere storytelling. What we do know, with reasonable confidence, is that the civilization we call ancient Egypt emerged from a process of development that extended far back into prehistory, long before the invention of writing that marks the conventional beginning of historical records. The people who created that civilization were not fundamentally different from us in their cognitive capacities, their emotional lives, or their basic needs and desires. They loved their children, mourned their dead, worried about the future, and sought meaning in their existence just as humans do today. The specific forms these universal concerns took were shaped by their circumstances, their environment, their technology, their social arrangements, their inherited traditions, but the underlying humanity was the same. When we study ancient Egypt, we're not examining an alien species but looking at our own ancestors, separated from us by time and circumstance, but connected by the continuity of human experience. The approach we'll take tries to balance respect for ancient achievements with honest acknowledgement of ancient limitations. The Egyptians accomplished remarkable things, but they also practiced slavery, maintained rigid social hierarchies, and held beliefs that we would find strange or disturbing. We don't have to approve of everything ancient people did in order to find their history fascinating and instructive. Similarly, we don't have to pretend that ancient societies were somehow superior to our own in order to appreciate what they achieved. The goal is understanding, not judgment, or rather understanding that enables informed judgment rather than reflexive approval or condemnation. The ancient Egyptians were human beings doing their best to navigate the circumstances they found themselves in, and their successes and failures alike have something to teach us about what humans are capable of. One of the most striking aspects of Egyptian civilization, once you start looking at it closely, is its remarkable conservatism. Having developed institutions and practices that worked reasonably well, the Egyptians were remarkably reluctant to change them. The artistic conventions established in the early dynastic period persisted with minimal modification for 3,000 years. The religious beliefs and rituals that took shape in the first centuries of unified Egypt remained recognizable until the final collapse of pharaonic civilization. The administrative systems, the social hierarchies, the relationship between ruler and ruled, all showed remarkable stability across timescales that dwarfed the entire history of Western civilization since the fall of Rome. This conservatism was not stagnation. Egyptian society did change and develop over time, but the pace of change was slow and the respect for tradition was profound. This conservative tendency makes Egyptian civilization an interesting contrast to our own era, which celebrates innovation and disruption as inherently positive values. The Egyptians would have found our modern enthusiasm for constant change bewildering and probably alarming. For them, the ideal was maintenance, keeping things as they had always been, preserving the established order against the forces of chaos that constantly threatened to overwhelm it. The religious concept of Ma'at, which we'll encounter repeatedly throughout this journey, expressed this ideal of cosmic order maintained through proper behavior, proper rituals and proper relationships. Change was not progress in the Egyptian worldview. Change was decay, decline, departure from the perfect order established at the beginning of time. The job of each generation was not to improve upon the past, but to preserve it. This worldview had practical consequences that shaped everything from art to architecture to government. When Egyptian artists portrayed the human figure, they followed conventions established early in the civilization's history, conventions that prioritized clarity and symbolic meaning over naturalistic representation. A human figure was shown with the head in profile, the eye shown frontally, the shoulders facing the viewer, and the legs in profile again. A composite view that makes no sense as realistic depiction, but communicates essential information about the figure's status and identity with maximum clarity. This artistic convention persisted for millennia, not because Egyptian artists couldn't do better, but because doing it differently would have violated tradition and potentially disrupted the symbolic power of the images. The physical setting of our story, the Nile Valley and its surrounding lands, will be a constant presence throughout, shaping possibilities and constraining options in ways that the human inhabitants sometimes worked with and sometimes struggled against. Geography is not destiny, but it is definitely a factor, and the particular geography of Egypt made some developments more likely and others less so. The river that provided water in an increasingly arid landscape also provided a transportation corridor that facilitated communication and trade. The desert that surrounded the valley offered protection from invasion, but also imposed limits on expansion. The annual flood that renewed agricultural fertility also demanded social organization to manage its effects. Understanding why Egyptian civilization developed as it did requires understanding the environment in which it developed, which is why we'll pay close attention to landscape, climate, and natural resources throughout our journey. But geography alone doesn't explain history. Human choices, human creativity, human conflicts, and human cooperation all played essential roles in shaping what emerged along the Nile. The same environment that produced the pharaohs could theoretically have produced something quite different if different choices had been made at critical junctures. History is not predetermined. It's the product of countless decisions by countless individuals, most of whom left no record of their reasoning or motivations. We can identify patterns and trends. We can note what happened and speculate about why, but we should be humble about claiming to understand the full complexity of how the past unfolded. The story we tell is necessarily simplified, highlighting certain developments while neglecting others, imposing narrative coherence on events that were probably experienced as chaotic and confusing by those who lived through them. With all those caveats in mind, let's begin our journey. We're starting not at the pyramids, which is where most Egypt stories begin and end, but thousands of years earlier, when the land that would become Egypt was a different place entirely, inhabited by people whose way of life would be unrecognizable. To the pharaohs who came later, these early inhabitants left no written records, built no monuments that survived, and organized no states whose histories we can trace. What they did leave, scratched into rock faces along the Nile, are images, pictures of the animals they hunted, the world they inhabited, and perhaps the beliefs they held. These images are our starting point, the earliest evidence of human creative activity in the region that would become one of history's greatest civilizations. The journey from those rock carvings to the pyramids is long and complex, filled with developments that were gradual rather than dramatic, cumulative rather than revolutionary. There are no sudden leaps, no moments when everything changed overnight, no convenient turning points that divide one era neatly from the next. Instead, there's a slow accumulation of innovations, each building on what came before, each making possible what would come after. This is how civilizations actually develop, through the patient work of generations rather than the sudden insights of exceptional individuals. The great achievements that capture our attention, the pyramids, the temples, the treasures of Tutankhamun, are the visible peaks of a mountain whose bulk lies hidden beneath the surface of time. To understand those peaks, we need to explore the mountain that supports them. So let's dim the lights a bit more, settle into a comfortable position, and prepare to travel back through time. Not just to the Egypt of the pharaohs, impressive as that was, but to the Egypt that came before, the Egypt of hunters and gatherers, of early farmers and village craftsmen, of competing chieftains and warring communities. The Egypt that laid the foundations on which the pyramids would eventually rise. The Egypt you never knew existed, because the glamorous later history has overshadowed the long, slow, fascinating process that made it possible. The Nile is waiting, as it has waited for millions of years, flowing north through the desert toward the Mediterranean Sea. Along its banks, in rock shelters and on cliff faces, the earliest Egyptians left their marks, simple images that would be the first steps on a journey toward monuments that still astonish the world. Let's go meet them. The coordinates are unremarkable on any modern map. About 15 kilometres north of the city of Edfu, on the eastern bank of the Nile, there is a stretch of sandstone cliffs that most tourists never visit. No tour buses line up here. No vendors sell miniature sphinxes or offer camel rides at negotiable prices that somehow only go up. The site lacks the immediate visual drama of Giza or the romantic decay of Luxor's temples. If you were driving past, you might not give it a second glance, which would be unfortunate, because scratched into these weathered rock faces is evidence that humans have been creating art along the Nile for roughly 19,000 years. Not 1900, 19,000. To put that in perspective, the Great Pyramid was already ancient history by the time Julius Caesar showed up in Egypt, and these rock carvings were already ancient history when the Great Pyramid was being built. We are dealing with timescales here that make ancient feel like a hopelessly inadequate word. The site is called Kurta, and until the early 2000s it existed primarily in the realm of local knowledge and academic obscurity. People who lived nearby knew about the strange markings on the cliffs, had known for generations, but the wider world of archaeology had not yet caught up. Then a team of Belgian researchers conducted systematic surveys of the area and discovered something that would fundamentally reshape our understanding of how long humans have been doing distinctly human things along this river. They found hundreds of images carved into the sandstone, images created during the last ice age by people whose names, languages, and individual stories are lost forever, but whose artistic impulse survived them by roughly 800 generations. The dominant subjects at Kurta are aurochs, the wild ancestors of modern cattle, and if you're picturing the docile, slightly melancholy cows you might see grazing in a pastoral countryside, you need to dramatically recalibrate your mental image. Aurochs were absolutely massive animals, standing nearly 6 feet tall at the shoulder, equipped with sweeping horns that could span more than 2 feet from tip to tip. They were the kind of creature that made early humans think very carefully about whether that hunting expedition was really worth the risk. Modern cattle have been bred over thousands of years to be manageable, to stand placidly while humans do various things to them that cows probably do not enjoy but tolerate with bovine resignation. Aurochs had not received this memo. They were wild, muscular, and perfectly capable of turning an overconfident hunter into an unpleasant smear on the landscape. The artists at Kurta depicted these animals with remarkable skill and attention to detail. These were not crude stick figures or abstract symbols requiring expert interpretation to recognize as anything at all. They were naturalistic representations, showing aurochs in various poses, capturing the bulk and power of the animals with lines that speak to careful observation and genuine artistic talent. Some are shown individually, frozen in moments that might represent grazing or alertness, or simply existing in whatever auroch way aurochs existed. Others appear in groups, suggesting herds moving across the landscape, multiple animals carved in proximity to create scenes rather than isolated portraits. The level of detail suggests these were not casual doodles scratched out in a spare moment between other activities. Someone spent time on these, made deliberate choices about composition and execution, cared about getting the proportions right. There are also hippopotamuses at Kurta, which might seem like a perfectly normal thing to find depicted in Egyptian art, until you remember that hippopotamuses have not lived in Egypt for thousands of years. The modern Nile Valley cannot support them. The environment is simply too dry, the wetland habitats they require long since vanished. But 19,000 years ago, the situation was dramatically different. The artists at Kurta were not drawing from imagination or ancestral memory passed down through countless generations. They were drawing what they saw, documenting animals that actually lived in their world, creatures that shared their landscape and probably featured prominently in their daily calculations about where to go and what to avoid. Hippos, for the record, are among the most dangerous animals in Africa, responsible for more human death than lions or crocodiles. They are territorial, aggressive, and capable of biting a small boat in half, which is not the sort of party trick that encourages casual interaction. The people at Kurta knew hippos personally, in the way that neighbours know neighbours, except these neighbours weighed several tons and had very poor tempers. The presence of hippo imagery at Kurta tells us something crucial about the environment these ancient artists inhabited. This was not the Egypt we know today, the Egypt of desert landscapes and narrow green ribbons along the river. This was a different world entirely, a world where water was more abundant, where the ecosystem supported large semi-aquatic mammals that require extensive wetland habitats. The Nile 19,000 years ago flowed through a landscape that would be virtually unrecognizable to modern eyes, surrounded by vegetation and wildlife that has long since retreated southward or vanished entirely. When those Ice Age artists looked out at their surroundings, they did not see endless sand dunes stretching to the horizon. They saw something much greener, much wetter, much more alive. Among the most intriguing elements at Kurta are the depictions of boats. Yes, boats. Simple watercraft, nothing like the elaborate vessels that would later carry pharaohs to their eternal rest, but unmistakably boats, elongated shapes with human figures aboard, sometimes with what appear to be paddles or poles for propulsion. This detail is easy to overlook in the excitement of aurochs and hippos, but it deserves careful consideration. 19,000 years ago, people along the Nile were already building watercraft, already using the river as a transportation corridor, already understanding that floating on water was considerably easier than walking beside it. Boats require knowledge, require accumulated understanding of materials and techniques, require the ability to conceptualize a solution to a problem, and then execute that solution successfully enough to not drown. The presence of boats in Ice Age rock art suggests technological sophistication that challenges any simplistic notion of primitive early humans. These were people with culture, with transmitted knowledge, with the capability to shape their environment rather than merely survive within it. The process of creating these petroglyphs was itself a significant undertaking. The artists used stone tools to scratch and peck their images into the sandstone surface, a technique that required patience, skill, and a considerable investment of effort. This was not spray paint on a subway car, not a quick mark made in passing. Each image represented hours of work, methodical striking of stone against stone, gradual accumulation of marks that eventually coalesced into recognizable forms. The artists had to plan their compositions, understand how the rock surface would respond to their tools, correct mistakes that could not simply be erased. They were working in a medium that demanded commitment, that punished carelessness, that rewarded only those willing to invest the time and attention necessary to achieve their vision. Why did they do it? This question haunts all prehistoric rock art, and scholars have proposed numerous theories over the years, none of which can be definitively proven. The most common explanations invoke some combination of hunting magic, religious ritual, and what we might broadly term narrative impulse. Perhaps the aurochs and hippos carved into the cliffs were meant to ensure successful hunts, the creation of an image somehow influencing the reality it depicted. This kind of sympathetic magic appears in hunting cultures around the world, the idea that representation and reality are connected in ways that can be exploited by those who understand the rules. Draw the animal, perform the right ritual, and the animal will present itself to your spear. It sounds naive to modern ears, but it represents a coherent worldview in which the boundaries between symbol and substance were considerably more permeable than we typically assume. Alternatively, the rock art might have served social functions that had nothing directly to do with hunting success. Creating detailed images of dangerous animals demonstrates knowledge and skill, advertises competence to potential mates or rivals, establishes status within the community. "Look what I can do," the carvings might be saying. "Look how well I understand the animals we depend upon, how steady my hand, how keen my eye." Art as resume, a social media profile before social media existed, as a way of communicating identity and capability to others who shared the same cultural vocabulary. The impulse to show off, it turns out, may be among the oldest of human characteristics. There is also the possibility that we are overthinking this entirely, that the artists at Kurta made their carvings for reasons that would seem perfectly obvious to them, but that we, separated by 19 millennia of cultural change, can no longer access. Maybe they simply enjoyed it. Maybe creating images of powerful animals on permanent surfaces satisfied something deep in the human psyche that does not require elaborate explanation. We make art because we are human, because something in our neural wiring compels us toward representation and creation, because seeing the world and then rendering it in some external form is simply what beings like us do. The aurochs on the cliffs at Kurta might be no more mysterious than the sketches a modern child makes in the margins of a notebook, the same impulse expressed across an almost incomprehensible span of time. The dating of the Kurta petroglyphs relies on multiple lines of evidence, and while some uncertainty inevitably remains with materials this old, the general time frame is reasonably secure. The patina that has accumulated on the carved surfaces over millennia can be analysed to provide age estimates. The style of the images connects them to rock art traditions known from other sites across North Africa that have been dated through various methods. The animals depicted, particularly the hippos, indicate an environment that existed during a specific climatic period. Put all the evidence together, and you arrive at a date of roughly 19,000 years before present, during the coldest phases of the last glacial maximum, when ice sheets covered much of northern Europe and North America, and the world was a profoundly different place than it is today. This timing is significant because it places the Kyoto artist in an environmental context very different from later periods. During the glacial maximum, climate patterns were shifted southward, bringing more rainfall to regions that would later become desert. The Sahara as we know it, that vast ocean of sand and rock stretching across North Africa, did not exist in its current form. Instead, much of what is now uninhabitable desert was covered with lakes, rivers, and vegetation, a landscape that modern scientists sometimes call the Green Sahara, or the African Humid Period. The people at Kurta were living during a relatively wet phase of this cycle, enjoying access to water and wildlife that their distant descendants, arriving after the Sahara had dried into desert, would never see. The transformation of North Africa from green savanna to barren desert is one of the most dramatic environmental changes in recent Earth history, and it happened within the span of human cultural memory. Not within the lifetime of any individual, obviously. Nobody lives for thousands of years, regardless of what certain ancient texts might claim, but within the accumulated memory of cultures that passed knowledge from generation to generation. The green world that the Kurta artist knew began to dry out around 10,000 years ago, the monsoon rains that had sustained it gradually weakening and retreating southward. Lakes shrank, rivers disappeared, vegetation died back, and the animals that depended on that vegetation either migrated to more hospitable regions or perished. The aurochs that the Kurta artist depicted with such care would eventually be domesticated, transformed over millennia into the cattle that would become sacred in Egyptian religion. The hippos would retreat southward, eventually disappearing from Egypt entirely, remembered only in religious symbolism and artistic tradition, long after the last actual hippo had departed. The human populations living through this change faced stark choices. As water sources failed and game animals disappeared, people had to adapt or die, and adaptation meant moving toward the remaining reliable water sources, primarily the Nile itself. The concentration of population along the river that would eventually produce Egyptian civilization was not a spontaneous choice made by people who simply preferred riverside living. It was a response to environmental pressure, a survival strategy adopted by communities whose traditional territories were becoming uninhabitable. The ancestors of the Egyptians did not choose the Nile so much as the Nile chose them, the river becoming the last refuge in a world that was drying up around them. The rock art at Kurta thus represents something more than artistic expression or hunting ritual. It represents a world that has been lost, a record of an Egypt that existed before Egypt existed, a snapshot of conditions that would change so dramatically over the following millennia that modern visitors would never suspect this desert landscape once supported hippos and herds of wild cattle. The artists who carved these images were not Egyptians in any meaningful sense. They had no knowledge of pharaohs or pyramids, no concept of hieroglyphics or gods with animal heads. They were nomadic hunter-gatherers, moving through the landscape in response to seasonal availability of resources, following the herds, exploiting abundant areas when they could, and moving on when they must. Their social structures were probably relatively simple, small bands of related individuals cooperating for survival, perhaps 30 or 50 people making their way through a world that was generous enough to support them, but dangerous enough to demand constant attention. What did they call themselves? We will never know. What language did they speak, lost beyond any possibility of recovery? What stories did they tell around their fires? What songs did they sing? What explanations did they offer for the stars wheeling overhead and the sun rising each morning in the east? All of it vanished, leaving only these scratched images on stone, mute testimony to lives lived and thoughts thought, and questions asked by people who were fully human, but whose inner worlds we cannot access. They had language, certainly. Humans had been talking to each other for tens of thousands of years by this point, but they had no writing to record their thoughts for posterity. What they had instead was rock art, and that art speaks to us across the millennia in ways that words might not have anyway. The human figures that appear occasionally in the Kurta petroglyphs are far less detailed than the animals, reduced almost to stick figures in contrast to the careful naturalism of the aurochs and hippos. This pattern appears in rock art traditions around the world, the animal subjects receiving the artist's full attention, while humans are rendered as afterthoughts, supporting characters in a drama where the true protagonists walk on four legs. Perhaps the artist considered animals more interesting, more worthy of careful representation. Perhaps there were cultural taboos against realistic human depiction that did not apply to animals. Perhaps the function of the art, whatever it was, simply did not require detailed human figures. Whatever the reason, the result is that we can see the aurochs of Kurta with remarkable clarity, while the people who hunted them remain shadowy presences, their bodies barely suggested, their faces absent entirely. The boats are different, arguably the most intriguing element of the entire Kurta assemblage precisely because they represent human technology rather than natural wildlife. A boat is an idea made physical, a solution to a problem that required conceptualization before execution. Someone had to observe the river, understand that travelling on water was preferable to travelling beside it, figure out how to construct a vessel that would float and carry passengers, and then actually build the thing. This is not instinctual behaviour programmed by evolution. This is culture, accumulated knowledge passed from person to person, generation to generation, constantly refined and improved. The boats at Kurta are simple, probably constructed from bundled reeds or papyrus, nothing that would survive in the archaeological record even if conditions had been favourable. But the images survive, proving that 19,000 years ago the relationship between humans and the Nile already included navigation, already recognised the river as a highway through the landscape. This relationship would only deepen over the following millennia. The river that the Kurta artists navigated in their simple reed boats would eventually carry elaborate wooden ships, would become the transportation network binding together a civilization stretching from the Mediterranean to the cataracts of Nubia. The same river, flowing through the same valley, would watch as scattered bands of hunter-gatherers gradually transformed into settled farmers, as farmers organised into villages, as villages grew into cities, as cities submitted to kings who claimed divine authority and built monuments that would outlast all their other achievements. The aurochs depicted at Kurta would be domesticated into cattle, and cattle would become central to Egyptian economy and religion, their importance remembered in gods like Hathor and in tomb paintings showing herds being counted and managed. The hippos would vanish from the Egyptian landscape but persist in Egyptian imagination, transformed into symbols of chaos and danger, hunted by pharaohs in ritual performances long after actual hippo hunting had become impossible due to lack of hippos. Everything connects across these vast spans of time, each period building on what came before, accumulating traditions and technologies and beliefs that would eventually combine into the civilization we recognize as Egyptian. The rock art at Kurta is the earliest visible trace of this process, the first evidence that humans were paying attention to their environment along the Nile, were thinking about the animals they lived among, were creating permanent records of their observations. The artists could not have known what their descendants would eventually accomplish. They were focused on immediate survival, on finding food and avoiding danger, and raising children who might live long enough to have children of their own. And yet, in their art, in their boats, in their accumulated knowledge of the landscape, they were laying foundations that would support achievements they could never have imagined. The distance between Kurta and the pyramids of Giza is not merely geographical, it is temporal, a span of approximately 17,000 years, a duration so vast that it dwarfs all of recorded human history. Everything that has happened since the first hieroglyphs were carved, every pharaoh and temple and war and flood, every achievement and disaster of the past 5,000 years, all of it fits within a shorter window than separates those Ice Age rock. Artists from the builders of the Great Pyramid. We tend to think of ancient Egypt as ancient, and it certainly is from our modern perspective, but the Egypt of the pharaohs would have seemed impossibly recent to the people at Kurta, had they been able to see it, had they been able to comprehend. that their simple seasonal camps along the river would one day be replaced by stone monuments visible from space. This perspective matters because it forces us to recognize that Egyptian civilization did not spring fully formed from the desert sands. It emerged gradually, organically, through countless generations of incremental change, each building on the last, each contributing small innovations that accumulated over millennia into something unprecedented. The pyramids are spectacular, but they represent not a beginning but a culmination, the endpoint of a process that started when Ice Age hunters first decided that this particular river valley was a good place to live. The rock art at Kurta is one of our earliest windows into that process, evidence that humans were already establishing the relationship with the Nile that would eventually produce one of history's most remarkable civilizations. The sandstone cliffs where the petroglyphs were carved have weathered over the 19 millennia since their creation, but the images remain visible, protected by the same dry climate that eventually drove the hippos south and turned the green. Sahara into desert. The carved lines have accumulated their own patina, darkened with age, but still clearly depicting the animals and boats that mattered to people whose world has otherwise vanished entirely. Standing at Kurta today, looking at these images, you are seeing what Ice Age eyes saw, the same curves and lines that represented aurochs and hippos to people who lived before agriculture, before metallurgy, before writing, before everything we typically consider the markers of civilization. They are among the oldest surviving artworks in this part of Africa, older than the famous cave paintings of Europe, older than almost anything else that humans have intentionally created and preserved. The site remains relatively obscure, known primarily to specialists and the occasional adventurous traveller willing to venture off the standard tourist circuit. This obscurity is both a blessing and a curse, protecting the petroglyphs from the kind of tourist pressure that threatens more famous sites, while also ensuring that most people have never heard of Kurta, have never considered the implications of its rock art for our understanding of Egyptian origins. The standard narrative of Egypt begins with the pharaohs, perhaps with a brief mention of prehistoric periods that serve mainly to establish that there was something before the dynasties began. Kurta challenges this narrative by pushing the timeline back so far that the pharaohs themselves become relatively recent, late arrivals in a story that had already been unfolding for millennia before the first king unified the two lands. The people who created these images were not primitive in any meaningful sense. They were fully modern humans, biologically identical to us, with the same cognitive capabilities, the same emotional range, the same capacity for love and fear and curiosity and creativity. They lacked our technology, obviously, could not have conceived of the device on which you might be reading these words, but they were not simpler or less intelligent. They were adapted to their environment, successful within their ecological niche, capable of creating art that speaks to us across an almost incomprehensible gulf of time. When we look at the aurochs of Kurta, we are seeing through their eyes, sharing their attention, participating in an act of observation and representation that connects us to our deep past in ways that pyramids and temples, for all their grandeur, cannot match. The aurochs themselves are long extinct, the last known individual dying in Poland in 1627, a melancholy end for a species that once ranged across Europe, Asia, and North Africa, and featured prominently in the imagination of early humans. The herds that the Kurta artists depicted, those massive, dangerous, magnificent animals that inspired such careful artistic attention, are gone forever, preserved only in rock art and bone deposits and the genetic legacy they left in modern cattle. The hippos have retreated to sub-Saharan Africa, where they continue to be among the most dangerous animals on the continent, though no Egyptian has had to worry about them for thousands of years. The world the Kurta artists knew has vanished so completely that we can only reconstruct it through fragmentary evidence, piecing together climate data and animal remains and rock art to imagine a landscape that no living human has ever seen. And yet something remains, something persists across all those millennia of change. The Nile still flows, following roughly the same course it followed when Ice Age hunters carved aurochs on nearby cliffs. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west, tracking across the sky in the same daily journey that those ancient artists observed. The human impulse to create, to represent, to leave some mark on the world that might outlast the brief span of an individual life, that impulse remains as strong as ever, expressed now in different media but recognizably continuous with what happened at Kurta 19,000 years ago. We are still doing what they did, still trying to capture something of our experience in forms that might survive us, still hoping that future generations might look at what we created and understand something of who we were. The thread that connects Kurta to everything that would follow is not always visible, not always easy to trace, but it is there, running through the millennia like the river runs through the landscape. The pastoral communities that would later gather at places like Nabta Playa, the agricultural settlements that would develop along the riverbanks, the kingdoms that would compete for control of the valley, the unified state that would eventually build the pyramids, all of these emerge from the same basic human presence along the Nile that the Kurta rock art documents. The artists who scratched images of aurochs into sandstone cliffs could not have predicted any of this, were not consciously contributing to a civilization that would not exist for another 17,000 years. They were simply living, simply being human in a way that included creating art, and that simple humanity, expressed generation after generation, eventually accumulated into something extraordinary. The journey from Kurta to the pyramids is the subject of our larger story, and it is a journey that will take us through dramatic environmental changes, through the development of agriculture and animal domestication, through the emergence of social complexity and political organization, through the invention of writing and the elaboration of religious belief. Each stage builds on what came before, each generation inheriting from its predecessors and adding its own contributions to the accumulated heritage. The rock art at Kurta represents the first clearly visible stage of this process, the earliest evidence we have that humans along the Nile were doing distinctly human things, thinking about their world, representing what they observed, creating records that would outlast their own brief lives. 19,000 years is almost impossible to truly comprehend. We can say the number, can do the math that tells us how many human generations that represents, but actually feeling that span of time is beyond our cognitive capabilities, evolved as we are to operate on timescales measured in years and decades. Rather than millennia, the Kurta artists are impossibly remote from us, separated by a gulf of time so vast that every detail of their lives, every name and face and personal story has been utterly lost. And yet their art remains, speaking to us in a visual language that needs no translation, showing us animals that they considered worth the effort of permanent representation. In some small way, we know them through what they chose to carve, understand something of their world through the subjects they selected, connect to them across the millennia through the universal human practice of making marks that mean something. This is where the story of Egypt truly begins, not with pharaohs and pyramids, but with anonymous artists scratching images into rock faces during the Ice Age. Everything that would follow, all the achievements that make ancient Egypt famous and fascinating, grew from roots that extend back to this early period and beyond. The civilization that seems to appear so suddenly in the historical record actually emerged through a process of development that took thousands upon thousands of years, each generation adding its small contribution, the whole thing building, gradually toward the explosive achievements of the Pyramid Age. The rock art at Kurta reminds us that this process was already underway 19,000 years ago, that the relationship between humans and the Nile that would eventually produce Egyptian civilization is far older and far deeper than most people realize. As we continue our journey through this long story, moving forward in time toward the moments and monuments that are more typically associated with ancient Egypt, we should carry with us the understanding that none of it came from nowhere. The pharaohs who built the pyramids were the inheritors of traditions stretching back to the Ice Age. The gods with animal heads that populate the Egyptian pantheon have roots in the relationship between humans and animals that the Kurta artists documented. The river that became the center of Egyptian civilization had been central to human life in this region for millennia, before anyone thought to build temples along its banks or measure its floods for agricultural planning. Everything connects, everything builds, everything grows from what came before. The aurochs and hippos of Kurta are long gone, vanished along with the green world that supported them, but their images remain, weathered but visible, still showing us what mattered to people who lived impossibly long ago. In a sense, those ancient artists achieved something that the pharaohs with all their resources could only dream of: true immortality, not through mummification or magical spells, but through the simple persistence of marks on stone that have outlasted every human structure built since. The pyramids may crumble eventually, as all human creations eventually crumble, but the petroglyphs at Kurta have already survived 19,000 years and show every sign of surviving thousands more. In the competition for eternal persistence, the anonymous Ice Age artist with a stone tool may ultimately defeat the God King with an army of builders. That perhaps is the most profound lesson of Kurta, that the human impulse to create, to leave some trace of our existence behind, does not require wealth or power or divine authority. It requires only the decision to make something, to carve or paint or build or write, to impose some pattern on the world that might outlast the brief spark of an individual consciousness. The artists at Kurta made that decision 19,000 years ago, choosing to spend their time and effort creating images that would persist long after they themselves had returned to dust. In doing so, they became the first visible participants in a tradition that would eventually produce some of humanity's most celebrated achievements. They could not have known this, could not have imagined what would grow from the seeds they planted, but they did it anyway, driven by whatever impulse drives humans to create, to represent, to reach across time through the works of their hands. The river still flows, the cliffs still stand, and the images remain, waiting for anyone willing to make the journey to see them. They are not the most famous artworks in Egypt, not the most visited or most photographed, but they may be the most important, the oldest visible connection between the Nile and the humans who have lived along its banks for so many thousands of years. From these simple scratched images, from these records of aurochs and hippos and boats, the long story of Egyptian civilization unfolds, generation by generation, innovation by innovation, building toward monuments that still astonish the world. Today, the journey continues, but it is worth pausing here for a moment at this beginning to appreciate what these anonymous artists accomplished, and to recognize that the roots of Egypt reach far deeper into the past than most of us ever realized. The next stage of our journey will take us into a world transformed by climate, a world where the green Sahara was beginning its long, slow death, where populations were being pushed toward the remaining water sources, where the pressures of survival were forging the adaptations that would eventually make civilization possible. The artists at Kurta lived in a time of relative abundance, their world still green and wet enough to support the animals they depicted with such care. Their descendants would not be so fortunate, would face challenges that would test human resilience and creativity in ways the Kurta artists could never have anticipated. But the response to those challenges would build on the foundation that earlier generations had established, would draw on accumulated knowledge and tradition, and the simple fact of continuous human presence along this particular river in this particular landscape. The Nile had already become home, and it would remain home through all the changes to come. If you were to teleport back in time roughly 9,000 years and find yourself standing somewhere in the middle of what we now call the Sahara Desert, you would be profoundly confused. Not because of the usual disorientation that presumably accompanies being yanked across millennia without warning, but because absolutely nothing around you would match your expectations. You came prepared for sand dunes and scorching emptiness, for the kind of landscape that has become synonymous with the word desert itself. Instead, you find yourself standing in tall grass, watching a herd of giraffes browse from acacia trees in the middle distance, while somewhere nearby a river flows toward a lake large enough that you cannot see its opposite shore. The air is humid, almost uncomfortably so, and thunderclouds are building on the horizon, promising an afternoon downpour. You have not been teleported to the wrong continent. This is North Africa. This is the Sahara. It just happens to be a Sahara that no longer exists, a world so thoroughly erased by climate change that modern visitors would never suspect it had ever been there at all. The period that scientists call the African Humid Period, or more evocatively the Green Sahara, represents one of the most dramatic environmental transformations in recent Earth history. For roughly 5,000 years, from approximately 11,000 years ago until about 5,000 years ago, the vast region that we now associate with endless sand and extreme aridity was instead a patchwork of savannas, wetlands, lakes, and river systems that supported an abundance of life that seems almost impossible from a modern perspective. This was not a minor variation, not a slightly wetter version of today's desert with perhaps a few extra oases scattered about. This was a fundamental reconfiguration of the North African landscape, a transformation so complete that it turned one of Earth's most inhospitable regions into something resembling the wildlife-rich grasslands of modern Kenya or Tanzania. The evidence for this green world comes from multiple sources, each adding its own piece to a puzzle that scientists have been assembling for more than a century. Satellite imagery reveals the ghostly traces of ancient river channels cutting across the desert surface, dried watercourses that once carried flowing water but now carry nothing but sand and the memory of what used to be. Lake sediments preserve layers of organic material, pollen, and aquatic organisms that could only have accumulated in substantial bodies of standing water. Archaeological sites scattered across regions that are now completely uninhabitable contain the remains of human settlements, complete with fishing equipment, domesticated animals, and other indicators of successful, sustained occupation. Rock art depicting swimming humans, crocodiles, and hippopotamuses appears on cliffsides in locations where no water has existed for thousands of years. Every line of evidence points to the same conclusion. The Sahara was once green, once wet, once alive in ways that challenge our assumptions about what this landscape has always been. The lakes of the Green Sahara were not small ponds or seasonal puddles that filled briefly during rare rainstorms. They were major bodies of water, some of them rivaling the Great Lakes of North America in scale. Lake Megachad, the ancestor of the modern Lake Chad that still clings to existence in the Sahel region, once covered an area of approximately 400,000 square kilometers, making it larger than the Caspian Sea and among the largest lakes on the planet. Its waters supported fish populations substantial enough to sustain human communities that lived along its shores, communities whose archaeological remains suggest they were doing quite well for themselves, thank you very much, in an environment that would now kill an unprepared visitor within days. Other large lakes existed across the region, their locations now marked only by distinctive geological formations and sediment deposits that reveal their former presence to those who know how to read such evidence. The rivers were equally impressive. The modern Sahara does contain some permanent watercourses, the Nile being the most obvious example, but during the humid period, river systems crisscrossed regions that have not seen flowing water in millennia. Paleo channels detected through satellite radar and ground surveys trace the courses of rivers that once flowed through what is now the driest parts of the desert, carrying water from highlands that still receive some rainfall to lowlands that were once wetlands but are now among the most desolate places on Earth. Some of these ancient rivers appear to have connected lake systems, creating networks of waterways that would have enabled boat travel across distances that today require camels and careful planning and a healthy respect for the fact that you might not make it. The wildlife of the Green Sahara was appropriately spectacular for such an environment. We have already discussed the hippopotamuses and aurochs that the artists at Kurta depicted, animals that would seem bizarre in modern Egypt, but that were perfectly at home in the wetter conditions of the early Holocene. But the fauna extended far beyond these examples. Elephants roamed the grasslands, their presence confirmed by both rock art and fossilized remains. Giraffes browsed from trees that no longer grow in these latitudes. Lions and leopards and other large predators hunted the herbivore populations, maintaining the kind of predator-prey dynamics that we now associate exclusively with sub-Saharan Africa. Crocodiles inhabited the rivers and lakes, waiting with characteristic crocodilian patience for something edible to come within range. The ecosystem was complete, complex, and thriving, supporting the full range of large mammals that such environments typically sustain. The human populations living in this green world were not concentrated along the Nile as they would later become. They spread across the landscape following the water, exploiting the abundant resources that the environment provided. Archaeological sites from this period appear in locations that are now deep in the desert, places where no one could survive today without modern technology and a lot of imported water. These sites contain evidence of successful long-term occupation, the remains of substantial structures, accumulations of animal bones indicating successful hunting, tools and pottery, and all the material debris that human communities generate when they stay in one place for extended periods. The people of the Green Sahara were not desperately clinging to survival in a marginal environment. They were thriving in a landscape that gave them what they needed to flourish. The mechanism behind this dramatic environmental difference is reasonably well understood, though the details continue to be refined by ongoing research. It comes down to orbital mechanics, and the way Earth's movement through space affects how solar radiation is distributed across the planet's surface. Earth's axial tilt, the angle at which our planet leans relative to its orbital plane, is not constant. It varies over cycles of approximately 41,000 years, wobbling slowly like a spinning top that is beginning to lose momentum. This wobble affects which parts of the planet receive the most solar energy during which seasons, and these variations in energy distribution have profound effects on climate systems that might seem completely disconnected from such abstract astronomical phenomena. During the early Holocene, the orientation of Earth's axis was such that the northern hemisphere received more solar radiation during summer months than it does today. This additional summer heating intensified the monsoon systems that bring rainfall to tropical and subtropical regions, pushing the rain belts northward into areas that do not receive significant precipitation in the current climate configuration. The African monsoon, which still brings seasonal rains to the Sahel region south of the Sahara, was considerably stronger and reached considerably farther north, bringing moisture to regions that now receive essentially no rainfall at all. The difference was not subtle. Areas that today might receive a few millimeters of rain per year were receiving hundreds of millimeters, enough to support lakes and rivers and the vegetation that depends on consistent water availability. The vegetation that covered the Green Sahara was not uniform, varying according to local conditions and distance from major water sources, but it was dramatically different from the sparse desert scrub that exists today. Grasslands covered vast areas, providing grazing for the herbivore populations that archaeological and rock art evidence documents. Forests existed along watercourses and in highlands that received more rainfall, creating corridors of denser vegetation that would have been important for both wildlife and human populations. Wetlands developed around lakes and in low-lying areas with high water tables, supporting aquatic and semi-aquatic ecosystems that contributed to the overall biological richness of the region. The modern image of the Sahara as a monotonous expanse of sand and rock is profoundly misleading when applied to this earlier period. The people who lived in this green world developed cultures adapted to the resources it provided. Evidence suggests that some communities became specialized in exploiting aquatic resources, developing fishing techniques and establishing settlements near lakes and rivers where fish and other aquatic animals were abundant. Others focused on hunting the large mammals that roamed the grasslands, developing the cooperative hunting strategies that such prey required. Still others, particularly in the later phases of the humid period, began experimenting with the domestication of animals, particularly cattle, creating the pastoral economies that would become so important in subsequent millennia. The Green Sahara was not a single uniform culture, but a mosaic of different communities pursuing different strategies, all enabled by the environmental abundance that the wet conditions provided. The rock art from this period provides some of our most vivid evidence for what life in the Green Sahara was actually like. Throughout the modern desert, on cliffsides and in rock shelters that now bake under relentless sun, ancient artists left images depicting their world with varying degrees of skill and detail. Swimming figures, apparently engaged in aquatic activities that would be suicidal in the current climate, appear in locations that have not seen significant water in thousands of years. Cattle appear repeatedly, evidence of the pastoral economies that developed as people began managing herds rather than simply hunting wild animals. Hunting scenes show humans pursuing the large game that the grassland supported, using weapons and techniques that would have been familiar to hunting peoples anywhere in Africa. These images are windows into a vanished world, created by people who could not have imagined that their environment would one day become one of the most hostile places on the planet. The Tassili Naja Plateau in southeastern Algeria contains one of the most remarkable concentrations of Green Sahara rock art anywhere in the world. Thousands of images cover the rock surfaces of this highland region, depicting in extraordinary detail the animals, people and activities of communities that lived here when the environment could support them. Giraffes and elephants parade across stone canvases that are now surrounded by barren desert. Human figures dance and hunt and tend cattle in scenes that could have been drawn from life in the East African savannah. The artist worked over thousands of years, the styles and subjects changing as the culture evolved, but consistently depicting a world of abundance and activity that stands in stark contrast to the desolate landscape that surrounds these images. Today, the transition from Green Sahara to desert did not happen overnight. Climate change, at least the naturally occurring variety driven by orbital mechanics, typically operates on timescales that make individual human lifetimes seem brief. The intensified monsoons that had sustained the green landscape began to weaken around 8,000 years ago, their reach gradually retreating southward as the orbital configuration shifted and summer solar radiation in the northern hemisphere decreased. This retreat was not steady. There were fluctuations and temporary reversals, But the long-term trend was unmistakable. The rains were failing, and with them, everything that depended on them. The drying process would eventually transform the region into the desert we know today, but that story belongs to our next chapter. For now, it is worth dwelling on what was lost, on the magnitude of the environmental change that erased an entire world from the map. The Green Sahara was not a marginal habitat, not a borderline environment that a slight shift in conditions would have made uninhabitable anyway. It was a fully functioning ecosystem, rich in species and resources, capable of supporting human populations that had no need to concentrate along the Nile or anywhere else. The diversity of plants and animals, the abundance of water, the sheer scale of the lakes and river systems, all of this was real, all of this existed, and all of this was lost over the course of a few thousand years as the climate shifted and the rain stopped coming. The people who lived through this transformation faced choices that were, to put it mildly, not ideal. As water sources dried up and game animals either died or migrated to regions where conditions remained favourable, human communities had to respond. Some followed the animals southward, participating in the retreat of habitable conditions that accompanied the advancing desert. Others, however, moved toward the remaining reliable water sources within the drying region, concentrating along rivers and lakes that continued to exist even as the surrounding landscape became increasingly arid. The Nile, fed by rainfall far to the south in tropical Africa, remained a constant even as local precipitation declined. It became increasingly important, increasingly central to human survival, in a region that was becoming hostile to life in most other locations. This concentration of population along the Nile was not a choice so much as a necessity. The drying of the Sahara created environmental refugees on a continental scale, pushing people toward water sources that could still sustain them. The result was increased population density along the river, increased competition for resources, increased pressure to develop new strategies for extracting livelihood from a narrower territory. The conditions that would eventually give rise to Egyptian civilization were being created, not by human choice or cultural innovation, but by environmental change that left people with few alternatives. Adapt to life along the Nile or perish in the expanding desert. Those were the options, and our ancestors, unsurprisingly, chose adaptation. The memory of the Green Sahara persisted long after the rains had failed and the lakes had dried. Myths of lost paradises, of gardens of abundance from which humanity was expelled, appear in cultures across the ancient world, and some scholars have speculated that these stories might carry echoes of the real environmental catastrophe that transformed North Africa from Eden to wasteland. We cannot prove such connections, cannot trace a direct line from the drying of the Sahara to any specific mythological tradition, but the timing is suggestive. The loss of the Green Sahara occurred within human cultural memory, was experienced by communities that passed knowledge from generation to generation through oral tradition. Stories of better times, of ancestors who lived in a world of plenty, would have been natural responses to conditions that were clearly deteriorating from what older community members remembered. The archaeological evidence for the Green Sahara continues to accumulate as researchers explore regions that have been largely neglected by mainstream Egyptology and related disciplines. The desert is not the easiest place to conduct fieldwork, for obvious reasons involving heat and lack of water and general inhospitality, but the research that has been done has revealed a richness of human activity that challenges traditional narratives about the origins of civilization in this region. The Nile was always important, but it was not always uniquely important. Before the desert took over, people had options, had choices about where to live and how to make a living. The concentration of population and culture along the Nile that made Egyptian civilization possible was itself a consequence of environmental change that removed those options, that funneled human activity into a narrow corridor where the river provided what the wider landscape no longer could. The lakes that once dotted the Saharan landscape left evidence that continues to surprise researchers who explore these regions today. In some locations, the beds of former lakes still contain shells from freshwater mollusks that once lived in these waters, their presence a definitive indicator of conditions radically different from what now exists. In other locations, lake sediments preserve pollen grains from plants that could only have grown in wetter conditions, botanical evidence for a landscape that has been completely transformed. Fish bones appear at archaeological sites deep in the desert, evidence that people were catching and eating freshwater fish in places where no fish have existed for thousands of years. Each piece of evidence reinforces the same basic conclusion. This was once a different world, and its loss had consequences that we are still working to fully understand. The Green Sahara was not limited to the region we now call the Sahara Desert. The conditions that created it extended across much of North Africa and into the Arabian Peninsula, a vast swath of territory that is now predominantly arid, but that was once considerably more hospitable. The same orbital forcing that brought monsoon rains to what is now desert had similar effects across the entire region, creating a connected zone of relatively wet conditions that supported similar ecosystems and similar human adaptations. The drying that ended this wet phase was similarly widespread, transforming an enormous area from productive landscape to uninhabitable wasteland over the course of a few millennia. The scale of this environmental change is difficult to exaggerate. It represents one of the most significant transformations of Earth's surface in the recent geological past. The timeline of the Green Sahara overlaps significantly with the timeline we have been tracing in our story of Egyptian origins. The rock art at Kurta, dating to approximately 19,000 years ago, was created during an earlier wet phase, before the Holocene warming that brought the most recent and most dramatic expansion of the green conditions. The communities at Nabta Playa, which we will discuss in subsequent chapters, were thriving during the peak of the humid period, exploiting resources that the wet conditions provided. The transition from hunting and gathering to pastoralism, and eventually to agriculture, occurred against the backdrop of changing environmental conditions, human cultures adapting their strategies as the world around them transformed. Understanding the Green Sahara is essential for understanding everything that would follow, because the loss of that green world set the stage for everything else. The vegetation patterns of the Green Sahara would have created a landscape that supported long-distance travel and communication in ways that the modern desert does not. Grasslands and savannas are relatively easy to traverse, offering clear sight lines and predictable resources for travellers who know the territory. The river and lake systems would have provided corridors of water and shade, making extended journeys possible even during the hottest seasons. Trade networks could have connected communities across vast distances, allowing the exchange of goods and ideas that contributed to cultural development. The desert that now blocks travel across North Africa, that forces modern travellers to go around rather than through, did not exist as a barrier during this period. The Sahara was a highway, not an obstacle, connecting rather than dividing the regions on either side. The animal domestication that occurred during the later phases of the Green Sahara period was both a response to environmental conditions and a foundation for cultural developments that would follow. Cattle appear to have been domesticated independently in Africa, probably in the region we have been discussing, as communities that had long hunted wild bovids began instead to manage them, controlling their movements, protecting them from predators, and eventually breeding them for desired characteristics. This transition from hunting to herding was not instantaneous, and was probably driven by a combination of factors, including the increasing difficulty of finding wild game as conditions began to deteriorate. Once established, however, pastoral economies provided a foundation for social complexity that would be important in subsequent periods, including the development of wealth inequalities based on herd sizes and the religious significance that cattle would acquire in Egyptian culture. The Green Sahara also witnessed the development of ceramic technologies that would be important for later populations. Pottery appears in the archaeological record of this region quite early, earlier than in many other parts of the world, and the techniques developed by Green Sahara communities for creating and decorating ceramic vessels would influence subsequent traditions. Pottery is significant not just as technology but as evidence for changing lifestyles. Ceramics are heavy and fragile, not ideal for highly mobile populations, so their presence suggests at least some degree of sedentism, some commitment to particular locations that made investing in non-portable goods worthwhile. The pottery of the Green Sahara was not crude or primitive. Some of it shows considerable sophistication in form and decoration, evidence of artistic traditions that had time to develop and refine themselves in communities stable enough to support such activities. The climate of the Green Sahara would have been seasonal rather than uniform, with wet and dry periods that structured the annual cycle of human activity, just as they structure life in the African savanna today. The monsoon rains would have arrived during summer months, filling rivers and lakes, causing vegetation to flourish, and creating conditions for the concentration of wildlife around water sources. The dry season would have brought different conditions, perhaps requiring movement to areas where water remained available, or reliance on stored resources to survive the months when rain did not fall. This seasonal rhythm would have shaped human culture in ways we can only partially reconstruct, creating patterns of activity and rest, of movement and settlement that were adapted to the annual cycle of environmental conditions. The end of the Green Sahara was not simply a local phenomenon affecting only the people who lived there. The displacement of populations from the drying region affected surrounding areas, including the Nile Valley, as environmental refugees sought new homes in territories that remained habitable. This influx of population brought people with their own cultures, their own technologies, their own ways of understanding the world, creating opportunities for cultural mixing and innovation that would contribute to the developments of subsequent millennia. The pastoral traditions that would become so important in pre-dynastic Egypt, the astronomical knowledge that we see evidence for at sites like Nabta Playa, the religious concepts that would eventually crystallize into the Egyptian pantheon, all of these may have roots in the cultures of the Green Sahara, carried by migrants who brought their traditions with them when they were forced to move by changing environmental conditions. The scale of the transformation from Green Sahara to Desert Sahara represents one of the most dramatic examples of natural climate change in recent Earth history. Within a few thousand years, an area larger than the continental United States went from being a productive, inhabited landscape to being one of the most hostile environments on the planet. No human action caused this change. It was driven entirely by the slow wobble of Earth's axis and the effects of that wobble on global climate patterns. But humans experienced its effects, adapted to its pressures, and ultimately created civilizations in response to the constraints it imposed. The Egyptian civilization that would eventually build the pyramids was, in a very real sense, a product of this environmental catastrophe, emerging from the concentration of population and innovation that occurred when the desert took away all the alternatives. The memory of greener times may have persisted in Egyptian culture long after the conditions themselves had vanished. The Egyptian concept of the afterlife as a place of abundance and fertility, an idealized landscape of eternal harvest and perpetual plenty, could reflect memories of conditions that had once actually existed, but that were lost so long before the historical period that they had become mythologized. The association of the West, the direction of the setting sun, with death and the afterlife might connect to the westward expansion of the desert that gradually consumed the green world that had once existed in that direction. These connections are speculative, impossible to prove definitively, but they suggest that the Green Sahara may have left traces not just in archaeology and paleoclimatology, but in the cultural imagination of the people who inherited its loss. The animals that populated the Green Sahara would later acquire religious significance in Egyptian culture that seems disproportionate to their actual importance in the lives of people living along the Nile. Hippopotamuses, for example, became associated with chaos and danger in Egyptian religious thought, depicted in tomb paintings and temple reliefs long after actual hippos had disappeared from Egyptian waters. This cultural emphasis on animals that were no longer present suggests that memories of earlier conditions, when these animals were indeed present and dangerous, persisted through oral tradition and became embedded in religious symbolism. The gods with animal heads that characterize the Egyptian pantheon may reflect, at least in part, relationships between humans and animals that were established during the Green Sahara period, when the fauna of what would become Egypt was considerably more diverse than it would be in historical times. The transition from the Green Sahara to the modern desert was not simply a linear decline from wet to dry. There were fluctuations, periods of temporary recovery followed by renewed deterioration, oscillations that would have given human populations hope that conditions might improve, only to dash those hopes with subsequent dry spells. This pattern of fluctuation is common in climate transitions and would have complicated human responses, making it difficult to distinguish between temporary dry periods that would be followed by recovery and the permanent deterioration that was actually occurring. Some communities may have held on longer than was wise, hoping that the rains would return, reluctant to abandon territories where their ancestors had lived for generations. Others may have moved too soon, giving up on locations that would have remained viable for additional centuries. The uncertainty inherent in climate transitions affects human decision-making in ways that can have long-term consequences for cultural development. The physical transformation of the landscape during the drying process would have been dramatic and visible within human lifetimes. Lakes that had provided fish and water and a focus for community life would have shrunk year by year, their margins retreating, their depth decreasing, their productivity declining. Rivers that had flowed reliably would have become seasonal, then intermittent, then dry channels that carried water only during rare storm events. Vegetation that had covered the land would have died back, leaving exposed soil that blew away in the wind, contributing to the dune formation that would eventually characterize the desert landscape. Animals would have disappeared, either dying as habitat vanished or migrating to regions where conditions remained favorable. Each generation would have known a world somewhat worse than their parents had known, a steady decline that must have felt like the unraveling of everything that made life possible. The human response to this deterioration was not passive acceptance but active adaptation. People developed new strategies for surviving in increasingly difficult conditions, new technologies for extracting resources from an environment that was becoming less generous. The domestication of cattle, which we mentioned earlier, provided a mobile food source that could be moved to wherever water and pasture remained available, an insurance policy against the failure of any particular location. The development of water storage techniques allowed communities to extend the utility of seasonal water sources, making it possible to occupy locations that would otherwise have been uninhabitable during dry months. The concentration of population along permanent water sources like the Nile created new challenges of social organization, but also new opportunities for cooperation and innovation. The people who lived through the end of the Green Sahara were not victims of their environment. They were active participants in a process of adaptation that would ultimately lead to one of history's most remarkable civilizations. The scientific study of the Green Sahara is relatively recent, with many of the most significant discoveries coming only in the last few decades. New technologies for analyzing sediments, interpreting satellite imagery, and dating archaeological remains have revolutionized our understanding of what this region was like during the humid period and how it changed over time. Research continues, with each field season potentially revealing new evidence that refines or challenges existing models. The picture we have today is certainly more complete than what was available even 20 years ago, but it is equally certainly incomplete, with many questions still unanswered and many regions still unexplored. The desert keeps its secrets well, revealing them only reluctantly to those with the patience and resources to seek them out. The Green Sahara represents a world that existed, thrived, and was lost, all within the timescale of human cultural continuity. The people who created the rock art at Tassili Naja were probably descendants, however distant, of the people who created the rock art at Kurta, part of a continuous human presence in this region that adapted to changing conditions over tens of thousands of years. The cultures they developed, the technologies they invented, the beliefs they held about the world and their place in it, all of these contributed to the eventual emergence of Egyptian civilization, even if the specific lines of descent and influence are difficult or impossible to trace. Understanding the Green Sahara is understanding the world that made Egypt possible, the environmental context within which the cultural developments of subsequent millennia occurred. The next phase of our journey will take us through the transition from this green world to the desert conditions that would eventually prevail, tracing the process by which environmental pressure forced adaptations that laid the groundwork for civilization. The story is not a happy one, involving the loss of a world of abundance and the hard choices that loss imposed on the people who had to deal with it. But it is a necessary story for understanding how Egypt came to be, how the civilization that built the pyramids emerged from circumstances that were not of its choosing, but that shaped its character in fundamental ways. The Green Sahara was the paradise that was lost, and its loss would prove to be, in ways that no one at the time could have predicted, the beginning of something remarkable. The end of the world does not usually announce itself with dramatic fanfare. There are no trumpets, no horsemen riding across the sky, no sudden cataclysm that separates the before from the after with unmistakable clarity. More often, the end comes slowly, almost politely, in increments so small that each individual step seems insignificant, even as the cumulative effect proves devastating. This is how the Green Sahara died, not with a bang, but with a gradual tightening, a slow squeeze that took centuries to complete, but that eventually transformed one of Earth's most productive landscapes into one of its most hostile. The people who lived through this transformation did not experience an apocalypse in the Hollywood sense of the word. they experienced something arguably worse, a world that got slightly worse each generation, slightly harder, slightly less forgiving, until one day their descendants looked around and realized they were living in a desert that their great-great-grandparents would not have recognized. The mechanism of this transformation was the same orbital forcing we discussed earlier, but experienced from the human perspective rather than the planetary one. Earth's axial tilt was slowly changing, had been slowly changing for thousands of years, and would continue slowly changing for thousands more. This change was imperceptible on human timescales, far too gradual to notice within a single lifetime, but its effects accumulated inexorably, shifting climate patterns that had sustained the green world toward configurations that could not. The monsoon systems that had brought summer rains to regions far north of their current reach were weakening, their energy diminishing, their northern boundaries retreating southward year by year, decade by decade, century by century. The people experiencing this retreat had no way of understanding its cause and no way of reversing its effects. They could only observe that the rains seemed to come later than the elders remembered, seemed to bring less water when they did come, seemed increasingly unreliable in ways that made planning for the future progressively more difficult. The earliest signs of deterioration would have been subtle, the kind of changes that might be dismissed as normal variation by those not inclined to see patterns in nature's fluctuations. Perhaps a particular lake that had always filled during the wet season filled a little less one year, its margins not quite reaching the marks that indicated normal water levels. Perhaps the grass in a familiar grazing area seemed thinner than usual, less lush, recovering more slowly after the herds had passed through. Perhaps a spring that had always flowed reliably during the dry season slowed to a trickle earlier than expected, forcing an earlier departure for the seasonal camps where water remained available. Each of these changes, taken individually, would have seemed unremarkable, the kind of thing that happened occasionally and then corrected itself. But the corrections became less frequent, the bad years more common, the baseline slowly shifting in a direction that spelled trouble for everyone dependent on the old patterns. The psychological experience of slow-motion environmental collapse is difficult to imagine from our modern perspective, accustomed as we are to thinking of climate change in terms of graphs and projections and international conferences. For the people living through the end of the Green Sahara, there were no graphs, no climate models, no scientific framework for understanding what was happening or why. There was only the accumulating evidence of their senses, the comparison between present conditions and memories of better times, the growing suspicion that something fundamental had changed even if no one could explain what or why. The elders would have remembered lakes that were larger, rains that were more reliable, game that was more abundant. They would have told stories of the old days, when water was easier to find and life was easier to sustain. Their grandchildren would have listened to these stories and wondered whether the old folks were exaggerating, whether memory was playing tricks, whether times had really been so different. This generational gap in perception, the difficulty of comparing present conditions to conditions that only the oldest community members could remember, would have complicated collective decision-making about how to respond. The social structures that had developed during the Green Period were adapted to abundance, not scarcity. Communities had spread across the landscape because the landscape could support them, had established seasonal patterns of movement based on the reliable availability of resources at different locations and different times of year. These patterns assumed that water would be present at certain places during certain seasons, that game would concentrate around particular water sources during dry periods, that vegetation would regenerate reliably after being grazed. As conditions deteriorated, these assumptions became increasingly unreliable. The watering hole that had always provided for the community during the late dry season might dry up entirely, forcing an unplanned migration to find alternative sources. The grazing lands that had sustained the herds year after year might no longer recover adequately between seasons, forcing reductions in herd sizes or movements to new territories that might already be claimed by other communities. Every adaptation that had made life possible in the green world became progressively less effective as that world disappeared. The response to deteriorating conditions was not uniform across the region. Different communities faced different specific challenges depending on their location, their resources, their social organization, their luck. Some apparently decided to follow the retreating rainfall southward, participating in what must have been a long-term migration pattern that tracked the shifting boundary between habitable and uninhabitable conditions. Archaeological evidence suggests population movements during this period, though the specific routes and timelines remain difficult to reconstruct with precision. Moving south meant abandoning ancestral territories, leaving behind familiar landscapes and the graves of ancestors, starting over in regions that were themselves occupied by other communities who might not welcome newcomers. It was not an easy choice, but for some, it may have seemed the only viable option. Others chose to concentrate around the water sources that remained reliable within the drying region. The Nile, of course, was the most significant of these, a river fed by rainfall far to the south in tropical Africa, largely independent of the local precipitation that was failing across North Africa. But there were other refugees as well, highland areas that continued to receive some rainfall due to orographic effects, isolated springs fed by deep aquifers that took centuries to respond to surface changes, basins that collected what little. Rainwater still fell and retained it long enough to support seasonal occupation. These refuge areas became increasingly crowded as the surrounding landscape became increasingly hostile, their populations swelling with refugees from territories that could no longer sustain human life. The concentration of population around remaining water sources created social pressures that would have been unfamiliar to communities accustomed to the spacious freedom of the green period. When resources are abundant and territories are large, conflicts between groups can often be resolved simply by moving apart, by putting enough distance between communities that competition becomes unnecessary. When resources are scarce and everyone is crowded around the same water sources, this option disappears. You cannot move away from your neighbours when there's nowhere else to go, when every other location is either already occupied or unsuitable for habitation. The people gathering around the shrinking lakes and the reliable springs of the drying Sahara had to figure out how to live together in closer proximity than their ancestors had ever experienced, had to develop social mechanisms for managing competition and resolving conflicts that earlier generations had simply avoided through geographical separation. This is where the catastrophe began to function as a crucible, where the pressures of environmental change began to forge the social innovations that would eventually make civilization possible. Cooperation became not optional but essential, not a nice thing to do but a survival requirement. Communities that could coordinate their activities, that could share information about resource availability, that could resolve disputes without resorting to violence that would weaken everyone, had significant advantages over communities that could not. The selection pressure was intense. Groups that figured out how to work together survived and prospered. Groups that descended into internal conflict or failed to coordinate effectively did not. This was not a gentle, gradual process of cultural evolution. This was do-or-die adaptation, the kind that happens when circumstances leave no room for failure. The management of water resources became a critical skill during this period, and the communities that excelled at it gained advantages that would compound over time. When water is abundant, you do not need to think much about how to manage it. You simply use what you need and trust that more will be available when you need it again. When water is scarce, this casual approach becomes suicidal. You need to know exactly how much water is available, how quickly it is being consumed, how long it will last when it might be replenished. You need to control access, ensuring that the resource is not depleted faster than it can be renewed, that everyone gets enough but no one takes too much. You need to plan, thinking ahead to dry seasons and drought years, storing water when it is available against times when it will not be. These skills, developed in response to the pressures of the drying Sahara, would later become central to the functioning of Egyptian civilization, where the annual Nile flood required exactly the kind of coordinated management that the drought years had made necessary. The storage of food became equally important as the storage of water. In an environment of abundance, storage is a convenience, a way to smooth out temporary variations in supply. In an environment of scarcity, storage is the difference between surviving the lean times and not surviving them. The communities that learned to preserve surplus from good periods against the inevitable bad periods that would follow had a resilience that communities without storage capacity lacked. This required not just the technical knowledge of how to preserve different types of food, though that was certainly important, but also the social organization to accumulate surplus in the first place and to protect it once accumulated. Stored food is a tempting target for those who did not store enough themselves, and protecting communal reserves required social structures capable of coordinating defense and enforcing whatever rules governed access. The storage pits that archaeologists find at sites from this period, growing larger and more elaborate over time, represent not just technological innovation but social innovation as well. The development of pastoral economies, The shift from hunting wild animals to managing domesticated herds accelerated during the drought period as communities sought more reliable food sources. Cattle, once they were domesticated, provided something that wild game could not: a mobile food supply that could be moved to wherever conditions were most favourable, a living larder that walked with you rather than requiring you to find it. When the grasslands in one area failed, you could move your herd to another area where conditions were better. When water sources dried up, you could drive your animals to sources that still held water. This flexibility was enormously valuable in a deteriorating environment where the old patterns of resource availability were breaking down. Pastoral communities could adapt to changing conditions more readily than communities dependent on fixed resources, and the spread of pastoralism during this period reflects this adaptive advantage. The relationship between humans and cattle that developed during the drought would have profound implications for later Egyptian culture. Cattle became not just economically important but culturally central, their significance far exceeding their practical utility. The care and management of herds became a marker of status and wealth, the foundation of social hierarchies that would persist for millennia. The animals that had helped people survive the worst of the environmental crisis acquired a sacred quality. Their role in sustaining human life translated into religious significance. The cow goddesses that would later feature prominently in the Egyptian pantheon have roots in this period, when the relationship between humans and cattle was being forged in the crucible of environmental necessity. You tend to develop strong feelings about the animals that keep you alive when everything else is trying to kill you. The drought also drove technological innovation in areas beyond food production. The need to carry water from sources to camps, to transport it efficiently over distances that were becoming longer as sources became scarcer, encouraged the development of container technologies. The need to process and store different types of food encouraged the refinement of ceramic techniques, the development of vessels suited to different purposes. The need to move more frequently, as reliable locations became less common, encouraged the development of lightweight portable equipment that could be transported without undue burden. Each of these innovations represented a response to the specific pressures of the deteriorating environment, solutions to problems that the green world had not posed with such urgency. The timeline of the drought, stretching across multiple millennia, meant that its effects accumulated across many human generations. This was not a crisis that people remembered beginning in their grandparents' time and expected to see resolved in their grandchildren's time. This was a new normal, a permanent deterioration that each generation inherited from its predecessors and passed on, usually somewhat worse, to its successors. The cultural adaptations that developed in response were not emergency measures adopted to deal with a temporary crisis. They became embedded in social structures and transmitted across generations, becoming the foundation of how communities operated rather than exceptions to normal practice. The skills of water management, food storage, herd management, and social coordination that the drought made necessary became part of the cultural inheritance that later generations would build upon. The communities that survived the drought, that managed to adapt successfully to its pressures, were not a random sample of the pre-drought population. They were the ones who had figured out how to cooperate, how to coordinate, how to manage scarce resources without destroying themselves through internal conflict. This represents a kind of cultural selection, a process that favoured certain social arrangements over others and eliminated those that could not meet the challenges of the changing environment. The survivors were not necessarily smarter or more capable as individuals, but they had developed social systems that worked, that enabled collective action on scales that made survival possible. These systems would form the foundation of the more complex societies that would later emerge along the Nile. The movement of population toward the Nile specifically deserves particular attention because of its implications for everything that would follow. The Nile was different from other water sources in the region in one crucial respect. It was essentially independent of local rainfall. The river's water came from sources far to the south, in the highlands of tropical Africa, where the monsoon rains continued to fall even as they failed across North Africa. This meant that the Nile remained reliable even as other water sources dried up, continued to flow even as the surrounding landscape became desert. For communities seeking refuge from the drought, the Nile offered something that nowhere else could match: security, predictability, the assurance that water would be available not just this year but next year and the year after that. The concentration of population along the river that would eventually give rise to Egyptian civilization was driven by this simple fact. The Nile had water when almost nothing else did. The Nile Valley itself was not a uniform environment, and the community settling there had to adapt to its specific characteristics. The annual flood, driven by monsoon rains in the Ethiopian highlands, transformed the valley from a narrow strip of habitable land into a broad plain of deposited sediment, fertile and ready for planting. This flood was predictable, arriving at roughly the same time each year with roughly the same intensity, and communities that learned to work with its rhythm rather than against it could extract remarkable productivity from the valley. But learning to work with the flood required knowledge that had to be accumulated over generations, understanding of exactly when to plant and when to harvest, where to build and where to avoid, how to manage the water that arrived in such abundance during the flood season and disappeared so completely during the dry months that followed. The skills developed during the drought years proved remarkably useful for managing life along the Nile. The experience of coordinating water access among competing groups, of storing food against lean times, of organising labour for collective projects, all of this transferred directly to the challenges of Nile Valley agriculture. The communities that arrived at the river as refugees from the drought were not starting from zero. They brought with them cultural knowledge that had been refined over centuries of dealing with scarcity, knowledge that proved applicable to the very different challenge of managing abundance. The Nile offered resources far exceeding what the drying Sahara had provided, but exploiting those resources required exactly the kind of organised, coordinated effort that the drought survivors had learned to provide. The transformation of the Nile Valley from a refuge for drought survivors to the cradle of one of history's greatest civilizations did not happen overnight. Centuries passed between the initial concentration of population along the river and the emergence of anything we would recognize as Egyptian civilization. But the foundation was being laid during this period, the social and cultural infrastructure that would later support pyramids and temples and the elaborate bureaucracy of the pharaonic state. The people settling along the Nile were developing the habits of cooperation, the techniques of resource management, the social hierarchies and coordination mechanisms that would prove essential for everything that followed. They were not consciously building a civilization, they were just trying to survive. But survival required exactly the capabilities that civilization would later depend upon. The drought that drove this concentration and adaptation was not the result of human activity. It was a natural climate cycle, driven by orbital mechanics that humans neither caused nor could influence. But its effects on human society were profound and lasting, shaping the trajectory of cultural development in ways that would echo for millennia. The Egyptian civilization that would eventually emerge along the Nile was, in a very real sense, a product of this environmental catastrophe, forged in the crucible of conditions that left people no choice but to innovate or perish. The pressures that seemed so devastating at the time, the loss of the green world and the struggle to survive in its aftermath, turned out to be the conditions that made something remarkable possible. The irony is not lost on historians who study this period. The paradise of the Green Sahara, for all its abundance, had not produced civilization. People had lived there comfortably for thousands of years without developing the complex social structures, the coordinated labour systems, the concentrated populations that characterize advanced societies. It was only when the paradise was lost, only when conditions became difficult enough to require unprecedented levels of cooperation and organisation, that the foundations of civilization began to emerge. Adversity, it seems, is a more effective driver of innovation than comfort. The easy life of the green world had allowed people to remain relatively simple in their social organisation. The hard life of the drying world forced them to become something more. This pattern, adversity driving innovation, recurs throughout human history, though rarely with consequences as far-reaching as those that followed from the drying of the Sahara. The pressures that seem catastrophic in the moment often prove, in retrospect, to have been the conditions necessary for breakthroughs that would not have occurred otherwise. This is not to minimize the suffering involved. The people who lived through the drought experienced real hardship, real loss, real mortality from conditions that their ancestors had not faced. Many did not survive. Many communities vanished entirely, their members dying or dispersing, their cultural traditions lost forever. The success stories that we trace in the historical record represent survivors, the ones who made it through, and their survival should not obscure the fact that survival was not guaranteed, that the process of adaptation was costly in human terms. The communities that gathered along the Nile by the end of the drought period were the inheritors of this costly process of adaptation. They carried with them the knowledge and social structures that had enabled their ancestors to survive, the accumulated cultural capital of generations of successful coping with difficult conditions. They also carried with them the animals, particularly cattle, that had become central to their economies and their identities. They carried religious concepts that had developed in response to the challenges they had faced, ways of understanding the world that reflected their experiences of scarcity and survival. All of this would contribute to the distinctive character of the civilization that would eventually emerge, the particular combination of elements that made ancient Egypt what it was rather than something else entirely. The drought also established a relationship between humans and the Nile that would persist throughout Egyptian history. The river was not just a water source, it was a lifeline, the only thing standing between the communities along its banks and the fate that had overtaken the rest of North Africa. This existential dependence gave the Nile a significance that went far beyond the practical, investing the river with religious and cultural importance that would be expressed in countless ways over the following millennia. The Egyptians would worship the Nile, would celebrate its annual flood with festivals and offerings, would organize their entire civilization around its rhythms and its gifts. This reverence was not arbitrary. It was the inheritance of communities that had learned through bitter experience that the Nile was the difference between life and death. The transition from the drought period to the early agricultural societies of the Nile Valley was not a sharp break but a gradual evolution. The communities that had survived by adapting to scarcity now had to adapt again, this time to the opportunities presented by the river valley. The skills remained relevant, but the context had changed. Instead of managing decline, they were managing growth. Instead of coordinating survival, they were coordinating expansion. The social structures that had developed under pressure proved flexible enough to serve these new purposes, providing the framework within which Nile Valley communities could organize increasingly complex activities. The administrators who would later manage pharaonic bureaucracies were the distant descendants of the coordinators who had managed water access during the drought. The priests who would conduct elaborate temple rituals were the distant descendants of the ritual specialists who had tried to bring rain during the dry years. Continuity and change intertwined, the past shaping the future even as the future moved beyond the past. The memory of the drought itself seems to have faded from Egyptian cultural consciousness by the time written records began, replaced by origin myths that emphasized divine action rather than climate change. This is perhaps unsurprising. Oral traditions are selective, preserving what communities consider important and allowing other information to fade. The specific memory of a multi-millennial drought may have been too gradual, too diffuse, too unlike a discrete event to be preserved as a coherent narrative. What persisted instead were the adaptations, the social structures, the religious concepts, the practical techniques that had developed in response to the drought, all of which became simply how things were done, without any clear memory of why they had come to be done that way. The drought shaped Egyptian civilization profoundly, but it did so as an absent cause, its effects visible everywhere even as its existence was forgotten. The landscape that the drought left behind was dramatically different from the one that had existed before. The lakes that had dotted the Sahara were gone, their beds now dry depressions that filled only during rare, exceptional rainfall events. The rivers that had crisscrossed the region were reduced to fossil channels, visible from the air but carrying no water, ghosts of a hydrological system that no longer functioned. The vegetation that had covered the land was gone, replaced by sand and rock and the sparse, hardy plants that can survive with almost no water. The animals that had populated the green world had either migrated southward, died out locally, or been domesticated by humans who brought them along as they concentrated around the remaining water sources. The transformation was essentially complete, and the Sahara had become, for all practical purposes, the desert it remains today. The people who had lived through this transformation were not passive victims of forces beyond their understanding. They were active agents, making choices, developing strategies, adapting their cultures to meet challenges that their ancestors could not have anticipated. Some of their choices turned out to be successful, others did not. Some communities survived and contributed to the populations that would eventually become the ancient Egyptians. Others disappeared, leaving only archaeological traces that we are still working to interpret. The process was messy, contingent, full of dead ends and false starts and lucky breaks and catastrophic failures. It was not a neat progression from point A to point B, but a chaotic scramble in which different groups tried different things, and some happened to work out better than others. The drought that ended the Green Sahara was a catastrophe by any reasonable measure, a transformation of the environment that caused immense suffering and displacement. But it was also, paradoxically, the condition that made Egyptian civilization possible. Without the pressure of environmental deterioration, people would not have concentrated along the Nile in the numbers necessary for urban development. Without the need to coordinate resource management under conditions of scarcity, the social structures that enabled complex organization would not have developed. Without the crucible of survival under difficult conditions, the cultural adaptations that characterized later Egyptian society would not have emerged. The civilization that built the pyramids owed its existence, in ways that its members probably did not fully understand, to the loss of a world that had been far more comfortable, but far less conducive to the development of complex society. As we move forward in our story, tracing the developments that would eventually produce the unified Egyptian state and its remarkable achievements, we carry with us this understanding of how the foundations were laid. The drought was not just an event that happened before Egyptian civilization, it was an essential precondition for that civilization, the environmental pressure that drove the adaptations and concentrations that made everything else possible. The people who survived the drought, who gathered along the Nile and began building the communities that would eventually become Egypt, were inheritors of both hardship and capability, shaped by generations of struggle into something new. Their descendants would build monuments that still astonish the world today, achievements that seem almost impossible given the limited technology available. But those achievements grew from roots that extended back into the drought years, from capabilities that had been forged in response to conditions that left no room for anything less than excellence in cooperation and organization. The next phase of our journey takes us to one of the most remarkable sites of this transitional period, a place where we can see the early stages of the cultural developments that the drought made possible. Nabta Playa, a seasonal lake in what is now the Nubian desert, provides evidence for the emergence of pastoral communities, astronomical knowledge, and perhaps the earliest stirrings of religious practices that would later become central to Egyptian civilization. The people who gathered there during the wetter seasons of the late Holocene were inheritors of the drought's lessons, applying what their ancestors had learned to the challenges and opportunities of their own time. Their story is the next chapter in the long journey from rock art to pyramids, from scattered bands of hunters to one of history's most remarkable civilizations. If you wanted to visit Nabta Playa today, and I should warn you that very few people actually do, you would need to travel approximately 100 kilometers west of the modern town of Abu Simbel, deep into the Nubian desert of southern Egypt. The journey is not what anyone would call pleasant. Summer temperatures routinely exceed 40 degrees Celsius, which translates to well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, for those of us still clinging to measurement systems that make no logical sense. Water is non-existent. Shade is a fond memory from greener places. The landscape is flat, rocky, and profoundly hostile, the kind of environment where the phrase, "bring enough supplies," takes on life or death significance rather than being a casual packing suggestion. Modern visitors, if they manage to reach the site at all, often struggle to believe that humans ever lived here, let alone thrived here, let alone developed some of the earliest evidence for organized religion and astronomical observation anywhere in Africa. The desert has a way of hiding its secrets, presenting a face of absolute desolation that gives no hint of what used to be. But 8,000 years ago, give or take a few centuries, Nabta Playa was a very different place. The word playa comes from Spanish, meaning beach, though in geological terms it refers to a dry lake bed in an arid region, a low point in the landscape where water occasionally collects during rare rainfall events. The playa at Nabta is substantial, covering roughly 100 square kilometers when full, and its basin has a particular shape that made it exceptionally good at collecting and retaining whatever moisture fell from the increasingly unreliable skies. During the later phases of the African humid period, when the Green Sahara was already beginning its long decline but conditions were still far wetter than today, Nabta Playa would have held water for extended periods, perhaps year-round during the wettest phases, creating an oasis of life in a landscape that was slowly dying around it. This made Nabta Playa a magnet for everything that needed water to survive, which is to say, everything. Animals would have congregated around the seasonal lake, drawn by the same basic biological imperative that draws animals to water sources everywhere on the planet. And where animals congregated, humans followed, because humans are nothing if not opportunistic when it comes to finding things to eat. The earliest archaeological evidence from Nabta Playa dates back roughly 9,000 years, perhaps earlier, and shows exactly what you would expect. Temporary camps, stone tools, animal bones, fire pits, all the standard debris of mobile. Populations pausing at a favourable location before moving on to wherever life took them next. These early visitors were not yet committed to this particular spot. They were passing through, exploiting resources when they were available, part of the seasonal movement patterns that characterized human life in the drying Sahara. What makes Nabta Playa remarkable is not these early camps, which are interesting but not unique, but what happened over the subsequent millennia as conditions deteriorated and this particular location became increasingly important to the communities that depended on it. As other water sources failed, as the lakes and rivers that had once dotted the landscape dried up and disappeared, Nabta Playa gained significance simply by continuing to exist. It became one of the places where survival was still possible, a refuge in an increasingly hostile world, and the people who gathered there developed traditions and practices that would echo through subsequent millennia of human history in this region. The animal bones from the middle archaeological layers at Nabta Playa tell a story that transforms our understanding of what was happening at this site. The earliest layers contain the remains of wild animals, the expected assortment of gazelles and hares, and occasional larger game that hunters managed to bring down. But somewhere around 8,000 years ago, the nature of the bones changes. Cattle appear, and these are not wild aurochs like those depicted by the artists at Kurta. They are smaller, showing the subtle skeletal modifications that indicate domestication. The people at Nabta Playa were not just hunting anymore. They were herding, managing cattle populations rather than simply pursuing them across the landscape, exercising control over animals in ways that would have profound implications for everything that followed. The domestication of cattle in Africa is a subject of considerable scholarly debate, with different researchers favouring different timelines, different locations, and different mechanisms for how wild bovids became the managed herds that would be so central to subsequent cultures. What seems clear is that by 8,000 years ago, cattle herding was established in the Eastern Sahara, and the people at Nabta Playa were among the earliest practitioners of this revolutionary way of life. Whether they independently domesticated local wild cattle or acquired already domesticated animals through contact with other communities remains uncertain, but the consequences were transformative regardless of the exact origins. Cattle changed everything. Consider what it means to be a herder rather than a hunter. A hunter depends on finding wild animals, which means moving constantly through the landscape, following migrations, exploiting seasonal concentrations of prey, never knowing for certain whether the next hunt will succeed or fail. A herder carries food with him, a walking larder that can be moved to wherever water and pasture are available. Cattle provide milk, which can be consumed directly or processed into storable forms. They provide meat when slaughtered, though a wise herder kills sparingly, preferring to maintain the breeding stock that ensures future security. They provide leather and bone and sinew, raw materials for tools and clothing and shelter construction. They represent wealth that can be counted, compared, accumulated and inherited, creating possibilities for social differentiation that hunting economies do not easily support. The shift from hunting to herding was not just a change in food acquisition strategy. It was a fundamental reorganization of human society. The social implications of cattle herding deserve extended consideration because they help explain developments that might otherwise seem mysterious. Herding requires cooperation in ways that hunting does not. Someone needs to watch the animals constantly, protecting them from predators, preventing them from wandering off, guiding them to good pasture and water. These tasks can be divided among members of a community, with different people taking responsibility for different aspects of herd management. But such division requires coordination, requires planning, requires some form of social organization, capable of assigning roles and ensuring that everyone does their part. Hunting can be done by individuals or small groups operating relatively independently. Herding demands community, demands organization, demands the kind of collective effort that pushes human societies toward greater complexity. There is also the matter of property, a concept that takes on new significance when your wealth walks around on four legs. Wild animals belong to no one, or perhaps they belong to whoever can successfully kill them, but ownership is temporary and contested. Domesticated animals are different. They belong to someone, can be inherited from parents to children, can be traded or gifted or stolen, can be the subject of disputes that require resolution through some kind of social mechanism. The concept of personal or family property in significant productive resources, so fundamental to virtually all subsequent civilizations, has some of its roots in the domestication of animals. When your cattle are your insurance policy, your savings account, your social standing, and your children's inheritance all wrapped into one, you start thinking about ownership and rights and obligations in ways that hunters simply do not need to. Consider. The cattle at Nabta Playa were not just economic resources. Over time they became something more, something that transcended mere utility and entered the realm of the sacred. This transformation from food source to divine symbol is one of the most significant developments in the entire trajectory from Green Sahara to Pharaonic Egypt, and Nabta Playa provides some of our earliest evidence for how it happened. Among the discoveries at the site is what appears to be a cattle burial, a complete animal interred in a prepared pit with apparent ritual care, the earliest such burial known from this region, and one of the earliest from anywhere in the world. You do not bury just anything with ceremony and attention. You bury things that matter, things that have significance beyond their material value, things that deserve treatment that would make no practical sense unless some non-practical meaning were attached. The religious significance of cattle that would later become so prominent in Egyptian culture, the cow-headed goddess Hathor, the sacred Apis bulls, the endless tomb paintings of cattle being counted and managed and offered to the gods, all of this appears to have roots stretching back to the pastoral communities of the drying Sahara. The people at Nabta Playa, dependent on their cattle for survival, watching those animals provide the sustenance that kept their families alive generation after generation, made a cognitive leap that humans have made repeatedly throughout history. They began to see in cattle something more than animals, something connected to forces beyond ordinary understanding, something worthy of veneration. The cow that fed your children became a symbol of nourishment itself, of fertility, of the continuation of life, and from symbol to deity is a shorter journey than it might initially appear. The sandstone sculpture discovered at Nabta Playa, roughly carved but unmistakably bovine in form, may represent this early phase of deity formation. The object is worn and weathered, not obviously impressive to casual observation, but it appears to depict a cow, and it dates to roughly 5,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest known representations of a deity from the Nile region. Some researchers see in this sculpture a precursor to the Hathor worship that would later become so important in Egyptian religion, a glimpse of the moment when the practical reverence that herders naturally develop for the animals they depend upon began to crystallize into something recognizable as organized religious belief. Whether this specific identification is correct remains debated, but the general trajectory seems clear. Cattle worship in Egypt did not begin with the pharaohs. It began thousands of years earlier, in communities like the one that gathered at Nabta Playa, among people for whom cattle were quite literally the difference between life and death. The transition from valued animal to sacred being reflects something deep about human psychology and the way we construct meaning in our world. We do not just use resources, we invest them with significance, weave them into our understanding of how the universe operates, make them central to our sense of what matters and why. For the pastoralists of the drying Sahara, cattle were essential beyond any other resource, the foundation on which everything else depended. And essential things have a way of becoming sacred things, especially when their provision seems to depend on forces beyond human control. You can breed cattle and tend them and protect them from lions, but you cannot make the rains come or guarantee that the seasonal lake will fill. That is in the hands of something larger, something that might respond to prayer or offering or ritual. The cow becomes a goddess, and suddenly there is someone to petition when the rains are late and the future looks uncertain. But Nabta Playa offers more than just evidence for early cattle worship. The site also contains some of the most remarkable astronomical structures known from prehistoric Africa, arrangements of stones that appear to align with celestial events in ways that suggest careful observation and deliberate design. The most famous of these is a stone circle, sometimes ambitiously called Africa's Stonehenge, though the comparison does both sites a disservice by implying they served identical purposes. The Nabta Playa circle is modest by megalithic standards, just a ring of small standing stones, none more than a metre tall, arranged in a rough circle about 4 metres in diameter. It is not going to win any architectural awards, and visitors who have seen photographs of grander monuments might feel slightly underwhelmed. But what the structure lacks in visual drama, it compensates for in significance. The circle contains several alignments that appear to correspond to astronomical events. 2 pairs of stones mark a north-south axis with reasonable precision, while other stones seem to align with the rising points of specific celestial objects at specific times of year. The most significant alignment, and the one that has generated the most scholarly discussion, is with the summer solstice sunrise. Around 7,000 years ago, when the circle was apparently in active use, the sun on the longest day of the year would have risen directly over one of the stone alignments when viewed from the centre of the structure. This alignment was not accidental. Someone designed this arrangement deliberately, chose the positions of the stones with care, created a device for marking time that connected earthly events to celestial movements. The practical value of such a calendar to communities at Nabta Playa would have been substantial. Remember that these people were living in an environment of increasing uncertainty, where seasonal patterns that had once been reliable were becoming less so as the climate shifted. The summer monsoon rains, on which everything depended, typically arrived some weeks after the summer solstice, following patterns that could be anticipated if you kept careful track of time. Knowing when the solstice occurred allowed prediction of when the rains might come, which allowed planning and preparation that could mean the difference between survival and disaster. The stone circle was technology, primitive by modern standards, but technology nonetheless, a tool for extracting useful information from the movements of celestial bodies. But the stone circle was probably more than just a calendar. The site shows evidence of ritual activity, offerings buried beneath and around the stones, suggestions that whatever happened here combined practical timekeeping with spiritual practice in ways that would have seemed perfectly natural to the people involved. The modern distinction between science and religion, between practical knowledge and spiritual belief, probably did not exist for the communities at Nabta Playa. Understanding the sky was understanding the divine. Tracking the movements of the sun was participating in cosmic processes that affected everything on Earth. The circle was both observatory and temple, a place where astronomical knowledge and religious practice intersected, where watching the heavens was an act of devotion as much as an act of calculation. The connection between astronomical observation and religious belief in early Egypt becomes more comprehensible when we consider what the sky actually meant to people living in this environment. Modern city dwellers, their view of the heavens degraded by light pollution, rarely experience the night sky as their ancestors did. But 8,000 years ago, standing at Nabta Playa under skies unpolluted by artificial light, a person looking up would have seen something almost overwhelming in its magnificence. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness like a river of light, dense with billions of stars that we will never see from our urban vantage points. Planets wandered among the fixed stars, their movements puzzling and fascinating. The moon waxed and waned with clockwork regularity, casting silver light across the desert landscape. And the stars themselves wheeled overhead, rising in the east and setting in the west, their patterns shifting with the seasons in ways that, if you watched carefully enough and remembered accurately enough, could tell you things about the world that mattered. For people whose survival depended on predicting seasonal events, the sky was not merely beautiful, it was essential, a source of information that had direct practical consequences. The appearance of certain stars at certain positions indicated when the rains might come, when the flood would arrive, when conditions would be favourable for various activities. This practical astronomy naturally acquired religious dimensions, because the same celestial bodies that provided useful information also seemed to govern the processes that controlled human destiny. The sun that marked the solstice was also the sun that brought life-giving warmth and dangerous heat. The stars that indicated seasonal changes were also lights in a cosmic realm that seemed connected to powers beyond human understanding. Watching the sky was simultaneously practical and sacred, and the structures built to facilitate such watching served both functions without any sense of contradiction. The broader Nabta Playa complex includes more than just the stone circle. Megalithic alignments extend across the landscape, lines of standing stones marking directions that appear to have astronomical significance. Large stones were dragged considerable distances and set upright in arrangements that required substantial communal effort. These constructions represent a significant investment of labor and organization, evidence that the communities gathering at Nabta Playa had developed social structures capable of coordinating such projects. You do not build megalithic monuments by yourself, and you do not convince dozens or hundreds of people to haul heavy stones across the desert unless you have some form of authority, some ability to organize collective action towards shared goals. The stones at Nabta Playa are evidence not just for astronomical knowledge and religious belief, but for social complexity, for leadership, for the ability to mobilize resources beyond what any individual or small group could achieve. This social complexity was probably both cause and consequence of the site's increasing importance as conditions deteriorated elsewhere. As other water sources failed and populations concentrated around the remaining viable locations, the gatherings at Nabta Playa would have grown larger and more frequent. More people meant more social complexity, which meant more need for coordination and organization. The seasonal aggregations that had once been simple gatherings for resource exploitation became something more, opportunities for social interaction that extended well beyond practical necessities. This is when marriages would have been arranged between families from different bands. This is when disputes would have been settled through negotiation or ritual rather than violence. This is when stories and traditions would have been shared, reinforcing cultural identity across communities that spent most of the year dispersed across the landscape. The monuments at Nabta Playa were physical expressions of this growing social complexity, permanent markers at a site that had become central to the collective life of the communities that gathered there. The pottery that appears in the archaeological record at Nabta Playa around 7,000 years ago provides additional evidence for the transformation occurring at this site. Pottery is significant because it represents a commitment to place that purely mobile lifestyles do not easily support. Ceramic vessels are heavy and fragile, not ideal for populations constantly on the move. Their presence suggests that people were staying at Nabta Playa for extended periods, long enough to make and use relatively immobile equipment. The pots themselves show considerable sophistication in form and decoration, evidence that ceramic traditions had time to develop and refine themselves in communities stable enough to support such specialized crafts. Some of the Nabta Playa pottery is among the oldest known from the Nile region, predating the ceramics of the pre-dynastic Egyptian communities that would later become famous for their pottery styles. The food remains from Nabta Playa tell a story of mixed subsistence strategies that combined old and new approaches to survival. Wild animals continued to be hunted, gazelles and other desert-adapted species that persisted even as conditions deteriorated. But domesticated cattle provided an increasingly important component of the diet, evident in the bones that accumulated at occupation sites over time. There is also evidence for the collection and possibly cultivation of wild grasses, the earliest hints of the agricultural experiments that would later transform human existence along the Nile. The people at Nabta Playa were not fully committed to any single subsistence strategy, but instead maintained flexibility, exploiting multiple resources to buffer against the uncertainty that characterized their environment. This flexibility was itself an adaptation to changing conditions, a strategy for survival in a world that could no longer be relied upon to provide consistently. The site also yields evidence for long-distance exchange networks that connected Nabta Playa to regions far beyond the immediate vicinity. Materials that could only have come from distant sources appear in the archaeological record, evidence that goods were moving across significant distances even in this early period. These exchange networks would have facilitated not just the movement of materials, but also the movement of ideas, technologies, and beliefs. The cattle herding practices visible at Nabta Playa may have arrived through such networks, and the religious and astronomical traditions that developed at the site may have spread outward through similar channels. No community exists in complete isolation, and the connections that linked Nabta Playa to broader regional systems would have shaped its development in ways we can only partially reconstruct. The timing of developments at Nabta Playa is significant because it places them during a crucial transitional period in the region's environmental and cultural history. The Green Sahara was dying, slowly but perceptibly, and the adaptations visible at Nabta Playa represent human responses to that deterioration. The domestication of cattle provided a mobile food source that could survive when wild game became scarce. The astronomical observations provided tools for predicting seasonal events when traditional patterns were becoming unreliable. The religious practices provided a framework for understanding and perhaps influencing forces that seemed increasingly capricious and dangerous. The social complexity provided mechanisms for cooperation that became essential as competition for diminishing resources intensified. Each adaptation fed into others, creating a feedback loop of innovation that pushed these communities toward increasingly sophisticated ways of organizing themselves and their relationships with the world around them. The religious ideas that crystallized at Nabta Playa would prove remarkably persistent, surviving through all the subsequent transformations that produced Egyptian civilization as we know it. The cow goddess that apparently received worship at this desert site would eventually become Hathor, one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, associated with love, music, fertility, and the afterlife. The astronomical knowledge that aligned standing stones with solstice sunrises would eventually produce the precisely oriented temples and tombs that still astonish visitors to Egypt today. The social complexity that enabled megalithic construction would eventually scale up to produce the pyramids and other monuments that required organizing labor on unprecedented scales. Nabta Playa was a laboratory, a place where experiments in human organization and belief were conducted under the pressure of environmental necessity, and the successful experiments would be carried forward by the descendants of these pastoralists as they eventually migrated toward the Nile and joined the streams of cultural development that would converge into Egyptian civilization. The cattle buried with ceremony at Nabta Playa, the stones aligned with celestial events, the pottery decorated with patterns that may have carried symbolic meaning, the evidence for gatherings large enough to require social coordination beyond the family level, all of these point toward a society that was considerably more complex than the simple hunting bands that had preceded it. This complexity emerged not from some inherent drive toward civilization, but from the practical necessities of survival in an environment that was becoming increasingly challenging. The people at Nabta Playa did not set out to invent religion or astronomy or social hierarchy. They set out to survive, and the strategies they developed for survival happened to include elements that we retrospectively recognize as foundational to civilization. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention, and the necessities imposed by the drying Sahara mothered a remarkable array of cultural innovations. The abandonment of Nabta Playa, when it finally came, was not sudden but gradual, a slow retreat from a location that had served so well for so long. As conditions continued to deteriorate, as the lake filled less often and for shorter periods, the communities that had gathered there would have found the site increasingly marginal, increasingly unable to support the numbers that had once congregated around its waters. Some probably moved south, following the retreating zone of habitability, participating in population movements that scattered the traditions of the Saharan pastoralists across a wide geographic area. Others moved toward the Nile, carrying their cattle and their gods and their knowledge of the stars toward the river that would increasingly define human existence in this region. The traditions developed at Nabta Playa did not disappear when the site was abandoned. They dispersed, carried by migrating populations to new locations where they would continue to evolve and eventually contribute to the cultural synthesis that produced Egyptian civilization. The Nile Valley that received these migrants was itself undergoing transformation during this period, populations increasing as environmental refugees from the drying Sahara concentrated along the remaining reliable water source. The pastoral traditions from places like Nabta Playa mixed with other traditions from other sources, creating new combinations that were different from any of their constituent parts. The cow goddess acquired new attributes and associations in her new riverine context. The astronomical knowledge was applied to new problems, particularly the prediction of the Nile flood that would become so central to Egyptian agriculture. The social complexity that had developed around seasonal gatherings at desert lakes found new expression in the increasingly dense communities along the river. Everything flowed together, carried by the movement of people responding to environmental change, combining and recombining in ways that would eventually produce something unprecedented. The stone circle at Nabta Playa still stands, or at least parts of it do, the original stones now scattered and some removed to museums for study and preservation. Visitors who make the difficult journey to see it often find the experience both profound and slightly anticlimactic, the stones themselves unimposing, the landscape around them offering no hint of the significance this place once held. But understanding what those stones represent requires looking beyond their modest physical presence to the human meanings they embody. People stood here 8,000 years ago and watched the sun rise over carefully placed stones, marking the moment when the heavens signaled that the season was changing, that the rains might soon come, that life might continue for another year. They buried cattle with ceremony, expressing beliefs about the sacred nature of the animals that sustained them. They gathered in numbers large enough to coordinate the construction of monuments that no individual could build alone. They were doing things that we recognize across the vast gulf of time that separates us as the beginnings of what would eventually become civilization. The herders who invented gods at Nabta Playa could not have known where their innovations would lead. They were focused on immediate concerns, finding water, protecting their cattle, surviving until the next rains came. The religious beliefs they developed, the astronomical knowledge they accumulated, the social structures they created were all practical responses to practical problems, not deliberate steps towards some imagined future civilization. But practical responses to practical problems are how culture develops, how traditions accumulate, how the foundations of complex societies are laid. The people at Nabta Playa were building something, even if they did not know what it was, even if the full significance of their contributions would only become apparent to descendants who would never know their names or hear their stories. The connection between cattle and divinity that was established at places like Nabta Playa would persist through all subsequent periods of Egyptian history, a thread of continuity linking the pastoral past to the pharaonic present. The goddess Hathor in her fully developed form was far more complex than any simple cow deity, associated with love and music and the afterlife, and a dozen other domains that seemed to have little connection to livestock management. But she retained her bovine form, depicted either as a cow or as a woman with cow ears and horns, a visual reminder of origins that stretched back thousands of years before the first pyramid was ever contemplated. When Egyptian artists painted cattle on tomb walls, when Egyptian priests sacrificed bulls in temple rituals, when Egyptian farmers watched their herds with the particular attention that comes from economic dependence, they were participating in traditions that had been established at places like Nabta Playa during the slow death of the Green Sahara. The sacred cow that would become so central to Egyptian religion first became sacred in the minds of herders, watching their animals graze beside a seasonal lake in what is now one of the most desolate places on Earth. The astronomical traditions established at Nabta Playa would similarly persist and elaborate through subsequent millennia. The pyramids at Giza, aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal directions, were not the first structures in this region to be oriented towards celestial events. They were refinements of traditions that stretched back thousands of years to the stone circles and megalithic alignments of communities that had needed to track the sky for reasons of basic survival. The temples of later periods, with their axes pointed toward the rising or setting points of specific stars, the calendars that organized religious festivals and agricultural activities, the astronomical ceilings painted in royal tombs depicting the circuits of the stars, all of this elaborated on knowledge that had first been accumulated by people like those at Nabta Playa, who had watched the heavens with desperate attention because knowing what the sky was doing could mean the difference between life and death. The legacy of Nabta Playa is not a single discovery or a single tradition, but a complex of innovations that emerged in response to environmental pressure and persisted through all the changes that followed. The site represents a moment of crystallization, when developments that had been accumulating for millennia came together in forms that would prove remarkably durable. Cattle worship, astronomical observation, social complexity, religious ritual, all of these were present at Nabta Playa in ways that anticipate what would later become characteristic of Egyptian civilization. The site is a bridge between the dispersed hunting cultures of the earlier Sahara and the concentrated agricultural civilization of the later Nile Valley, a place where the transition from one way of life to another can be observed in the archaeological record with unusual clarity. The stones still stand in the desert, or some of them do, marking a place that once mattered enormously to people who have been dead for thousands of years. The cattle they tended are gone, the descendants of those herds long since absorbed into other populations or extinguished entirely. The gods they worshipped evolved and merged with other gods, acquiring new names and new attributes while retaining traces of their pastoral origins. The astronomical knowledge they accumulated was refined and elaborated by subsequent generations who built upon what came before. But in some fundamental sense, what happened at Nabta Playa continues to shape the world, continues to influence how we understand the past and how the past produced the present. The herders who gathered at a seasonal lake in a dying landscape invented things that would outlast them by millennia. Achievements that deserve recognition even if the people responsible for them remain nameless and faceless, known only through the material traces they left behind. The journey from Nabta Playa to the pyramids covers roughly 3,000 years and involves transformations so profound that the pastoralists who worshipped cattle beside a desert lake would scarcely recognize the civilization their descendants would eventually build. But the thread of connection is real, traceable through the persistence of cattle symbolism and astronomical practice and religious concepts that maintained their essential character through all the elaborations and modifications of subsequent millennia. Understanding Nabta Playa is understanding one of the crucial nodes in the network of developments that produced Egyptian civilization, a place where circumstances combined to accelerate cultural evolution and produce innovations that would echo through time. The herders who invented gods there did not know they were inventing anything. They were surviving, adapting, doing what humans do when faced with challenges that demand creative responses. The results of their creativity are still with us, embedded in traditions and symbols that we have inherited without always knowing their origins, part of the accumulated heritage that makes us who we are. The crocodile watching you from the riverbank does not care about your plans for the afternoon. It does not care about your family waiting for you back at the village, about the fish you were hoping to catch, about the water you desperately need to collect for cooking and drinking. The crocodile cares about one thing, and that thing is whether you might be edible, a question it will answer with brutal efficiency if you give it the opportunity. Modern visitors to Egypt rarely encounter crocodiles, which have been pushed far south of the populated areas by millennia of human activity and more recent dam construction. But for the people who lived along the Nile in the pre-dynastic period, crocodiles were not exotic wildlife to be photographed on safari. They were neighbours, and not the kind of neighbours who bring casseroles when you move in. They were the kind of neighbours who occasionally ate your children, your livestock, or you, depending on who happened to be at the wrong stretch of river at the wrong moment. This is not a comfortable thought, and modern minds tend to sanitize it, to imagine that ancient peoples had somehow reached an accommodation with the dangerous animals in their environment, a mutual respect that kept everyone safe. The reality was considerably messier. Archaeological evidence from Nile Valley sites includes human remains showing clear evidence of crocodile attacks, bones with tooth marks that match the distinctive dental pattern of Crocodilus niloticus, the Nile crocodile that once inhabited the river throughout Egypt and that can grow to over 5 meters in length. These were not rare events, not freak accidents that communities could dismiss as anomalies. They were regular features of life along the river, predictable risks that people had to factor into their daily decisions about where to go, what to do, and how to manage the basic necessities of existence. The lion presented different challenges but similar levels of danger. Lions were more common in Egypt during the pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods than they would be later, inhabiting the desert margins and the scrubland that bordered the cultivated zone along the river. They were not casual visitors but established predators, and their presence shaped human behavior in ways that left traces in the archaeological record and eventually in Egyptian religious symbolism. A lion lurking near your village was not an opportunity for wildlife photography. It was a threat to your children, your goats, and potentially to you, a creature powerful enough to kill an adult human with relative ease, and intelligent enough to recognize that humans, lacking the claws and teeth and speed of proper predators, were essentially slow-moving protein that occasionally made the mistake of venturing out at the wrong time. The cobra added another dimension to the ecology of fear that characterized life in pre-dynastic Egypt. Unlike crocodiles and lions, which at least had the courtesy to be large and visible, cobras were small, quiet, and capable of killing you before you even realized they were there. The Egyptian cobra, Najahaje, is among the more dangerous snakes on the African continent, possessing venom potent enough to kill an adult human within hours if left untreated, and treatment options in the pre-dynastic period were, to put it, charitably limited. You could step on a cobra while walking through grass, reach toward one while gathering firewood, encounter one while working in fields or moving stones or performing any of the countless daily activities that brought humans into contact with snake. Habitat. Death by cobra bite would have been sudden, painful, and essentially untreatable, a reminder that the world contained dangers that could not be predicted, could not be fought, could not be escaped through any amount of caution or strength. These animals, and others like them, were not abstract dangers that people learned about from educational programs or warning signs. They were immediate, visceral presences that shaped daily life in ways that modern urbanized humans can barely imagine. Every trip to the river involved calculating crocodile risk. Every journey beyond the village considered the possibility of lion encounters. Every step through vegetation carried the potential for fatal snake contact. The psychological weight of living under constant threat from creatures that were faster, stronger, and better equipped for killing than any human must have been substantial, a background anxiety that coloured every decision and every activity. This was not a peaceful coexistence with nature. This was survival in an environment that was actively trying to kill you through multiple independent mechanisms. The question that interests us is not whether these animals were dangerous, which they obviously were, but how human communities responded to that danger in ways that eventually produced the distinctive religious symbolism of Egyptian civilization. Because here is the remarkable thing. The Egyptians did not simply fear these creatures, they worshipped them. Or rather, they worshipped divine beings that took the forms of these dangerous animals, incorporating the very creatures that threatened their survival into a religious framework that somehow made sense of the danger and perhaps even provided psychological comfort in the face of it. The crocodile became Sobek, the lion became Sekhmet, the cobra became Wadjet, and in each case the transformation from mortal threat to divine being involved a conceptual leap that deserves careful examination. The process by which dangerous animals became gods probably began with the simple observation that these creatures possessed powers that humans lacked. A crocodile can hold its breath underwater for extended periods, can strike with explosive speed, can crush bone with jaws that close with thousands of pounds of force. A lion can run down prey that would outpace any human, can kill with a single bite, can dominate through sheer physical presence that makes armed humans think twice about confrontation. A cobra can deliver death through a mechanism invisible and unstoppable, can transform a healthy adult into a corpse through nothing more than punctured skin and injected venom. These are impressive capabilities, powers that exceed human limitations in ways that must have seemed almost supernatural to people who lacked modern biological understanding of how such abilities work. If you cannot understand why a crocodile can do what it does, if the mechanism is invisible and the capability seems to exceed natural possibility, then it becomes reasonable to attribute that capability to supernatural forces. The crocodile is not just an animal, it is a manifestation of something larger, something that transcends ordinary existence, something that might be called divine. This conceptual move, from impressive animal to divine embodiment, appears in religious systems around the world and represents one of the most common pathways to God formation in human cultures. We see power that exceeds our own. We cannot explain it through natural mechanisms we understand, and we conclude that something supernatural must be responsible. The animal becomes a vessel for divine force, a visible representative of invisible power, and suddenly worship makes sense in a way that simple fear does not. But Egyptian animal religion went beyond simple acknowledgement of dangerous power. It incorporated that power into a comprehensive framework for understanding the universe, a framework built around the central opposition between order and chaos, between the principle Egyptians called Mat and its opposite, which they called Isfet. This framework was not just a philosophical abstraction, but a practical tool for making sense of a world that contained genuine dangers and genuine uncertainties. Understanding how it worked requires understanding what Mat and Isfet actually meant to the people who organized their lives around these concepts. Mat is typically translated as truth, justice, or cosmic order, but these English terms do not fully capture the concept's scope. Mat was the way things were supposed to be, the proper arrangement of the universe when everything was functioning correctly. It encompassed natural phenomena, the regular rising of the sun and the annual flooding of the Nile, but also social phenomena, the proper relationships between people, between rulers and subjects, between humans and gods. When Mat prevailed, the world worked as it should. Seasons followed their proper sequence, crops grew, communities prospered, justice was done. Mat was not a god in the usual sense, but something more fundamental, a principle that the gods themselves were supposed to uphold, and that the king, as the mediator between divine and human realms, was responsible for maintaining on earth. Isfet was everything Mat was not: chaos, lies, injustice, the breakdown of proper order, the intrusion of randomness and violence into what should be a well-regulated cosmos. When Isfet gained ground, things went wrong in ways both cosmic and personal. Floods failed or came at wrong times, enemies invaded, disease spread, social bonds frayed. The world became unpredictable, dangerous, fundamentally unstable. Isfet was not a god either, but a principle of disruption that constantly threatened to overwhelm the ordered world and return everything to the chaos that had preceded creation. The ongoing struggle between Mat and Isfet was not a battle that could ever be definitively won. It was a permanent condition, requiring constant effort to keep chaos at bay and order functioning. The dangerous animals that populated the Egyptian environment could be understood within this framework in ways that transformed them from simple threats into comprehensible parts of the cosmic order. A crocodile was dangerous, certainly, but its danger was not random or malicious. It was following its nature, doing what crocodiles do, occupying its proper place in a universe that included crocodiles along with everything else. The crocodile was not chaos. It was part of order, a dangerous part that demanded respect and caution, but still a part that belonged, that had a role, that fit into the larger pattern of how the world worked. By incorporating dangerous animals into the divine order, by giving them places in the pantheon and roles in the cosmic drama, Egyptians made them comprehensible in ways that pure fear could never achieve. This incorporation had practical psychological benefits that should not be underestimated. Living with constant danger is stressful, and stress without any framework for understanding or managing it becomes psychologically corrosive over time. But if the crocodile is Sobek, if the danger it represents is part of a divine order that can be understood and even influenced through proper ritual, then the stress becomes manageable. You still take precautions, still respect the danger, but you also have a way of relating to it that provides some sense of agency. You can make offerings to Sobek, can pray for protection, can participate in rituals that connect you to the divine power that the crocodile embodies. The danger has not diminished, but your relationship to it has changed in ways that make it easier to bear. The crocodile god Sobek illustrates this transformation particularly well. Sobek was associated with the Nile with strength, with the dangerous waters that were simultaneously essential for life and capable of taking it away. Temples dedicated to Sobek kept live crocodiles in sacred pools, feeding them, caring for them, even adorning them with jewelry, treating them not as dangerous animals but as living manifestations of divine presence. When these sacred crocodiles died, they were mummified with the same care given to human remains, preserved for eternity as fitting vessels of divine power. This is not the behavior of people who simply feared crocodiles. This is the behavior of people who had transformed their fear into something else entirely, a religious relationship that acknowledged the danger, while placing it within a framework that gave it meaning and provided mechanisms for managing it. The lion goddess Sekhmet represents an even more complex negotiation with dangerous power. Sekhmet was associated with war, destruction, plague, and the scorching heat of the desert sun, an impressive portfolio of terrifying capabilities that makes her one of the more formidable figures in the Egyptian pantheon. She was depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness, often wearing the sun disk that connected her to the solar cult of Ra, and her name derives from the Egyptian word Sekhem, meaning power or might. Sekhmet was not a comfortable deity, not a goddess you approached casually or expected warm feelings from. She embodied power in its most raw and potentially destructive form, the kind of power that could protect but could just as easily destroy depending on how it was directed. The mythology that developed around Sekhmet reflected her dangerous nature, while also providing mechanisms for managing it. In one famous narrative, the sun god Rhea sent Sekhmet to punish humanity for its wickedness, and she set about this task with such enthusiasm that she nearly exterminated the human race entirely. The gods, alarmed at the impending loss of their worshippers, had to trick her into stopping by flooding fields with beer dyed red to resemble blood. Sekhmet, thinking it was the blood of her victims, drank it all and fell into an intoxicated stupor, too drunk to continue her rampage. When she awoke, her destructive fury had passed, and humanity survived to continue worshipping. This is a story about divine power that is simultaneously necessary and dangerous, that must be respected and propitiated lest it turn against the very people it is supposed to protect. The priests of Sekhmet were, rather remarkably, associated with medicine and healing, which might seem contradictory given her connections to plague and destruction. But the logic becomes clear once you understand the Egyptian framework. If Sekhmet could send disease, then her priests might know how to ward it off or cure it. The same power that harms can also protect. The same force that destroys can also preserve. This dual nature is characteristic of many Egyptian deities and reflects a sophisticated understanding of power as inherently ambivalent, capable of being directed toward different ends depending on circumstances and relationships. The lion that could kill your family could also, in divine form, protect them from other threats. The destructive force that you feared was also a protective force that you could petition for help. The cobra goddess Wadjet extends this pattern into the realm of royal symbolism. The uraeus, the rearing cobra that appeared on the brow of pharaohs and major deities, transformed one of Egypt's most deadly creatures into a symbol of protection and royal authority. The logic here involves a kind of spiritual judo. The cobra's venom, which could kill any human regardless of status or strength, became a weapon wielded on behalf of the king against his enemies. The thing that threatened everyone was now specifically aligned with royal power, turned from general danger into targeted defense. By placing the cobra on the pharaoh's crown, by associating it with divine kingship, Egyptians were claiming to control a force that was normally uncontrollable, to direct death itself toward purposes that served the state. The falcon god Horus represents a different kind of animal divinity, one based more on admiration than fear, though the falcon is certainly a predator in its own right. Falcons soar high above the earth, seeing everything from their elevated vantage point, striking with precision and deadly effectiveness when they choose their targets. These qualities translated into divine attributes of kingship, vision, and legitimate authority. Every pharaoh was identified with Horus, the living incarnation of the falcon god on earth, ruling Egypt as Horus ruled the sky. The connection between aerial predator and terrestrial ruler made symbolic sense. Both occupied positions above ordinary mortals, both possessed capabilities that others lacked, both exercised power that was simultaneously impressive and dangerous. The jackal-headed Anubis presents another variation on the animal deity theme, this one associated with death and the processes that surrounded it. Jackals were observed scavenging at the edges of cemeteries, and their association with the dead was practical before it became religious. They appeared where death was present, seemingly drawn to it, familiar with the margins between life and its absence. Anubis became the god of mummification and the guardian of the dead, roles that connected him to the transition between states of being, to the mysterious processes by which living humans became preserved corpses intended to house souls for eternity. The animal that lurked at cemetery boundaries became the divine guide through those boundaries, transforming what might have been a creepy scavenger into a necessary participant in the most important transformation Egyptians knew. The ibis-headed Thoth illustrates that not all animal deities derived from dangerous creatures. The ibis is a wading bird, common along the Nile, notable mainly for its curved beak and patient hunting style. But Egyptians associated this bird with wisdom, writing, and knowledge, apparently seeing in its deliberate behavior some quality of careful thought that resonated with intellectual activities. Thoth was credited with inventing writing, with recording the results of divine judgment in the afterlife, with maintaining the cosmic records that kept the universe functioning properly. The connection between bird and deity is less obvious than with crocodiles or lions, but it demonstrates that the Egyptian approach to animal symbolism was flexible enough to find divine significance in creatures that were not primarily threatening. The ram-headed gods that we touched upon in our discussion of Nabta Playa extended into historical Egyptian religion as well, with deities like Khnum associated with the Nile flood, creation, and the formation of human beings. The ram's reproductive vigor made it an appropriate symbol for creative power, for the forces that brought new life into existence, and ram-headed gods appear across Egyptian religious geography in various forms and with various names. The persistence of this symbolism from pastoral origins through pharaonic religion demonstrates the deep roots of Egyptian animal worship in the cultures that preceded the unified state. What all these animal deities share is a conception of divine power as operating through natural forms rather than being separate from them. The Egyptian gods were not abstract beings dwelling in some realm entirely disconnected from earthly existence. They were present in the world, manifesting through animals and natural phenomena, accessible through observation of the creatures and processes that surrounded daily life. This is sometimes called immanent religion, and it contrasts with transcendent religious conceptions that place the divine firmly beyond the physical world. For Egyptians, the sacred was everywhere, visible in the crocodile and the falcon, the cobra and the ibis, the sun crossing the sky and the Nile rising each year with life-giving waters. The animal forms that characterized Egyptian gods persisted throughout the historical period, surviving changes in dynasty, political organization, and cultural influence that might have been expected to modernize or abstract them away. Greek visitors to Egypt in the later periods found the animal-headed gods distinctly odd, commenting on them in terms that range from bemused to dismissive, but the Egyptians themselves maintained these forms with notable consistency for more than 3,000 years. The falcon of Horus, the jackal of Anubis, the ibis of Thoth, the lioness of Sekhmet, all of these remained standard iconography from the earliest dynastic period through the Ptolemaic era and into the Roman period that followed. The animal forms were not primitive holdovers that sophisticated Egyptians gradually abandoned, but central features of a religious system that saw no need to change them. This persistence suggests that the animal symbolism continued to serve important functions, even as Egyptian society changed dramatically over the millennia. The psychological work of incorporating danger into comprehensible order, of providing frameworks for understanding powers that exceeded human capability, remained valuable whether you lived in a pre-dynastic village or a bustling city of the new kingdom. The crocodile was still dangerous, lions still occasionally threatened communities on the desert margins, cobras still delivered potentially fatal bites to the unlucky. The need to make sense of these dangers, to place them within frameworks that provided some sense of understanding and agency, did not diminish as civilization became more complex. If anything, the elaboration of Egyptian society created more categories of threat that could be addressed through the same mechanisms, more kinds of danger that the animal-headed gods could be invoked to manage. The temples dedicated to animal gods became important institutions in their own right, supporting priesthoods, accumulating wealth, playing significant roles in local and national politics. The Temple of Sobek at Kom Ombo, with its sacred crocodile pools, was a major religious centre that attracted pilgrims and commanded resources. The cult of Bastet, the cat goddess, at Bubastis drew enormous festival crowds, with the Greek historian Herodotus claiming that more wine was consumed there during the annual festival than during the entire rest of the year, which suggests either very impressive drinking or rather modest regular consumption, though knowing festival behaviour, the former seems more likely. These were not minor cults maintained by small groups of enthusiasts, but major religious institutions that shaped the cultural landscape of Egypt for centuries. The sacred animals associated with these cults received treatment that would seem excessive for ordinary pets, but made perfect sense within the religious framework. Cats sacred to Bastet, ibises sacred to Thoth, crocodiles sacred to Sobek, all of these were cared for, protected, and upon death, mummified and buried with ritual attention. Archaeological sites have yielded literally millions of animal mummies, evidence for a practice that was widespread, popular, and apparently meaningful to the Egyptians who participated in it. Creating an animal mummy was not cheap, involving materials and labour that represented real investment, but people did it in enormous numbers over extended periods, suggesting that the religious significance was substantial enough to justify the cost. The relationship between the sacred animal and the god it represented was not straightforward identity but something more complex. The crocodile in the temple pool was not Sobek himself, but a manifestation of Sobek, a vessel through which divine presence could be experienced, a point of contact between human worshippers and divine power. The distinction matters because it explains how Egyptians could kill crocodiles that threatened their communities while simultaneously worshipping crocodile-headed gods in their temples. The individual animal was not sacred in itself, but only insofar as it participated in divine reality, and that participation could be particularly concentrated in specific animals that had been ritually designated and properly maintained. An ordinary crocodile trying to eat your goats was just an ordinary crocodile, a danger to be dealt with by whatever means were available. The crocodile in Sobek's sacred pool was something else entirely, a living icon through which the god's power could be approached. The question of how seriously we should take Egyptian animal religion has occupied scholars for generations, with answers ranging from dismissive condescension to elaborate theological interpretation. The truth is probably that Egyptians themselves had varying relationships with these beliefs, with some approaching them as literal descriptions of divine reality, and others treating them as symbolic frameworks that served practical purposes without. Requiring strict ontological commitment, This kind of variation is normal in any large religious tradition. Not everyone in any faith believes exactly the same things, or holds those beliefs with equal intensity. The animal gods provided a shared vocabulary for talking about divine matters, a common framework that could be interpreted flexibly by different individuals and communities according to their needs and inclinations. The transformation of fear into worship that we have been tracing represents one of humanity's most characteristic responses to dangers that cannot be eliminated through direct action. If you cannot kill all the crocodiles, cannot eliminate all the lions, cannot remove all the cobras from your environment, then you must find some other way of living with them, some framework that makes their presence bearable. Religion provides such frameworks, offering explanations for why dangerous things exist, mechanisms for potentially influencing their behavior through ritual and offering, and communities of fellow believers who share the same understanding and provide mutual support. The animal gods of Egypt were practical solutions to practical problems, psychological technologies that helped people cope with environments that contained genuine threats. The persistence of animal symbolism in Egyptian religion even after the specific dangers had diminished speaks to the staying power of solutions that work. By the New Kingdom, lions were considerably rarer in Egypt than they had been millennia earlier, but Sekhmet remained a powerful goddess whose cult continued to flourish. Crocodiles had been pushed further south, but Sobek still received worship throughout the country. The original conditions that had generated these cults had changed, but the cults themselves had become embedded in Egyptian culture in ways that no longer required the original conditions for their maintenance. This is common with religious traditions. They begin in response to specific circumstances but continue long after those circumstances have changed, sustained by institutional momentum, cultural investment, and the ongoing utility of the frameworks. They provide even when the original problems have been resolved. The framework of Ma'at and Isfet that made sense of animal dangers also made sense of other kinds of dangers as Egyptian society became more complex. Foreign enemies could be understood as forces of chaos threatening the ordered world of Egypt. Political rivals could be cast as opponents of Ma'at, their defeat justified as restoration of proper order. Natural disasters could be interpreted as temporary victories of Isfet that required redoubled religious effort to overcome. The conceptual tools developed for understanding crocodiles proved useful for understanding threats that had nothing to do with crocodiles, a flexibility that contributed to their long-term cultural success. The royal ideology that developed in Egypt drew heavily on this framework, positioning the pharaoh as the primary defender of Ma'at against Isfet, the human agent responsible for maintaining cosmic order through proper rule and proper ritual. This was an enormous responsibility, one that justified enormous power, and the animal symbolism that characterized Egyptian religion contributed directly to royal legitimacy. The king wore the uraeus because he controlled the deadly power that the cobra represented. He was identified with Horus because he shared the falcon's elevated perspective and predatory capability. He was the bull who trampled enemies, the lion who destroyed threats to Egypt, the divine being in human form who stood between ordered civilization and the chaos that constantly threatened to overwhelm it. The gods that emerged from fear of dangerous animals became, over the long course of Egyptian history, central to virtually every aspect of Egyptian life. They presided over birth and death, war and peace, agriculture and craft production, love and hate, justice and punishment. The animal forms that had originated in pre-dynastic efforts to comprehend crocodiles and lions became the standard way of representing divine power of any kind, so thoroughly naturalized that Egyptians apparently never felt any need to abandon them. For more abstract alternatives, when foreign rulers controlled Egypt, they adapted to this system rather than replacing it, adopting Egyptian divine forms and participating in Egyptian religious practices because doing so was essential for legitimate rule. Alexander the Great, upon conquering Egypt, visited the oracle of Amun and was reportedly declared the son of the god, accepting divine status according to Egyptian patterns rather than imposing Greek religious forms. The animal-headed gods had become definitional for Egypt itself, inseparable from Egyptian identity in ways that made them remarkably resistant to change. The journey from a crocodile in the river to a crocodile god in the temple, from a lioness on the desert margin to a lioness goddess in the pantheon, from a cobra in the grass to a cobra on the pharaoh's brow, represents one of the most creative responses to danger in all of human cultural history. Rather than simply fearing the creatures that threatened them, Egyptians found ways to incorporate those creatures into frameworks of meaning that provided understanding, agency, and community. The gods they created from this process would shape their civilization for millennia, providing continuity across vast spans of time and dramatic changes in circumstances. The fear never entirely disappeared, the dangers remained real in some form throughout Egyptian history, but the religious response to that fear created something durable and meaningful, a pantheon of animal-headed deities that still fascinates. Observers 5,000 years after the first such gods began to take shape in the minds of people living along a dangerous river in a difficult world. The next stages of our journey will take us along that river, examining how the gift of the Nile shaped everything else about Egyptian civilization, from settlement patterns to religious beliefs to the political structures that would eventually produce the pharaonic state. But we should carry with us the understanding we have developed here, that the gods who would receive worship in temples along the Nile had their origins in far older relationships between humans and the animals that surrounded them, relationships built on fear and respect and the characteristically human need to make meaning out of experiences that might otherwise remain simply terrifying. The Greek historian Herodotus, visiting Egypt around 450 BCE, made an observation that has been repeated so many times since that it has achieved the dubious status of historical cliché. Egypt, he declared, is the gift of the Nile. It is the kind of statement you might find printed on a museum gift shop coffee mug, the sort of thing tour guides recite 10,000 times until the words lose all meaning, a phrase so familiar that modern audiences tend to nod politely and move on to more interesting topics. But clichés become clichés because they capture something true, and in this case, Herodotus was stating a fact so fundamental to Egyptian civilization that it genuinely cannot be overstated. Without the Nile, there would be no Egypt. Not in the sense that the country would simply have a different name or a different location, but in the sense that the civilization we have been tracing, the one that built the pyramids and developed hieroglyphics and mummified its dead for thousands of years, would never have existed at all. The river did not merely influence Egyptian culture, it created the conditions that made Egyptian culture possible. Everything else followed from this single geographical fact. To understand why the Nile mattered so much, you need to understand what it actually is, which turns out to be considerably more complicated than you might expect from a body of water that appears as a single blue line on most maps. The Nile that flows through Egypt is actually the product of two rivers meeting far to the south, in what is now the city of Khartoum in Sudan, roughly 1,600 kilometers from the Egyptian border. These two tributaries, the White Nile and the Blue Nile, have completely different characters, different sources, different seasonal patterns, and different contributions to make to the combined river that eventually reaches the Mediterranean Sea. Their union at Khartoum is one of those geographical coincidences that seems almost too perfectly designed to serve human purposes, like a novelist contriving a setting that is exactly right for the story they want to tell. Nature, however, does not worry about plausibility, and the confluence of the White and Blue Nile is entirely real, entirely natural, and entirely responsible for making Egypt what it became. The White Nile is the longer of the two tributaries, stretching some 3,700 kilometers from its most distant source in the Great Lakes region of Central Africa, where it draws from Lake Victoria and other massive bodies of water that collect rainfall from the equatorial forests. This is river as marathon runner, steady, consistent, not particularly flashy, but reliably present day after day, month after month, year after year. The White Nile provides a constant baseline flow that keeps the combined river from drying up entirely during the low season, a kind of minimum guarantee that there will always be some water in the channel, regardless of what else might be happening. It gets its name from the pale, milky colour of its water, caused by sediment picked up along its enormous journey through swamps and plains, and every other geographical feature that happens to be in its way. If the Nile had a human resources department, the White Nile would receive awards for perfect attendance and reliable performance, though it probably would not make headlines or win popularity contests. The Blue Nile is an entirely different creature, dramatic where the White Nile is steady, variable where its sibling is consistent, the river equivalent of that colleague who is either brilliant or absent depending on the season. It originates in the Ethiopian highlands, specifically from Lake Tana, and it carries the seasonal rains of the Ethiopian monsoon northward towards Sudan and Egypt. with an enthusiasm that varies enormously depending on whether it is rainy season or not. During the dry months, the Blue Nile is relatively subdued, a respectable river but nothing spectacular. During the wet months, when monsoon rains pound the Ethiopian plateau from June through September, the Blue Nile transforms into something else entirely, swelling dramatically, its waters turning dark with the volcanic sediment it carries from the highlands, rushing northward with a force and volume that dwarfs its dry season self. This is where the name comes from, incidentally. The blue refers not to the cheerful azure of swimming pools and tropical lagoons, but to the dark, almost black appearance of floodwaters heavy with Ethiopian soil. The Blue Nile is not blue in any conventional sense, but naming conventions in geography are not always known for their strict accuracy. At Khartoum, these two rivers meet and begin the process of becoming one, their waters swirling together in patterns that remain visible for some distance downstream, the pale white and dark blue maintaining their separate identities until turbulence eventually forces them to blend. For anyone fortunate enough to witness this confluence, it is a striking visual demonstration of how different the two tributaries really are, how completely distinct their characters remain right up until the moment of their union. The combined river that continues northward from Khartoum is neither purely white nor purely blue, but something new, a hybrid that inherits characteristics from both parents and will carry their merged contribution all the way to the Mediterranean, some 3,000 kilometers to the north. The journey from Khartoum to the sea is not a gentle cruise through hospitable territory. The Nile passes through increasingly arid landscapes as it flows northward, the surrounding terrain becoming progressively less capable of supporting life without the river's intervention. By the time it enters Egypt proper, the Nile is flowing through genuine desert, landscapes where annual rainfall is measured in single-digit millimeters, and where survival without access to the river is essentially impossible for agricultural communities. The contrast between the riverbanks and the surrounding territory is stark, almost violent in its clarity. Green fields and palm trees along the water, then an abrupt transition to brown sand and bare rock within meters of the flood zone's edge. There is no gradual fade from fertile to barren, no intermediate zone where conditions are merely difficult rather than impossible. The Nile created a ribbon of life through a sea of death, and the boundaries between those categories were sharply defined. The river's path through Egypt is not entirely smooth. 6 cataracts, rocky rapids where the channel tumbles over granite formations, interrupt the otherwise navigable waterway, creating natural barriers that would later serve as convenient boundaries for political territories. The first cataract, located at what is now Aswan, traditionally marked the southern boundary of Egypt proper. Everything beyond was Nubia, a distinct region with its own cultures and histories, sometimes allied with Egypt and sometimes in conflict, but always connected by the river that flowed between them. The cataracts were not impassable. Goods and people could be transported around them with sufficient effort, but they were significant enough obstacles to shape the political geography of the entire region for millennia. They are mostly underwater now, drowned by the reservoir behind the Aswan High Dam, that 20th century engineering project that finally gave humans control over the Nile's floods, while simultaneously submerging archaeological sites that had survived for thousands of years. Progress, as always, extracts its costs. The geography of Egypt, as shaped by the Nile, divides naturally into 2 distinct regions, a division so fundamental that it would become central to Egyptian political identity throughout the Pharaonic period. Upper Egypt, which is in the south despite what the name suggests, consists of a narrow valley, rarely more than a few kilometers wide, squeezed between the eastern and western deserts. The terminology follows the river's flow rather than our modern map conventions. Upper Egypt is upstream, closer to the sources. Lower Egypt is downstream, closer to the Mediterranean mouth. In Upper Egypt, the cultivable land is a slender ribbon, the green strip that the flood could reach and no more, bounded on both sides by landscapes that support essentially nothing. The Nile here is a lifeline in the most literal sense, the single thread of possibility in an otherwise impossible environment. Lower Egypt presents a completely different geography. Here, as the river approaches the Mediterranean, it spreads out into a broad delta, dividing into multiple channels that fan across the landscape like fingers from an outstretched hand. In ancient times, there were 7 main branches of the Nile in the delta, though silting and human intervention have reduced this number to 2 in the modern era. The delta offered vastly more cultivable land than the narrow valley of Upper Egypt, a triangular plain of extraordinary fertility where the same annual floods deposited the same life-giving sediment across a much larger area. But the delta was also more challenging to control, more susceptible to invasion from the Mediterranean coast, harder to administer due to its size and complexity. The marshes and wetlands that characterized much of the delta landscape provided shelter for populations that preferred to operate beyond the reach of central authority, and various historical accounts mention bandits, rebels, and other troublesome elements finding refuge in the delta's labyrinthine waterways. The annual flood was the heartbeat of Egyptian civilization, the rhythmic pulse that gave the entire system life. It arrived with remarkable regularity, beginning in late June and reaching its peak in September, then gradually receding through the autumn to leave behind the fresh layer of sediment that made Egyptian agriculture so productive. This regularity was not absolute. There were good years and bad years, floods that came too high, and floods that failed to rise sufficiently. But the general pattern was consistent enough that people could organize their entire lives around it. Compare this to the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia, where floods arrived at unpredictable times and with unpredictable intensities, requiring elaborate irrigation systems and constant anxiety about whether this year would bring prosperity or disaster. The Nile was not tame exactly. Excessive floods could destroy villages and drown crops, just as insufficient floods meant famine, but it was predictable in ways that other major river systems simply were not. The cause of the annual flood was the monsoon rains falling on the Ethiopian highlands far to the south, swelling the Blue Nile and sending that surge of water northward toward Egypt. The ancient Egyptians had no knowledge of this meteorological explanation, no maps showing the Ethiopian plateau, no understanding of monsoon patterns or atmospheric circulation. For them, the flood was a divine gift, the work of gods who caused the river to rise and fall according to patterns that humans could observe and track but could never fully comprehend. The god Hapi, typically depicted as an androgynous figure with pendulous breasts and a swollen belly symbolizing abundance, personified the inundation and received worship designed to ensure that the flood would arrive at the right time and in the right quantity. The religious response to the flood was not superstitious nonsense. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction to a phenomenon that seemed miraculous, a river that rose without rain, that brought life from sources too distant to see or understand. The sediment deposited by the annual flood was the secret ingredient in Egyptian agricultural success, and this point deserves emphasis because it explains so much about why Egypt developed as it did. This was not ordinary dirt, not the tired, depleted soil that farmers in most regions had to constantly work to maintain. It was rich, dark, nutrient-laden material carried all the way from the volcanic highlands of Ethiopia, thousands of kilometers to the south, deposited fresh each year in layers that renewed the land without any effort from the farmers who would plant in it. Egyptian agriculture did not require fallow periods, did not demand crop rotation, did not need the constant manuring and soil management that characterized farming almost everywhere else in the ancient world. The flood essentially reset the agricultural calendar every year, providing new soil with new nutrients, making it possible to plant the same fields year after year, generation after generation, without exhausting the land. This was an almost unimaginable advantage, a gift from geography that Egyptian farmers did nothing to earn but from which they benefited enormously. The term that Egyptians used for this cultivated land was Kemet, meaning the black land, a reference to the dark, rich colour of the flood-deposited soil. The desert beyond was Deshret, the red land, named for the reddish-brown colour of sand and rock that characterised the hostile territories surrounding the fertile zone. This terminology embedded the fundamental geographic division into the very language Egyptians used to describe their world. Black was life, cultivation, civilization. Red was death, barrenness, chaos. The colour symbolism extended into religious and political contexts, with the red crown of Lower Egypt and the white crown of Upper Egypt combining into the double crown of unified Egypt, the colours carrying meanings that went beyond simple regional identification. Egypt was the black land, the narrow strip of dark soil that the Nile created, and everything outside that strip was something else entirely, something foreign and dangerous and fundamentally opposed to civilized existence. The agricultural cycle that the flood created divided naturally into 3 seasons, each with its own character and demands. Akhet, the inundation, ran from roughly June through September, the period when floodwaters covered the fields and agricultural work was impossible. This was not vacation time in any modern sense, but it was time when farmers could not tend their crops because their crops were underwater. Peret, the growing season, followed the recession of the flood, running from October through February, when crops were planted in the freshly deposited soil and tended through their growth cycle. Shemu, the harvest, occupied the spring months from March through May, when mature crops were gathered and stored before the next flood arrived to begin the cycle again. This rhythm structured everything about Egyptian life, determining when different activities were possible, organising the year into phases that everyone understood and everyone followed. The period of inundation, when farmers could not work their fields, created a labour surplus that would prove enormously important for the development of Egyptian civilization. If you cannot farm during the flood months, what do you do with yourself? The pharaohs who would eventually build the pyramids had an answer to this question. You work on royal construction projects, contributing your labour to temples and tombs and other monuments during the season when agricultural labour is impossible. This was not slavery in the brutal forced labour sense that later cultures would develop. It was a form of taxation paid in labour rather than goods, organised around the natural rhythm of the agricultural year. Workers were fed from state granaries during their construction service, housed in purpose-built settlements near the work sites, organised into crews with names and team identities. The system was exploitative by modern standards, certainly, but it was also remarkably efficient, converting the idle time created by the flood into monumental construction that would astonish the world for millennia. The Nile served not only as an agricultural resource, but as the primary transportation network of ancient Egypt, a highway through the landscape that made communication and trade possible over distances that would otherwise have been prohibitive. The physics of Nile navigation were particularly favourable for two-way travel, a happy coincidence that contributed significantly to Egyptian unity and prosperity. The river flows north toward the Mediterranean, which means that boats heading downstream can simply drift with the current, requiring minimal effort beyond steering. But the prevailing winds in Egypt blow from the north, from the Mediterranean inland, which means that boats heading upstream can raise sails and let the wind push them against the current. Drift north, sail south, connect communities up and down the valley with relative ease. This bidirectional navigability was not something Egyptians engineered. It was a gift of geography, another way in which the Nile seemed almost designed to support human civilization. Land transportation existed in ancient Egypt, obviously. People had feet and donkeys, and later they would have horses and eventually camels. But land travel was slow, expensive, and limited in capacity compared to water transport. Moving bulk goods overland required enormous investments of time and energy, pack animals that needed food and water, roads that needed maintenance, and human labour that could have been doing something else. Moving the same goods by river required a boat, some rope, and perhaps a few crew members, and the river itself provided the energy for at least one direction of travel. The economic advantages of water transport were so substantial that virtually everything important in Egypt happened along the river or within easy reach of it. The Nile was not just a water source, it was the circulatory system of Egyptian civilization, the network through which goods and people and ideas flowed from one end of the country to the other. The narrow linear geography of Egypt had profound implications for political organization and military strategy. Unlike regions with complex geography, multiple valleys, mountain barriers, and other features that naturally divide territory into separate domains, Egypt was essentially a single corridor, the Nile Valley, and nothing else that mattered. There was really only one way to go, north or south along the river. An army moving through Egypt did not need to worry about attacks from the flanks. There was nothing on either side but desert, and no enemy could sustain operations in that desert long enough to threaten a force moving along the river. Similarly, a merchant shipping goods did not need to choose between multiple routes. The river was the route, the only practical option for moving anything over significant distances. This geographic simplicity made Egypt easier to unify than regions with more complex terrain, because controlling the river meant controlling everything that depended on the river, which was everything. The religious significance of the Nile extended far beyond the worship of Hapi and the rituals designed to ensure favourable floods. The river was associated with virtually every major aspect of Egyptian cosmology. woven into the fabric of religious belief in ways that reinforced its practical importance with spiritual meaning. The West, where the sun set, was associated with death and the afterlife, which is why tombs were typically built on the Nile's western bank, while temples and dwellings were more commonly on the eastern bank. The daily journey of the sun across the sky was understood as a voyage, the sun god travelling in a boat through the heavens and then through the underworld, the entire cosmic drama framed in terms that reflected the centrality of river navigation to Egyptian experience. Water from the Nile was used in purification rituals throughout Egyptian history, its sacred character making it suitable for cleansing temples, priests, and offerings intended for the gods. The measurement of the Nile flood became a state concern of the highest importance, a matter of governance as much as religion. Structures called nilometers were established at key points along the river, designed to track the height of the water during the inundation with precision that allowed planning and prediction. The data collected from these instruments was closely guarded information, valuable enough to be worth protecting from rivals both internal and external. A good flood meant abundance. Taxes could be collected, granaries would be full, the state could undertake ambitious projects confident that resources would be available. A poor flood meant shortage, potentially famine, certainly reduced state capacity and increased popular discontent. The officials responsible for tracking the Nile's behaviour and interpreting what it meant wielded significant power, their expertise essential for effective governance. This is one origin of Egyptian bureaucracy, the elaborate administrative apparatus that would eventually manage every aspect of life in the pharaonic state. Someone had to keep records of flood levels, calculate expected harvests, determine tax, obligations, and coordinate the distribution of resources. Writing itself may have developed partly to serve these administrative needs, the technology emerging from practical requirements rather than literary ambition. The contrast between life along the Nile and conditions in the surrounding desert was so stark that it shaped Egyptian thinking about the world in fundamental ways. The ordered world of the Black Land, where crops grew and communities prospered and civilization flourished, stood in opposition to the chaotic world of the Red Land, where nothing grew and survival was impossible and hostile forces threatened. Everything that Egyptians valued. This geographic reality reinforced the conceptual framework of Ma'at Nisfet that we discussed in our previous chapter. Order versus chaos, civilization versus wilderness, Egypt versus everything else. The boundaries were physical before they were metaphysical, visible lines on the landscape where green met brown, where life met death, where the world made sense and where it became hostile and incomprehensible. The concentration of population along the Nile created both opportunities and challenges that would shape Egyptian civilization throughout its history. The opportunities were obvious: productive agriculture, efficient transportation, easy communication, the ability to mobilize resources across an entire civilization through a single integrated system. The challenges were perhaps less obvious but equally important. Everyone in Egypt lived in the same narrow corridor, which meant that everyone was affected by the same floods, the same droughts, the same conditions. A catastrophic flood that wiped out settlements in Upper Egypt would also affect Lower Egypt. A plague that spread along the river could reach every community in the country. The same connectivity that made Egypt prosperous also made it vulnerable in ways that more geographically dispersed societies were not. There was nowhere to escape to, no alternative territory to colonize if conditions along the Nile became impossible. The desert on either side was essentially uninhabitable for agricultural populations, useful only as a source of mineral resources and as a buffer against external threats. The gift of the Nile came with obligations that Egyptians took extremely seriously. The flood provided without asking for anything in return, at least in material terms, but it was understood that proper gratitude and proper ritual were essential for maintaining the relationship between humans and the divine forces that controlled the river. Temples along the Nile received endless offerings, priests performed endless rituals, the entire religious establishment devoted enormous resources to ensuring that the gods were properly honoured and would continue to provide for their worshippers. This was not optional piety. It was essential maintenance of a system that everyone depended upon for survival. Neglecting the gods risked angering them, and angered gods might withhold the flood, might send disease, might allow chaos to overwhelm the ordered world that proper worship maintained. The prosperity that the Nile provided was conditional, dependent on right relationship with divine powers, requiring constant attention and investment to sustain. The unique advantages of the Nile system help explain why Egyptian civilization developed certain characteristics that distinguished it from other ancient cultures. The relative predictability of Egyptian agriculture, compared to the anxious uncertainty that characterized farming in Mesopotamia, may have contributed to the stability of Egyptian institutions over such long periods. Societies that can rely on consistent food production have more capacity for long-term planning, more ability to invest in projects that will not pay off for generations, more tolerance for centralized authority that can coordinate collective action. The pharaohs who built the pyramids were drawing on agricultural surpluses accumulated over years, confident that future floods would replenish what current construction consumed. This confidence was not arrogance. It was reasonable extrapolation from observed patterns, trust in a system that had worked reliably for as long as anyone could remember. The direction of the river's flow influenced Egyptian cosmology in ways that still seem slightly disorienting to modern observers accustomed to different conventions. For Egyptians, south was up and north was down, following the direction of water flow rather than the arbitrary conventions of modern cartography. To go upstream was to go up, to go downstream was to go down. This orientation affected everything from map-making to temple alignment to the organization of administrative districts. When Egyptians described their country, they naturally placed Upper Egypt at the top and Lower Egypt at the bottom, which is geographically accurate in terms of elevation and water flow, but backwards from what modern readers expect. The Nile did not just provide water and transportation, it provided the basic framework for understanding spatial relationships, the orientation system that organized Egyptian thinking about where things were and how they related to each other. The transformation of the Nile Valley from a refuge for environmental refugees fleeing the drying Sahara to the heartland of one of history's greatest civilizations was not instantaneous and was not inevitable. It required adaptation, innovation, and the development of social and political structures capable of exploiting the river's potential. The pastoral communities that we discussed at Nabta Playa brought traditions and knowledge with them when they migrated toward the Nile, but they also had to learn new ways of living, new techniques for extracting sustenance from a riverine environment rather than a grassland one. The transition from herding to farming, from mobile to settled existence, from small communities to large ones, all of this occurred along the Nile over centuries that are poorly documented, but crucially important for understanding how Egypt came to be. The villages that appeared along the Nile in the pre-dynastic period were the ancestors of the Egyptian state, small communities that would eventually consolidate into larger units, compete for dominance, and ultimately unify into the single political entity that we call Egypt. The river that connected these communities also enabled their competition, allowing ambitious leaders to project power upstream and downstream, to acquire resources from distant territories, to build the coalitions and alliances that would eventually produce kingdoms. The Nile was not just a gift, it was an arena, a stage on which the political dramas of pre-dynastic Egypt would play out, the geographical framework within which unification became possible and perhaps inevitable. The legacy of the Nile continues to shape Egypt today, 5,000 years after the first pharaohs established their rule along its banks. The modern Egyptian population remains concentrated in the same narrow corridor that supported ancient Egyptians, the same strip of fertile land along the river that the floods created over millennia. The Aswan High Dam has changed the flood patterns, eliminating the annual inundation that characterized traditional Egyptian agriculture, but the fundamental geographic reality remains. Egypt is the Nile, and the Nile is Egypt, a relationship so fundamental that it cannot be escaped even by modern technology and global trade networks. The ancient Egyptians understood this relationship better than anyone, building their entire civilization around a river that they could not control, but that they could learn to predict, to worship, and to exploit for purposes that the river itself could never have imagined. The next stages of our journey will take us through the villages that developed along this remarkable river, watching as agricultural surplus enabled social differentiation, as simple settlements became complex communities, as the foundations of Egyptian civilization were laid by ordinary people making ordinary decisions in extraordinary circumstances. The Nile made all of this possible, but the Nile did not build Egypt. People built Egypt, using the opportunities the river provided, adapting to the constraints it imposed, creating something unprecedented from the raw materials of water and soil and human creativity. The gift was genuine, but accepting the gift required effort, ingenuity, and the gradual accumulation of cultural traditions that would eventually flower into one of history's most remarkable achievements. The Nile asked nothing and gave everything, at least from a certain perspective. It flowed regardless of human activity, flooded according to rhythms determined by rainfall patterns thousands of kilometers away, deposited its sediment without any need for gratitude or acknowledgement. The relationship between river and civilization was fundamentally asymmetric. Egypt needed the Nile absolutely, completely, in ways that made survival without it inconceivable. The Nile needed Egypt not at all, would have flowed just as reliably if no human had ever settled along its banks. This asymmetry was recognized and reflected in Egyptian religious thought, in the elaborate rituals designed to maintain proper relationship with a power that could sustain or destroy, depending on circumstances that humans could not control. The Nile was the ultimate landlord, providing accommodation that tenants could not afford to lose, and Egyptian civilization was built on the understanding that this accommodation came with conditions, required respect, demanded proper behavior from those who benefited from it. Herodotus was right then, in a deeper sense than he perhaps intended. Egypt was not merely located along the Nile, was not merely dependent on the Nile, was not merely shaped by the Nile. Egypt was the Nile in the sense that everything Egyptian derived from the river and could not have existed without it. The civilization that would build the pyramids, develop hieroglyphic writing, mummify its dead, and worship gods with animal heads was fundamentally a response to one particular river flowing through one particular landscape, creating one particular set of possibilities that human creativity would exploit in one particular way. Change the river, and you change everything. Eliminate the river, and nothing remains. This is what it means for a civilization to be a gift, to owe its existence to circumstances it did not create and cannot survive without. The Egyptians understood this, honoured it, built their entire worldview around it. We would do well to understand it too. The average ancient Egyptian consumed between 2 and 4 litres of beer per day, which sounds like the beginning of either a very good party or a very serious public health crisis, depending on your perspective. Before you start imagining the Nile Valley as one continuous happy hour, however, it is worth understanding that ancient Egyptian beer was nothing like the clear carbonated beverage that modern drinkers associate with the word. This was thick stuff, porridge-like in consistency, low in alcohol content and consumed not for intoxication but for nutrition. Egyptian beer was essentially liquid bread, a calorie-dense food source that provided sustenance, hydration, and probably a mild buzz that made the endless agricultural labour slightly more bearable. Workers were paid in beer. Soldiers received beer rations. Temple offerings included vast quantities of beer for the gods, though one suspects the priests handled disposal of these divine refreshments with admirable efficiency. Beer was not a luxury in ancient Egypt. It was a staple, as fundamental to daily existence as the bread it complemented and the river that made both possible. The prominence of beer in Egyptian life was not a cultural quirk or evidence of some national predisposition toward recreational drinking. It was a practical response to real problems that modern people, blessed with water treatment plants and refrigeration, rarely have to consider. Water from the Nile was not automatically safe to drink. The same river that deposited miraculous fertility-restoring sediment also carried parasites, bacteria, and whatever else happened to wash into it from upstream communities. Drinking untreated Nile water was a gamble, and while ancient Egyptians lacked modern germ theory to explain why, they certainly observed that people who drank a lot of beer seemed to get sick less often than people who drank a lot of river water. The brewing process, which involved heating water and allowing fermentation to occur, killed many of the pathogens that made raw water dangerous. Beer was not just food, it was medicine, public health infrastructure in liquid form, a technology for survival that happened to taste reasonably pleasant as a bonus. The production of beer required grain, which brings us to the other half of the Egyptian dietary foundation, bread. Egyptian bread was made primarily from emmer wheat, an ancient grain variety that has largely disappeared from modern agriculture, but that served as the staff of life throughout the ancient Mediterranean and Middle East. Emmer is a hulled wheat, meaning that the edible grain is tightly enclosed in a tough outer covering that must be removed before the grain can be ground into flour. This made processing labor-intensive, requiring threshing, winnowing, and careful grinding that occupied significant portions of every household's time. The flour produced from emmer made dense, somewhat coarse loaves that modern palates might find challenging, but that provided the calories and carbohydrates necessary to fuel bodies engaged in hard, physical labor under the Egyptian sun. Bread and beer together formed the foundation of Egyptian nutrition, the base of the dietary pyramid, if you will forgive a pun that is almost too obvious to make, but that cannot really be avoided in this context. Tomb paintings and temple reliefs show elaborate food offerings that include meat, fish, fruits, vegetables, and various delicacies, but the consistent presence of bread loaves and beer jars in virtually every depiction of eating or offering confirms their fundamental status. When Egyptians wanted to say that someone was well provided for, they said they had bread and beer in abundance. When they wanted to curse someone, they wished them lack of bread and beer. The phrase appears in contexts ranging from love poetry to legal documents, so thoroughly embedded in the language that it functioned almost as a synonym for prosperity itself. To have bread and beer was to have what you needed. To lack them was to lack everything. The cultivation of grain that made bread and beer possible required staying in one place long enough to plant, tend, and harvest crops. This seems obvious from a modern perspective, when settled agricultural life has been the human norm for so many millennia that alternatives are hard to imagine, but it represented a profound transformation from the mobile lifestyles that had characterized human existence for most of our species' history. The hunter-gatherers who had roamed the Green Sahara, following game and exploiting seasonal resources, did not plant crops because planting crops requires commitment to a specific location that mobile existence cannot provide. You cannot plant wheat in April, wander off for 5 months, and expect to find a harvestable crop waiting when you return. Agriculture demands presence, demands investment in particular pieces of ground, demands the fundamental shift from mobility to sedentism that would reshape human society in ways still unfolding today. The transition to agricultural life along the Nile happened gradually, probably over centuries, as communities that had relied on hunting, gathering, and herding began to experiment with cultivating the wild grasses that grew along the riverbanks. These experiments were not neat transitions from one way of life to another, but messy combinations, people trying different strategies, some succeeding and some failing, some communities embracing cultivation, while others remained committed to older patterns. The archaeological record shows this complexity, with sites containing evidence for hunting and farming side by side, communities pursuing mixed strategies that hedge their bets against the uncertainty of any single approach. The full commitment to agriculture, the abandonment of mobile alternatives in favour of settled farming, came only when circumstances made it the clearly superior option, when the benefits of staying in one place outweighed the costs of giving up the flexibility that mobility provided. The storage of grain represented one of the crucial technological and social innovations that made settled agricultural life viable. Grain, unlike meat or fresh vegetables, can be preserved for extended periods if properly dried and protected from pests and moisture. The Egyptians became masters of grain storage, developing techniques for keeping cereals viable through multiple seasons, which allowed them to buffer against the inevitable variation in harvest yields from year to year. A good harvest could be saved for a future bad one. Surplus from abundant years could sustain the community through lean ones. This storage capacity fundamentally transformed the relationship between humans and their environment, providing a cushion against natural variability that mobile hunting-gathering lifestyles could never match. The ability to store food meant the ability to plan, to invest in the future, to undertake projects that would not produce immediate returns, because you knew you would still be able to eat while working on them. The development of storage facilities is visible in the archaeological record of pre-dynastic Egyptian sites, where simple pits for keeping grain gradually evolved into more elaborate structures, designed to protect stored food from the various threats that could destroy it. Rodents were a constant problem, attracted to concentrated food sources in ways that probably drove early Egyptians to the same frustrated exasperation that modern homeowners feel when discovering mice in their pantries. Insects presented similar challenges, their tiny bodies capable of reducing a season's worth of careful cultivation to worthless dust if not properly controlled. Moisture could cause grain to rot or sprout prematurely, rendering it unsuitable for consumption. The solutions that communities developed to these problems, the sealed containers and raised platforms and vigilant monitoring, represented accumulated practical knowledge that was as important to survival as any religious ritual or political arrangement. The consequences of successful grain storage extended far beyond simple food security. Stored grain represented wealth, tangible value that could be counted, compared, and accumulated in ways that previous forms of resources could not. A hunter's skill might vary from day to day, and the meat from a successful hunt had to be consumed quickly before it spoiled. A herder's cattle represented walking wealth, but cattle required constant attention, ate the pasture that might otherwise support other uses, and could die from disease or predation without warning. Grain in a storage pit was different. It sat there, not requiring feeding or supervision, maintaining its value over months and even years, available for use whenever the owner decided the time was right. This stability, this countability, this ability to accumulate without corresponding consumption, made grain surplus the first true capital, wealth that could be invested rather than merely consumed. The emergence of surplus created possibilities that had not existed before, possibilities for social differentiation that would eventually reshape human society in fundamental ways. When everyone is scrambling for daily survival, when tomorrow's meal depends on today's successful hunt or gather, there is little room for inequality. Everyone is in the same situation, facing the same challenges, lacking the resources that would allow significant accumulation. But when surplus becomes possible, when some families begin to store more grain than others, when the capacity to save intersects with variations in skill, luck, and circumstance, inequality begins to emerge. The family with fuller storage pits can weather bad years better than neighbours with less reserve. They can afford to take risks that others cannot. They can accumulate while others merely survive. The advantages compound over time, each generation potentially starting from a better position than the last, the gap between haves and have-nots widening with each passing decade. The archaeological evidence for this emerging inequality comes primarily from graves, those time capsules of ancient life that preserve what daily settlements often do not. The earliest burials along the Nile show relatively little variation. Bodies placed in simple pits, sometimes with a few personal possessions, sometimes with nothing at all. The differences between one grave and another were modest, suggesting that the differences between one living person and another were similarly modest. But over the pre-dynastic centuries, burial practices began to diverge. Some graves remained simple while others became elaborate. Some contained only basic provisions while others were stuffed with goods that must have represented significant wealth. The contrast became increasingly stark as time passed, with elite burials eventually including items that clearly required substantial resources to produce or acquire, while ordinary burials remained as simple as they had always been. The goods found in wealthy pre-dynastic graves tell us what the Egyptian elite valued and how they expressed their status. Pottery appears in abundance, sometimes in quantities that no individual could have used in a lifetime, the sheer volume serving as a display of surplus capacity. Stone vessels, far more labour-intensive to produce than clay ceramics, become increasingly common in elite contexts, their presence indicating access to specialist craftspeople whose skills were not available to everyone. Jewellery made from materials that had to be imported from distant regions demonstrates participation in long-distance trade networks, connections that allowed wealth to be converted into exotic goods that ordinary people could never obtain. The humble grave with its single pot and the elaborate burial with its hundreds of objects existed in the same cemeteries, representing people who had lived in the same communities, but whose life circumstances had apparently been profoundly different. The sources of this inequality were probably multiple and interconnected. Some families might have controlled better agricultural land, locations where the flood deposited particularly fertile soil, or where drainage patterns made cultivation more productive. Others might have possessed superior skills, better knowledge of agricultural techniques, more effective strategies for storage and preservation. Still others might have occupied positions of social or religious authority that allowed them to claim shares of others' production, early forms of taxation or tribute that concentrated wealth in particular hands. Luck played its role as well. The unpredictable variations in harvest success, livestock survival, and family health that could lift some households while devastating others. Whatever the specific mechanisms, the result was clear. By the later pre-dynastic period, Egyptian society had become stratified in ways that would only intensify as political consolidation proceeded. The relationship between agricultural surplus and political power is worth examining because it helps explain how the pharaonic state emerged from the conditions we have been tracing. Political authority requires resources, soldiers to enforce decisions, administrators to implement policies, ceremonies and monuments to legitimize rule. In mobile hunting-gathering societies where surplus is minimal and everyone is engaged in food production, there is simply not enough extra to support specialized political roles. But when surplus accumulates, when some members of society are producing more than they immediately need, the possibility emerges for others to claim shares of that surplus and use it to build power. The chief who can accumulate tribute from successful farmers, who can redistribute that tribute to loyal followers, who can fund construction projects that demonstrate his importance, that chief has resources that competitors without such access cannot match. Agricultural surplus was the fuel that powered political development, the material foundation on which all subsequent complexity was built. The transition from simple inequality to organized political hierarchy happened gradually, through processes that are difficult to track in the archaeological record because they involved social relationships and organizational patterns that do not leave obvious material traces. At some point, the families with the most accumulated wealth began to exercise authority over their neighbors, their economic superiority translating into political power. The mechanisms might have varied. Perhaps they lent grain during hard times and extracted obligation in return. Perhaps they organized collective projects like irrigation improvements and claimed leadership roles as a result. Perhaps they simply had enough resources to maintain armed retainers who could enforce their will. However it happened, the result was the emergence of local elites who controlled not just more wealth, but more power than their neighbors, who could make decisions that affected entire communities, who began to look less like successful farmers and more like rulers. The competition among these emerging elites drove further development, as each sought to outdo rivals in displays of wealth, power, and prestige. This competition is visible in the elaboration of elite burials over the pre-dynastic period, each generation seemingly trying to surpass what came before. Tombs became larger and more architecturally complex. Grave goods became more numerous and more exotic. The resources devoted to death increased steadily, reflecting both the growing wealth of the elite and their intensifying need to demonstrate superiority over competitors. A grave that would have been impressively wealthy in one generation became merely adequate in the next, as the threshold for elite status continued to rise. This competitive escalation was expensive, consuming resources that might otherwise have been used for other purposes, but it was also probably unavoidable, given the logic of competition among peers who needed to maintain their positions. The religious dimensions of this emerging inequality should not be overlooked, because they help explain how differences in wealth became accepted rather than resented. The beliefs about the afterlife that we discussed in earlier contexts took on new significance as social stratification increased. If life after death required provisions, and if the quality of afterlife depended on the quantity and quality of those provisions, then inequality in death was not merely a reflection of inequality in life, but a preview of inequality in eternity. The wealthy person who filled their tomb with goods was not just showing off. They were investing in their eternal future, ensuring that their afterlife would be as comfortable as their earthly existence had been. This belief system made inequality seem not just acceptable but cosmically appropriate, a natural order that extended beyond the grave into the divine realm. The poor person with the simple grave might have resented their wealthy neighbor's prosperity, but if they shared the belief that such prosperity continued into eternity, resentment was tempered by the understanding that this was simply how the universe worked. The specialists who emerged to serve elite needs became another dimension of the increasingly complex society taking shape along the Nile. When ordinary farmers produced surplus, that surplus could support people who did not farm at all, who devoted their time instead to craft production, religious activities, administrative tasks, or other specialized roles. The stone vessel carvers whose products appear in elite graves were not farming while they worked on those vessels. They were being fed by someone else's agricultural production, trading their skills for a share of the food supply. The same was true for potters who produced fine ceramics, weavers who created elaborate textiles, metalworkers who fashioned copper tools and ornaments. These specialists depended on surplus, could only exist because surplus existed, and their products in turn served the elite who controlled the surplus distribution. The relationship was symbiotic but also hierarchical, with specialists occupying intermediate positions between the elite who employed them and the farmers whose labour ultimately supported everyone. The settlement patterns of pre-dynastic Egypt reflected these emerging social arrangements. Villages grew larger as agricultural productivity increased and population expanded. Within villages, distinctions appeared between larger and smaller dwellings, better and worse locations, structures that were clearly residences of important people, and structures that were just places where ordinary families lived. Specialized production areas developed, locations where craftspeople worked their trades, concentrations of activity that suggest organized production rather than household-level making of goods for personal use. Storage facilities expanded, some of them clearly associated with particular families or institutions rather than serving the community as a whole. The physical layout of settlements began to encode the social distinctions that were becoming characteristic of Egyptian society, making inequality visible in the very organization of space. The diet of the Egyptian elite began to diverge from that of ordinary people as wealth accumulated and social distinction increased. The bread and beer foundation remained universal, but the additions to that foundation became increasingly varied. Meat appeared more frequently on elite tables, evidence that wealthy families maintained livestock or had the resources to acquire animal protein that ordinary farmers could not afford. Fish from the Nile provided another protein source, one that was more accessible to common people, but that still showed variation in quantity and quality between social strata. Fruits, vegetables, and other supplementary foods added variety to the diet, their availability depending on access to agricultural land, storage capacity, and trade connections. The wealthy ate better than the poor, a pattern so universal in human societies that it requires no special explanation. But the emergence of this pattern in pre-dynastic Egypt marked a change from earlier conditions when such distinctions had been less pronounced or absent entirely. The implications of dietary inequality extended beyond simple nutrition into realms of health, energy, and physical capacity. Better-fed individuals tend to be taller, stronger, and more resistant to disease than their malnourished counterparts, advantages that compound over time as healthier parents produce healthier children, who in turn have advantages over their less fortunate contemporaries. Skeletal evidence from pre-dynastic cemeteries shows variations in stature, dental health, and disease markers that correspond to burial wealth, suggesting that inequality in life circumstances was written into the bodies themselves. The wealthy were not just richer, they were often physically larger and healthier, their biological advantages reinforcing their social and economic ones. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is a true one, and understanding it helps explain how inequality could persist and deepen over generations despite the obvious injustice it represented. The brewing and baking that produced the fundamental Egyptian dietary staples required equipment and facilities that themselves became markers of household capacity. Grinding grain into flour was laborious work, typically performed by women using stone querns that required hours of effort to produce the flour needed for a single day's bread. The presence of multiple grinding stones at a site suggests a household with substantial grain processing capacity, which in turn suggests substantial grain supplies to process. Beer production required vessels for brewing, facilities for fermentation, and knowledge of the techniques that produced palatable results. Households that could maintain these productive capacities were clearly in better circumstances than those that could not, their equipment representing investment of resources that not everyone could afford. The organization of labor within households and communities took on new forms as agricultural production and craft specialization developed. In mobile hunting-gathering societies, labor organization tends to be relatively simple, with tasks divided by age and sex but without elaborate hierarchies or specialized roles. Agricultural societies require more complex organization. Someone must coordinate planting and harvesting activities. Someone must manage storage and distribution. Someone must make decisions about when to consume reserves and when to save them. These coordinating roles create opportunities for authority, positions from which individuals can exercise influence over others' activities and claim shares of production as compensation for their organizational services. The person who manages the communal granary has power that the person who merely deposits grain does not, a difference that would become increasingly significant as societies grew larger and more complex. The archaeological sites of the Nile Valley reveal the material culture of these emerging communities in rich detail. Pottery styles changed over time, with distinct regional traditions developing and spreading, their distribution patterns revealing networks of exchange and influence that connected communities across the valley. Tool technologies evolved, with stone tools gradually giving way to copper as metallurgical knowledge developed and trade networks brought metal into the region. Settlement sizes and densities increased, with some locations growing into what might reasonably be called towns, concentrated populations that required coordination and administration beyond what simple village life demanded. Each generation left traces that archaeologists can use to reconstruct the trajectory of development, the gradual elaboration of material culture that accompanied the social and political changes we have been describing. The local traditions that developed in different parts of the Nile Valley during the pre-dynastic period would eventually merge into the unified culture of pharaonic Egypt, but that merger lay in the future. For now, the emphasis should be on the diversity that characterized this period, the regional variations in pottery styles and burial practices, and presumably in beliefs and social organization that made Upper Egypt different from Lower Egypt, that distinguished communities along the river from each other, even as they shared fundamental characteristics derived from their common dependence on the Nile. This diversity was not a problem to be solved, but a resource to be drawn upon, a wealth of experimentation and innovation that would eventually be synthesized into something new. The communities that would one day be unified under pharaonic rule were developing their own traditions, their own solutions to common problems, their own ways of organizing surplus and managing inequality. The unification, when it came, would not eliminate this diversity but would layer a common political structure over it, creating a society that was simultaneously unified and varied. The religious practices associated with food and agriculture deserve mention, because they reveal how Egyptians understood their relationship to the forces that sustained them. The gods received offerings of bread and beer in quantities that seem extravagant, until you remember that these offerings also fed the priests who served the temples and the communities that gathered for festivals. The gods of grain and the gods of the flood, the divine forces associated with agricultural success and failure, received worship that was both genuinely religious and practically self-interested, petitions for continued prosperity from people who knew their survival depended on forces beyond their control. The festivals that marked agricultural seasons were religious occasions, yes, but also social events, opportunities for communities to gather, exchange news, arrange marriages, and conduct all the other business that people who spend most of their time working in fields need to accomplish somewhere. Religion and agriculture were intertwined, each giving meaning to the other, forming a unified system that made sense of Egyptian life in ways that separated them would not. The storage pits that accumulated grain, the graves that accumulated goods, the settlements that accumulated population, all of these accumulations were building towards something, creating the conditions from which Egyptian civilization would emerge. The surplus that made inequality possible also made specialization possible, which made political authority possible, which made the coordination of large-scale projects possible. The pyramid builders who would eventually stack millions of tons of stone into monuments visible from space were the descendants of farmers who had first figured out how to store grain through the season, who had first accumulated enough surplus to support people who did not farm. The line from storage pit to pyramid is direct, even if the intervening steps took millennia to accomplish. Understanding the pre-dynastic development of surplus and inequality is understanding the foundation on which everything else was built. The bread and beer that sustained Egyptian bodies were also building Egyptian society, creating the material conditions from which complexity emerged. The humble grain kernel, domesticated from wild grasses, processed into flour and fermented into beverage, became the foundation of a civilization that would last for 3,000 years. The inequality that grain surplus enabled was not a corruption of some original equality, but an inevitable consequence of the new possibilities that agriculture created. Once surplus was possible, once some could accumulate while others merely survived, the trajectory towards stratified society was essentially set. The pharaohs who would later claim divine authority and build eternal monuments were not innovators in this regard. They were inheritors of patterns established long before, riding a wave of social development that had begun when the first farming. Communities settled along the Nile and discovered that they could grow more food than they immediately needed to eat. The graves continue to tell their stories to archaeologists willing to excavate them carefully and interpret them thoughtfully. Each burial is a data point, evidence for how one particular person lived and died and was remembered by their community. The patterns that emerge from hundreds and thousands of such data points reveal the large-scale processes we have been describing: the emergence of surplus, the development of inequality, the elaboration of elite culture, the foundations of the civilization that would follow. The simple grave with its single pot speaks of a life lived at the margins without excess, without the resources to provide much for the journey to whatever afterlife awaited. The elaborate grave with its hundreds of objects speaks of a life lived very differently, with resources to spare, with connections to trade networks and craft specialists, with the expectation that status in life would continue into status in death. The contrast between them speaks of a society already divided, already stratified, already organized around principles of inequality that would only intensify as political development proceeded. The next stages of our journey will take us through the burial practices and afterlife beliefs that these graves reflect, examining how Egyptians understood death and prepared for whatever came after. But we should carry with us the understanding developed here that the religious practices surrounding death were not separate from the social and economic processes we have been tracing, but deeply intertwined with them. The wealthy person who filled their tomb with goods was expressing beliefs about the afterlife, yes, but also expressing and reinforcing their social position, demonstrating that they had the resources to provide for eternal needs just as they had provided for earthly ones. Death and inequality, religion and economics, belief and material conditions, all of these were woven together in pre-dynastic Egyptian society, forming a complex fabric that we can only begin to unravel. Death is the one experience that every human being is guaranteed to have, and it is also the one experience that nobody has ever successfully reported back from. This creates an obvious problem for anyone trying to figure out what happens next, which has not stopped humans from speculating about it with remarkable creativity and persistence for as long as we have evidence of human thought. Every culture that has ever existed has developed beliefs about the afterlife, stories about what awaits us when our hearts stop beating and our lungs stop drawing breath, elaborate or simple frameworks for understanding what might be the most profound transition any of us will ever make. The specific beliefs vary enormously, from heavenly paradises to endless reincarnation cycles to shadowy underworlds to simple cessation of existence. But the underlying impulse is constant. We refuse to accept that the person we loved or feared or merely knew simply ceases to exist when their body stops functioning. There must be something more, we insist. There has to be. The ancient Egyptians took this universal human impulse and developed it into perhaps the most elaborate system of afterlife preparation the world has ever seen. The mummies in museum collections, the golden treasures of royal tombs, the spells and amulets designed to ensure safe passage through dangers that no living person could verify, all of this represents an investment of resources and attention that seems almost obsessive from a modern perspective. The Egyptians spent a significant portion of their lives preparing for what would happen after their lives ended, devoting wealth and labour to tombs that they would occupy for eternity but would never see completed, purchasing funerary goods that they would never use while alive, paying priests to perform rituals on their behalf for years or decades or centuries after their deaths. This commitment to the afterlife is one of the defining characteristics of Egyptian civilization, the feature that perhaps more than any other distinguishes it from the cultures that surrounded it and the cultures that would follow. But like everything else we have been tracing, these elaborate practices did not appear from nowhere. They developed over time, evolving from much simpler origins through a process of gradual elaboration that we can track through the archaeological record. The roots of Egyptian afterlife belief stretch back into the pre-dynastic period, to the modest graves of communities just beginning to settle along the Nile, and understanding those origins helps explain how beliefs that might seem bizarre or irrational to modern secular observers made perfect sense to the people who held them. The pyramids, those ultimate expressions of Egyptian afterlife obsession, have their origins in simple burial pits. The mummies that fascinate museum visitors began with accidents of climate and chemistry. The elaborate spells that were supposed to guide souls through the underworld evolved from much simpler beliefs about what the dead needed to survive their transition to whatever came next. The graves dating to the pre-dynastic period, roughly 4,000 to 5,000 years before the present, provide our earliest substantial evidence for Egyptian beliefs about death and what followed. These burials share certain characteristics that appear so consistently across different sites and time periods that they must reflect shared beliefs, common understandings about proper treatment of the dead that communities along the Nile held and transmitted across generations. The body was typically placed in what archaeologists call the contracted or fetal position, knees drawn up toward the chest, arms folded, the whole form curled into a compact shape that echoes the position of an infant before birth. This positioning was not accidental and was not merely convenient for grave digging. Corpses do not naturally assume this posture, and arranging a body this way requires deliberate effort from those performing the burial, effort that would not have been expended unless it served some purpose that the community considered important. The meaning of this fetal positioning has been debated by scholars, but the most common interpretation connects it to ideas of rebirth. The dead person is positioned as if ready to be born again, curled in the earth as an infant curls in the womb, awaiting emergence into whatever new existence awaits on the other side of death. This interpretation makes intuitive sense and aligns with later Egyptian beliefs about death as a transition rather than an ending, a passage from one form of existence to another rather than simple cessation. The deceased is not simply dead. They are being prepared for a new life, their body arranged to facilitate the transformation that death represents. Whether pre-dynastic Egyptians actually conceptualized death in precisely these terms is impossible to prove, but the consistency of the fetal positioning across thousands of graves suggests that it carried meaning that communities understood and preserved across generations. The orientation of bodies within graves provides additional evidence for emerging beliefs about death and its geography. In Upper Egypt, bodies were typically placed on their left sides with heads toward the south and faces pointing west. This westward orientation meant that the deceased was looking toward the direction of the setting sun, toward the place where the solar deity descended below the horizon each evening to journey through whatever realm lay beyond the visible world. The association of west with death would persist throughout Egyptian history. The realm of Osiris, lord of the dead, was located in the west. Tombs were traditionally built on the western bank of the Nile. The phrase, going west, became a standard euphemism for dying. This directional symbolism was already established in pre-dynastic burials, suggesting that the solar theology that would become so central to Egyptian religion was taking shape during this early period, connecting the daily death and rebirth of the sun to human hopes for similar resurrection. The sun, after all, provides an obvious model for thinking about death and what might follow. Every evening it sinks below the western horizon in a blaze of colour, apparently dying as darkness covers the land. Every morning it rises again in the east, reborn into a new day, travelling its familiar path across the sky before dying once more at sunset. This cycle repeats endlessly, day after day, year after year, the most reliable pattern in the natural world. For people who observed this cycle daily and whose lives were shaped by the sun's journey, the connection to human mortality must have seemed almost irresistible. If the sun can die and be reborn, why not humans? The west was where the sun went to die. Placing the dead facing west associated them with the sun's journey, suggested that they too would travel through the realm beyond the horizon, and perhaps, like the sun, would emerge again on the other side. The items placed in graves alongside the body provide the most direct evidence for beliefs about what the dead would need in their new existence, because you do not bury objects with a corpse unless you believe those objects will somehow benefit the deceased. The grave goods from pre-dynastic burials vary in quantity and quality, as we discussed in the previous chapter regarding inequality, but certain categories appear consistently across social strata and geographic regions. Pottery vessels are nearly universal. An analysis of residues within these vessels shows that many once contained food or drink. This is not merely symbolic provision, this is practical provision, supplies for a journey, sustenance for whatever existence awaited beyond the grave. The dead would need to eat and drink just as the living did, and responsible relatives made sure they had the necessary supplies. Personal ornaments appear frequently as well, beads and amulets and simple jewellery positioned where they would have been worn in life. These items served multiple purposes that we can only partially reconstruct. They may have been simply personal possessions, favourite objects that accompanied their owners into death just as they had accompanied them through life. They may have served protective functions, amulets whose magical properties would shield the deceased from dangers in the afterlife. They may have marked identity, ensuring that the deceased would remain recognizable, would retain their individual character rather than dissolving into anonymous existence. The precise meanings probably varied from object to object and community to community, but the underlying principle was clear. The dead person remained a person, still possessed of identity and needs, and the right to keep their belongings. Tools and weapons appear in some graves, particularly those of males, though the gender associations were not absolute. These practical items suggested that the afterlife would involve activities similar to those of earthly existence: hunting, crafting, the work that had occupied living hours. The dead person was not entering a realm of pure spirit where material concerns no longer applied. They were entering a continuation of life that required the same equipment that life itself required. A hunter needed his weapons, a craftsman needed his tools, a woman needed the implements of her domestic labour. The afterlife was imagined as fundamentally similar to the life that preceded it, requiring the same objects, presenting the same challenges, differing mainly in its permanence rather than its character. Cosmetic items like palettes for grinding pigments appear with notable frequency, evidence that concerns about appearance extended beyond death. Egyptians of both sexes used cosmetics, particularly eye makeup made from ground minerals like malachite and galena, and this practice apparently continued in the afterlife, or at least was expected to. The presence of cosmetic equipment in graves suggests either that the dead would need to maintain their appearance in the next world, or that appearance-related items had acquired significance beyond their practical function, becoming markers of identity or status that the deceased could not be properly buried without. Either interpretation points to beliefs about continued existence that retained earthly concerns rather than transcending them. The consistency of these burial practices across the pre-dynastic period is remarkable and deserves emphasis. We are talking about graves spanning centuries, from different communities that had no central authority coordinating their practices, yet showing the same basic patterns: contracted position, westward orientation, provision of goods for the afterlife. This consistency indicates that beliefs about death and proper burial treatment were widely shared, transmitted across generations and across communities, forming a cultural framework that would persist and elaborate through all subsequent periods of Egyptian history. The religious system that would eventually produce the pyramid texts and the Book of the Dead had its roots in these pre-dynastic practices, in the simple but consistent ways that ordinary people buried their dead and equipped them for whatever journey awaited. Now we come to what may be the most significant factor in the development of Egyptian afterlife beliefs, a factor that arose not from religious speculation, but from the accidents of climate and chemistry. The Nile Valley, particularly in the drier regions of Upper Egypt, provides conditions that are remarkably favourable for the natural preservation of human remains. A body buried in the hot, dry sand can desiccate rather than decompose, the moisture being wicked away before significant decay can occur. The result is what we might call accidental mummification, the preservation of skin, hair, and even internal organs through purely natural processes that require no human intervention beyond burying the body in the right kind of soil in the right kind of climate. The discovery of such naturally preserved bodies must have been profoundly shocking to the people who encountered them. Imagine digging a new grave in a cemetery that has been used for generations and uncovering the remains of someone who died decades or centuries earlier, but whose face is still recognizable, whose hair still clings to their skull, whose fingernails are still attached to their fingers. In a world without scientific understanding of preservation processes, this must have seemed miraculous, evidence that the dead had not entirely departed, that they remained present in some form, waiting in their sandy graves for something that the living could only guess at. The religious implications would have been immediate and profound. If the body could survive death, then perhaps the person could survive death as well. Physical preservation became linked to spiritual continuation, the condition of the corpse connected to the fate of the soul. This connection between bodily preservation and afterlife existence would become one of the defining features of Egyptian religious thought, distinguishing it from traditions that viewed the body as a temporary vessel to be discarded at death. For the Egyptians, body and soul were linked in ways that made preserving the former essential for the welfare of the latter. The ka, one of several soul components in Egyptian understanding, needed a physical form to inhabit. Without a preserved body, the ka would be homeless, unable to receive the offerings that sustained it, gradually fading into non-existence. This belief drove the enormous investment in mummification technology that would characterize later Egyptian practice, the elaborate procedures of desiccation and wrapping and magical protection that sought to guarantee what nature sometimes accomplished accidentally in desert burials. The development of artificial mummification was essentially an attempt to ensure and improve upon what natural conditions sometimes provided. If bodies buried in hot, dry sand could be preserved through no human effort, then surely human intervention could make preservation more reliable, more complete, more certain to achieve the religious goals that depended upon it. The earliest artificial mummification attempts were crude by later standards: simple wrapping of bodies in linen or animal skins, application of resins that might help prevent decay, positioning that would facilitate desiccation. Over the centuries, these techniques would be refined into the sophisticated procedures that we associate with Egyptian mummies: the removal of internal organs, the treatment with natron salts, the elaborate wrapping with hundreds of yards of linen, the placement of amulets at specific positions to provide magical protection. But all of this began with the observation that bodies sometimes survived in the Egyptian sand, and the conclusion that such survival must be spiritually significant. The belief that bodily preservation enabled afterlife existence had implications that extended far beyond mummification techniques. If the body needed to survive, then it needed a place to survive, a protected location where it could rest undisturbed for eternity. The grave became not just a place of disposal, but a permanent home, a dwelling for the dead that required the same care and attention as a dwelling for the living. Grave structures became more elaborate over time, evolving from simple pits to lined chambers to multi-room tombs that anticipated the architectural complexity of later Egyptian funerary monuments. The trajectory from sand burial to pyramid was not a sudden leap but a gradual elaboration, each generation building slightly more impressive tombs than the last, the competitive dynamics that we discussed regarding inequality driving ever greater. Investment in the architecture of death. The offerings that were placed with the dead at burial were supplemented over time by ongoing offerings that the living provided for the deceased. This cult of the dead, as scholars sometimes call it, represented an ongoing relationship between the living and those who had passed, a connection that death interrupted but did not sever. Family members brought food and drink to the graves of their relatives, maintaining the bonds of kinship across the boundary of death, ensuring that the deceased continued to receive the sustenance they needed. Some graves show evidence of having been reopened after initial burial, apparently for the addition of new offerings or perhaps for ritual interaction with the remains. This was not grave robbing but grave visiting, maintaining relationships with the dead that the living considered important and the dead presumably appreciated. The elite graves that became increasingly elaborate during the pre-dynastic period represent the combination of inequality and afterlife belief that would characterize Egyptian civilization throughout its history. The wealthy person who filled their tomb with goods was not merely showing off, though they were certainly doing that too. They were investing in their eternal future, ensuring that their afterlife would be as comfortable as their earthly existence had been, providing the supplies and equipment that continued existence would require. The simple grave with its single pot, and the elaborate tomb with its hundreds of objects, represented not just different levels of earthly wealth, but different expectations about what eternity would look like. The wealthy expected comfortable eternities, the poor presumably expected less comfortable ones. Both expected something, some continued existence that was worth preparing for, even if the preparations exhausted resources that might have been used for other purposes. The geographical organization of cemeteries during this period reveals emerging beliefs about the relationship between the living and the dead. Graves were not scattered randomly but clustered in defined areas, communities of the dead that paralleled the communities of the living. These cemeteries were often located on the desert edge, at the boundary between the fertile black land and the barren red land, positioned at the transition between the world of the living and the world beyond. The western location of most cemeteries reinforced the association of west with death that the body orientation had established, creating landscapes where the living inhabited the east and the dead the west, separated by the daily journey of the sun, that connected the two realms. The relationship between death beliefs and solar theology became increasingly explicit as Egyptian religion developed, though the foundations were laid in the pre-dynastic period. The sun died each evening and was reborn each morning. The dead hoped to share in this daily resurrection, to travel with the sun through the underworld and emerge renewed on the other side. The elaborate solar barks that would later carry dead pharaohs through the heavens had their conceptual origins in this association between solar journey and afterlife passage. The boats that appeared in pre-dynastic graves, those simple watercraft that we discussed in earlier contexts, may have served similar functions, providing the deceased with vessels for the journey through whatever waters separated this world from the next. The development of afterlife beliefs during the pre-dynastic period was not uniform across Egypt. Regional variations existed that would only gradually merge into the more standardized religious system of the pharaonic era. Different communities apparently held slightly different beliefs about death and its meaning, different practices for preparing the dead, different expectations about what the afterlife would look like. This diversity was not necessarily problematic. Egyptian religion would always maintain a certain flexibility that allowed different communities to hold different versions of common beliefs without anyone insisting on orthodoxy. The unification of Egypt under the pharaohs would overlay a common framework on this diversity, but would never eliminate it entirely. Local traditions about death and burial persisted throughout Egyptian history, coexisting with the national religious system that the state promoted. The practical implications of afterlife belief for daily life should not be underestimated. If you truly believe that death is a transition rather than an ending, that your continued existence depends on proper preparation, that the quality of your eternity will reflect the quality of your burial provisions, then preparing for death becomes one of life's most important activities. Egyptians saved and planned for their deaths in ways that modern people typically reserve for retirement, accumulating the goods that would accompany them to the grave, arranging for the tombs that would house them forever, ensuring that they would not face eternity unprepared. This planning shaped economic behavior, directed resources toward funerary purposes that might otherwise have been used for immediate consumption, created demand for specialized goods and services that supported entire industries of craftspeople and priests. Death was not just a religious concern, it was an economic sector, a significant portion of the Egyptian economy devoted to serving the needs of people who were no longer alive to pay for their own provisions. The priests who would later officiate at funerals and maintain mortuary cults emerged during this period as specialized practitioners of death-related ritual. Someone had to know the proper procedures for preparing bodies, the correct words to say over graves, the appropriate offerings to make and when to make them. This knowledge was not universal. It was specialized expertise that not everyone possessed, and that therefore had value that could be exchanged for other goods and services. The mortuary priests of later periods, who received endowments to maintain offerings for deceased patrons for years or decades after their deaths, represented the institutionalization of practices that had begun much more informally in pre-dynastic communities. The relationship between the living and the dead required management, and those who knew how to manage it acquired a specialized role that would persist and elaborate throughout Egyptian history. The connection between death beliefs and social hierarchy deserves additional consideration because it helps explain how inequality was not just tolerated, but actively justified in Egyptian society. If the afterlife reflected earthly status, if wealthy people would enjoy wealthy eternities while poor people would endure modest ones, then inequality was not merely an unfortunate feature of earthly existence, but a preview of cosmic reality. The proper order of things, the way the universe was supposed to work, included hierarchy and difference, included rulers and ruled, rich and poor, each occupying their appropriate position both in life and in death. This ideological framework made challenging inequality more difficult because doing so meant challenging not just social arrangements, but divine order itself. The beliefs about death that we have been tracing were not separate from the political and economic developments of the same period. They were intertwined, each reinforcing the other, creating a comprehensive worldview that explained and justified how Egyptian society was organized. The material culture associated with death became increasingly elaborate during the pre-dynastic period, as craftspeople developed specialized skills for producing funerary goods, and as competition among elites drove demand for ever more impressive tomb provisions. Pottery specifically designed for funerary use appeared, distinct from the vessels used in daily life, marked by decoration or form as appropriate for the dead rather than the living. Stone vessels, requiring enormous investments of skilled labor to produce, became increasingly common in elite graves, their presence demonstrating both the wealth of the deceased and their access to specialist craftspeople who could produce such objects. The cosmetic palettes found in graves showed increasingly elaborate decoration, their grinding surfaces surrounded by carved images of animals and geometric patterns that transformed functional objects into works of art suitable for eternal use. The imagery that appeared on funerary objects and in the earliest pictorial representations from Egypt provides glimpses into how pre-dynastic Egyptians imagined the afterlife, though interpretation remains challenging given the absence of explanatory texts. Animals figure prominently, the same creatures that would populate the pharaonic pantheon. Falcons and cobras and lions, creatures of power and danger that apparently had significance in the realm of death as well as life. Boats appear frequently, reinforcing the association between water travel and afterlife journey that would remain central to Egyptian funerary belief. Human figures engaged in various activities suggest that the afterlife was imagined as involving action and engagement rather than passive rest, a continuation of earthly pursuits rather than a retreat from them. The transition from pre-dynastic burial practices to the more elaborate systems of the early dynastic period was not abrupt but gradual, each generation adding new elements, refining existing practices, investing more resources in the architecture and equipment of death. The first royal tombs at Abydos, dating to the period just after unification, show clear continuity with pre-dynastic traditions, while also showing the acceleration that royal resources made possible. The kings of the first dynasty were buried with provisions that far exceeded anything previous generations had accumulated, their tombs containing rooms full of goods that would have been unimaginable luxury for ordinary people. But the basic pattern, the contracted body, the westward orientation, the provision of food and tools and personal items, all of this continued from practices established centuries earlier. The subsidiary burials that accompanied some early royal tombs represent perhaps the most disturbing extension of afterlife belief, the practice of killing and burying servants and retainers to accompany their master into death. These were not willing sacrifices so far as we can tell, but people killed to serve royal needs in the afterlife. Their lives ended so that the king would not lack for servants in eternity. This practice did not persist, fortunately. It appears limited to the earliest dynastic period and was apparently abandoned as impractical, immoral, or both. But its existence demonstrates how seriously Egyptians took the idea that the afterlife would resemble earthly existence, complete with social hierarchy and the need for labor to serve elite needs. If the king needed servants in life, he would need servants in death, and the only way to provide them was to send living servants to join him. The logic is horrifying but internally consistent, a reminder that beliefs have consequences and that some of those consequences are terrible. The evolution from simple grave pit to elaborate tomb to pyramid was driven by the combination of beliefs we have been tracing with the resources and competitive dynamics that political development made possible. If the body needed to survive for the soul to prosper, then protecting the body from disturbance became essential. If the deceased needed provisions for eternity, then storage space for those provisions was required. If status in death reflected status in life, then the architecture of death needed to communicate status just as the architecture of life did. Each element of the developing belief system pushed toward greater elaboration of funerary structures, and the resources available to early rulers allowed them to pursue this elaboration on scales that ordinary people could never match. The pyramids were not innovations that broke with earlier tradition. They were the logical culmination of traditions that had been developing for centuries, expressions of beliefs that had become central to Egyptian identity. The belief in bodily preservation and continued existence that emerged during the pre-dynastic period would shape Egyptian civilization for the next 3,000 years. Every mummy that modern museums display, every tomb that tourists visit, every artifact designed to ensure safe passage to the afterlife represents the persistence of ideas that first crystallized in the minds of people burying their dead along the Nile 5,000 years and more before the present. These ideas were not primitive superstitions that sophisticated later Egyptians gradually abandoned. They were core beliefs that the civilization maintained and elaborated through all subsequent developments, adapting to changing circumstances while retaining their essential character. The pharaohs who built the pyramids shared the same fundamental beliefs about death and afterlife that their pre-dynastic ancestors had held. They simply had more resources to act on those beliefs. The graves of the pre-dynastic period, modest as many of them are, thus contain something more significant than the bones and goods that archaeologists recover from them. They contain the origins of a worldview, the earliest evidence for beliefs that would produce some of humanity's most remarkable cultural achievements. The fetal positioning speaks of rebirth, the westward orientation connects to solar theology, the grave goods indicate material afterlife, the preserved bodies demonstrate the link between physical survival and spiritual continuation. All the components of the later Egyptian system were present, waiting only for the resources and organization of the unified state to elaborate them into something truly monumental. The simple grave in the sand and the pyramid on the plateau are connected by a continuous thread of belief, a shared understanding that death was not an ending but a beginning, and that proper preparation was essential for whatever came next. The legacy of these beliefs extends far beyond ancient Egypt, influencing concepts of death and afterlife in cultures that would follow, contributing to religious traditions that still shape how billions of people think about mortality and its aftermath. The Egyptian insistence that death was a transition, that the dead continued to exist, that proper treatment of the body mattered for spiritual outcomes, resonated with deep human needs and hopes that transcend any particular cultural context. When modern people visit Egyptian collections in museums, marveling at mummies and gilded sarcophagi, they are engaging with beliefs that speak to concerns they share with people who lived 5,000 years ago. The fear of death, the hope for something beyond it, the desire to provide for those we love even after they have passed. These are universal human experiences, and the Egyptians addressed them with a thoroughness and creativity that still commands attention and respect. The next phase of our journey will take us through the final stages of pre-dynastic development, watching as trade networks expanded, as writing emerged to track increasingly complex economic relationships as competing polities struggled for dominance until one finally unified the two lands under a single ruler. But we should carry with us the understanding developed here, that the religious beliefs surrounding death were not separate from these political and economic processes, but deeply intertwined with them. The kings who would unify Egypt and build the first pyramids inherited not just political territories, but a comprehensive belief system that made their rule cosmically significant, that connected their power to divine order, that justified the enormous resources they would devote to preparing for eternities they would spend in elaborate tombs. Death beliefs and political power, religion and economics, the spiritual and the material, all of these were woven together in Egyptian civilization from its earliest origins, forming a fabric that we are only beginning to understand. The Nile Valley by 4000 BCE was not a peaceful paradise of farmers contentedly tilling their fields and watching the river rise and fall with comfortable predictability. That image belongs in travel brochures, not in serious history. What actually existed was something far more complex and considerably more violent. A patchwork of competing communities, ambitious chieftains, and increasingly sophisticated networks of exchange that stretched far beyond the green ribbon of fertile land hugging the great river. The resources flowing into these settlements came from distances that would impress a modern logistics manager, though the methods of acquisition range from peaceful barter to methods that left considerably more archaeological evidence in the form of fractured skulls and burned villages. The obsidian trade tells us something remarkable about just how connected these supposedly isolated Nile communities actually were. This volcanic glass, prized for tools and ornaments with an edge sharper than any metal blade available at the time, originated in the highlands of what we now call Ethiopia, a journey of over 1,000 kilometers through some of the most challenging terrain the African continent has to offer. Getting obsidian from the Ethiopian highlands to the Nile settlements was not a matter of placing an order with a reliable shipping company. Someone had to physically carry these stones through desert, savanna, and potentially hostile territory, navigating by landmarks that we can only assume were passed down through generations of traders who considered a successful round trip a genuine accomplishment rather than an expected outcome. The fact that obsidian consistently appears in Nile Valley sites from this period suggests either remarkably dedicated merchants or remarkably valuable goods worth dying for, and quite possibly both. The Red Sea contributed its own treasures to this ancient network, particularly shells that served purposes both decorative and symbolic. Cowrie shells, those smooth oval treasures that would later become actual currency across much of Africa, made their way from coastal waters to settlements hundreds of kilometers inland. The logical challenges of moving seashells to people who had never seen the ocean and convincing them that these objects were worth trading grain and livestock for, speaks to a level of commercial sophistication that we might not automatically associate with prehistoric societies. Someone, at some point, had to be a very convincing salesperson indeed, or alternatively, the symbolic and decorative value of these exotic items was immediately apparent to people for whom anything from beyond the horizon carried an aura of mystery and power. But trade was not the only force shaping these communities, and this is where the archaeological record becomes rather less pleasant to contemplate. The evidence of warfare from pre-dynastic Egypt is abundant and graphic in ways that leave little room for comfortable interpretation. Mace heads, those heavy stone implements designed with the express purpose of crushing human skulls, appear with increasing frequency and sophistication throughout this period. These were not dual-purpose tools that happened to be useful in combat. They were purpose-built weapons, and the skeletal evidence confirms they were used exactly as intended. Burial sites from this era contain individuals whose final moments were decidedly not peaceful, bearing wounds that speak to organized violence rather than individual disputes. The relationship between trade and warfare during this period was not the simple opposition that modern economic theory might suggest. These two activities were intimately connected, often conducted by the same groups of people using remarkably similar organizational skills. A chieftain who could organize an expedition to acquire obsidian from Ethiopia could equally well organize a raiding party against a neighboring settlement that had accumulated desirable goods. The same boats that carried trade goods up and down the Nile could transport warriors with equal efficiency. And the wealth acquired through trade often became the very target that made communities worth attacking, creating a cycle of accumulation and conflict that would echo throughout human history in one form or another. Control of the Nile itself became the central strategic objective around which all other considerations revolved. The river was not merely a source of water and agricultural fertility. It was the transportation network, the communication corridor, and the defining geographic feature that made everything else possible. A community that controlled a particular stretch of the Nile controlled access to everything upstream and downstream, a choke point advantage that ambitious leaders recognized and exploited with increasing sophistication. The competition for these strategic positions drove both the development of more effective weapons and the formation of larger political units capable of projecting power over greater distances. The chieftains who emerged as dominant figures in this competitive landscape were individuals who had mastered both commerce and combat, understanding that success in one domain often depended on success in the other. These were not philosopher kings ruling through wisdom and moral authority. They were practical men who understood that power flowed from the ability to reward followers and punish enemies, and that both capabilities required the accumulation and distribution of material resources. The gifts of exotic goods that cemented alliances and the raids that eliminated competitors were two sides of the same coin, and the most successful leaders were those who knew when to employ each approach. The gradual consolidation of smaller communities into larger territorial units followed patterns that would become familiar throughout human history, though watching it unfold in the archaeological record requires reading between the lines of broken pottery and buried bodies. Successful chieftains absorbed neighbours through a combination of marriage alliances, economic dependence, military conquest, and the simple prestige that came from visible success. Each absorption increased the victor's resource base and military capacity, making further expansion more feasible. The process was not smooth or inevitable. Setbacks and reversals certainly occurred, but the overall trend toward larger political units was unmistakable across the centuries leading up to unification. The emergence of distinct material cultures in different regions of the Nile Valley suggests that this consolidation was happening simultaneously in multiple centres, creating competing power blocks rather than a single dominant force gradually absorbing all others. The cultural differences visible in pottery styles, burial practices, and settlement patterns indicate that these were not merely administrative divisions, but genuine communities with distinct identities and traditions. When these blocks eventually came into direct conflict, the stakes involved not just political control, but the survival of entire ways of life that had developed over generations. Upper Egypt, the southern portion of the Nile Valley, counterintuitively named because it lies upstream and therefore higher in elevation, emerged as the more aggressive and ultimately successful competitor in this long struggle. The reasons for southern dominance are not entirely clear from the archaeological record. though several factors likely contributed. Upper Egypt's position closer to African trade routes may have provided advantages in acquiring prestigious exotic goods. The narrower valley in the south may have made territorial control easier to establish and defend. And the cultural traditions that developed in this region appear to have emphasized military prowess and political centralization to a greater degree than their northern counterparts, though whether this was cause or effect of their eventual success remains debatable. The development of writing emerged from this context of competitive chieftains, extensive trade networks, and the administrative challenges of managing increasingly complex societies. And here we must abandon any romantic notions about the origins of literacy, because the earliest Egyptian writing had nothing to do with poetry, philosophy, or the recording of religious myths. The first written documents from the Nile Valley were inventory tags, the ancient equivalent of shipping labels and receipts, tracking who owned what and who owed what to whom. Literature would come later, bureaucracy came first, because ambitious rulers needed to keep track of their possessions and their subjects before they needed to compose verses about either. The bone tags discovered at Abydos, one of the most important religious and political centres of pre-dynastic Egypt, provide our earliest glimpse of Egyptian writing in its most utilitarian form. These small carved labels were attached to goods, jars of oil, rolls of linen, containers of grain, and recorded information about their contents, their origins, and presumably their intended recipients or owners. The script used on these tags was not yet the elaborate hieroglyphic system that would later cover temple walls and tombs. It was a practical notation system designed to solve practical problems of inventory management. Someone needed to know which jar came from which estate and was destined for which purpose, and the solution was to develop a system of marks that could convey this information without requiring the physical presence of someone who remembered the original transaction. This mercantile origin of writing reveals something important about the priorities of early Egyptian civilization that is often overlooked in favour of more spectacular achievements. Before anyone thought to write down prayers or stories, they thought to write down debts and inventories. The first impulse toward literacy was not spiritual or creative, but economic and administrative, reflecting a society where the management of material resources had become too complex for human memory alone to handle. The romantic image of ancient scribes recording the wisdom of the ages must be balanced against the reality that their professional ancestors were essentially accountants, keeping track of how many jars of beer belonged to the chief and how many bushels of grain were owed by this or that subject. The connection between writing and political power was direct and obvious from the very beginning. The ability to create permanent records transformed the relationship between rulers and subjects in ways that favoured the former at the expense of the latter. A spoken agreement could be forgotten, misremembered, or conveniently reinterpreted. A written record was considerably harder to dispute. When a chieftain's scribes recorded that a particular village owed tribute, that obligation became fixed in a way that oral tradition could not match. The technology of writing was, from its inception, a technology of control, and its development proceeded in lockstep with the consolidation of political authority in fewer and fewer hands. The administrative requirements that drove the development of writing were themselves products of the increasing scale and complexity of pre-dynastic Egyptian society. A village chieftain managing a few hundred people and their immediate agricultural output could keep track of obligations and resources through personal relationships and communal memory. A regional lord commanding thousands of subjects across multiple settlements, receiving tribute from distant communities, and conducting trade with partners hundreds of kilometers away needed more sophisticated tools. Writing emerged not because someone had a brilliant idea, but because someone had an immediate practical problem, and the solution to that problem would eventually transform human civilization in ways that its inventors could not possibly have imagined. The content of early Egyptian writing focused obsessively on questions of ownership and obligation. Who possessed this item? Where did it come from? Who was responsible for delivering it? These were not questions of idle curiosity, but matters of immediate practical concern for administrators tasked with managing the resources that supported increasingly elaborate political structures. The development of numerical notation was equally important and followed similar practical imperatives. You cannot manage a complex economy if you cannot count and record quantities accurately. The seemingly mundane tasks of counting jars and labeling containers laid the groundwork for everything that Egyptian civilization would later achieve, though the scribes performing these tasks were probably not aware of their world historical significance. The gradual elaboration of this practical notation system into a more comprehensive writing system capable of recording language in its full complexity was a process that unfolded over several centuries. The earliest tags and labels used symbols that represented entire concepts, a picture of a jar meaning jar, an image of grain meaning grain, without any attempt to represent the sounds of spoken language. The development of phonetic elements, where symbols represented sounds rather than objects, was a later innovation that dramatically expanded the expressive possibilities of the system. But even as writing became capable of recording narratives and prayers, its administrative function remained central to Egyptian culture for thousands of years. The labour required to build the monuments and maintain the courts of Egyptian rulers depended entirely on the ability to mobilise and manage resources on a scale that would have been impossible without written records. The famous bureaucracy of ancient Egypt, with its armies of scribes and its mountains of papyrus documents, was not a later development grafted onto an existing civilization, but a fundamental feature present from the very beginning. The great kings of unified Egypt did not rule through personal charisma or military prowess alone. They ruled through the systematic collection and redistribution of agricultural surplus, and this required administrative capacity that only writing could provide. The relationship between writing and power extended beyond mere record-keeping into the realm of ideology and legitimacy. The ability to create inscriptions, permanent records that could proclaim the achievements and divine sanction of rulers, was itself a mark of advanced civilization and royal prestige. A chieftain who could commission written records demonstrated a level of organizational sophistication that simpler competitors could not match. The inscriptions themselves, quite apart from their practical content, served as advertisements for the cultural achievements and administrative capacity of those who created them. Writing was not just a tool for managing wealth, it was a display of wealth and power in its own right. The centuries immediately preceding unification saw an acceleration of all these trends: increasing territorial consolidation, more sophisticated administrative systems, more elaborate material culture, and more explicit claims to power and divine, sanctioned by competing rulers. The archaeological record from this period shows a society in the process of rapid transformation, where the old patterns of village life were being subsumed into larger political and economic structures. The grinding stones and pottery kilns continued to function as they had for generations, but they now operated within a framework of tribute and obligation that connected humble farmers to distant lords in ways that would have been unimaginable to their ancestors. The competition between Upper and Lower Egypt, the southern and northern kingdoms that had emerged from centuries of consolidation, represents the final phase of this long process. These were not small chieftaincies squabbling over a few villages, but substantial polities with developed administrations, organised military forces, and distinct cultural traditions. The conflict between them was not a single dramatic battle, but a prolonged struggle lasting generations, with advances and retreats, alliances and betrayals, and all the complexity that accompanies any contest between sophisticated powers. The eventual southern victory was decisive but not inevitable, and the process by which it was achieved remains incompletely understood despite decades of archaeological investigation. The region around Abydos and the nearby sites of Nakada and Hierakonpolis served as the heartland of the southern kingdom that would eventually triumph. These settlements show evidence of exceptional wealth, sophisticated craft production, and elaborate elite burials that suggest a concentration of power and resources unmatched elsewhere in the Nile Valley. The rulers buried at these sites were interred with goods acquired from throughout the known world: ivory from Central Africa, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from the Sinai, demonstrating the extent of their trade connections and the resources at their command. These were not provincial chieftains, but players on an international stage, though one that was international in a rather different sense than we might understand today. The iconography that emerges from this period provides our clearest evidence of the ideology that supported these increasingly powerful rulers. Images of violence, enemies defeated, prisoners captured, rebels punished, appear with striking frequency in the artistic record. The message was not subtle. These rulers maintained their position through the credible threat of force, and they wanted everyone to know it. The development of royal symbols and regalia during this period created a visual vocabulary of power that would persist for thousands of years, establishing conventions for representing kingship that later pharaohs would elaborate but never fundamentally change. The distinctive crowns, the ritual implements, the poses of triumph over fallen enemies, all these elements were established before unification and then adopted by the unified kingdom as its official imagery. The specific mechanisms by which the southern kingdom extended its control over the north remain partly obscure, though the general pattern is clear enough. Military conquest certainly played a role, as evidenced by the iconography of violence that pervades the art of this period. But economic integration, diplomatic marriage, and the gradual extension of administrative networks probably contributed as well, creating a web of dependencies that made formal political unification the logical culmination of processes already well underway. The distinction between conquest and absorption may have been clearer to modern historians than to the people who lived through these events, for whom the experience of increasing southern influence may have been gradual and multifaceted rather than sudden and purely military. By approximately 3100 BCE, a date that should be understood as approximate given the uncertainties involved in ancient chronology, the consolidation process had reached its end point. A single ruler, originating from the southern heartland around Abydos and Hierakonpolis, had established control over the entire Nile Valley from the First Cataract to the Mediterranean coast. This achievement, which set the stage for 3,000 years of pharaonic civilization, was commemorated in monuments that proclaim the new king's power and divine sanction with unprecedented boldness. The most famous of these monuments, a carved stone pallet now known to modern scholars by the name of its presumed creator, depicts the victory that brought this long process to its conclusion with graphic clarity. The pallet in question is a masterpiece of early Egyptian art that communicates its message with brutal directness. On one side, the king appears wearing the distinctive crown associated with Upper Egypt, striking a kneeling prisoner with an upraised mace in a pose that would become the standard representation of pharaonic power for millennia to come. The king is depicted at a scale that dwarfs all other figures, his divine status indicated not by a halo or wings, but simply by his size relative to ordinary mortals. The prisoner beneath his arm is not a symbolic representation but an actual enemy, his hair grasped in the king's fist, his fate no longer in doubt. The composition leaves nothing to interpretation. The king is powerful, his enemies are defeated, and the viewer is meant to understand this immediately and completely. The reverse of the palette shows the consequences of this victory in equally explicit terms. The bodies of decapitated enemies are arranged in rows, their heads placed between their legs in a display that speaks to the totality of their defeat and the ruthlessness of the victor. Whatever mercy the king might have shown to surrendering enemies, and the evidence suggests that such mercy was selective at best, the artistic record emphasized conquest and punishment rather than reconciliation. The message to any potential opponent was clear: resistance would be met with overwhelming force, and defeat would be absolute. This was not the propaganda of a confident ruler secure in his legitimacy. This was the announcement of a new order backed by demonstrated willingness to use extreme violence. The technology of creating such monuments, large-scale stone carving with fine detail and sophisticated composition, was itself an achievement that had developed over the preceding centuries, alongside the political consolidation it documented. The artisans who carved the victory pallet were heirs to generations of craftsmen who had gradually refined their techniques from simple decorations to complex narrative scenes. The ability to create such objects was not equally distributed. It required specialized skills, access to quality materials, and the patronage of rulers wealthy enough to support full-time craft production. The monuments themselves were thus demonstrations of power in multiple dimensions, showing not just military victory but the organizational capacity and accumulated wealth that made such artistic achievements possible. The religious dimension of these monuments deserves attention, though it should not be exaggerated at the expense of their more straightforward political content. The king on the victory pallet is presented in association with divine forces. A falcon representing Horus hovers above the bound enemies, but the primary message is secular power, backed by military force rather than transcendent spiritual authority. The gods supported the king, to be sure, but they supported him because he was powerful and victorious, not the reverse. The development of more elaborate theological frameworks justifying royal power would come later. At this early stage, the argument for obedience was based primarily on the very practical observation that the king could crush anyone who opposed him. The administrative apparatus that supported this newly unified kingdom had been developed piecemeal during the centuries of consolidation, and was now applied on a larger scale than ever before. The scribes who had tracked tribute for regional chieftains now tracked tribute for a king who claimed dominion over the entire valley. The officials who had managed resources for local temples now served institutions that represented the religious authority of a unified state. The transformation was significant but not revolutionary. The tools and techniques had been developed earlier, and unification meant primarily their application to a larger territory rather than the invention of fundamentally new methods. The question of whether the unified kingdom was created primarily through military conquest or through some combination of conquest and peaceful integration continues to generate scholarly debate, though the distinction may matter less than is sometimes assumed. The iconography of violence that pervades the surviving monuments certainly suggests that force played a central role, but images of defeated enemies were also ideologically useful regardless of how power was actually acquired. A ruler who had gained control through negotiation and alliance building might still choose to present himself as a conquering warrior, since that image carried prestige in a culture that valued military prowess. The artistic record tells us what rulers wanted people to believe rather than what actually happened, and the two are not necessarily identical. The impact of unification on ordinary people living in the Nile Valley must have varied considerably depending on their location and circumstances. For peasant farmers in villages far from political centres, the change of overlords may have had limited immediate effects on daily life, which continued to revolve around the eternal cycle of planting, irrigation and harvest, dictated by the Nile's annual flood. The taxes they paid and the labour they provided may have been redirected to new masters, but the essential pattern of obligation and subsistence probably continued much as before. For residents of conquered towns that had resisted southern expansion, the consequences may have been considerably more dramatic and unpleasant, though the details of such episodes are largely lost to history. The consolidation of religious authority was arguably as significant as the consolidation of political power, though the two processes were intimately connected and difficult to separate. The temples that served local gods now existed within a national framework that subordinated them to a royal cult centered on the person of the king. The priests who conducted rituals in these temples owed their positions ultimately to royal patronage, and served the king's religious policies along with the traditional requirements of their gods. This integration of religious and political authority created a unified ideological system that reinforced political control through supernatural sanction while providing practical administrative networks that extended royal influence into local communities. The establishment of a unified kingdom did not end conflict or competition. It simply raised the stakes and changed the nature of the players. The regional lords and local chieftains who had competed for power before unification did not disappear. They became officials in the new national administration, competing for royal favour and influence at court rather than independent military power. The tensions between central authority and local autonomy that had characterised the pre-dynastic period continued to characterise the unified kingdom, sometimes erupting in periods of fragmentation when central power weakened. The unification achieved around 3100 BCE was a beginning rather than an ending, the foundation for a civilization rather than its completion. The cultural achievements of the newly unified kingdom built directly on the accomplishments of the pre-dynastic period, while also introducing new elements appropriate to the larger scale of the new political entity. The monumental architecture that would reach its apotheosis in the pyramids had its roots in the elaborate tombs of pre-dynastic rulers, which grew progressively more impressive as resources accumulated and ambitions expanded. The artistic conventions established for representing royal power on palettes and mace heads were elaborated and refined to decorate temples and tombs of unprecedented scale. The administrative techniques developed to manage regional chieftaincies were systematized and extended to govern a territorial state stretching over 1,000 kilometers. The writing system that had emerged from inventory tags and labels was pressed into new services, recording royal decrees, religious texts, and eventually literary compositions that would shape Egyptian culture for millennia. The scribes who had begun as glorified accountants became keepers of knowledge and guardians of tradition, their skills essential to the functioning of a complex state, and their social position correspondingly elevated. The education of scribes became a matter of state importance, with formal training that transmitted not just technical skills, but cultural values and ideological commitments appropriate to servants of the crown. The Guild of Scribes that emerged from this process would become one of the most influential professional groups in Egyptian society. Their power derived not from land or military force, but from the control of information. The international connections that had brought exotic goods to pre-dynastic chieftains were formalized and expanded under the unified kingdom, becoming instruments of state policy rather than simply commercial ventures. Expeditions to acquire resources from Nubia, the Sinai, and beyond were organized and sponsored by the royal government, their proceeds flowing to royal treasuries and temple storehouses. The diplomatic relationships with foreign powers that had been initiated by regional leaders became affairs of state, conducted by royal emissaries according to protocols that were developing along with the political institutions they served. Egypt was becoming not just a kingdom, but a major power in its region, with interests and influence extending far beyond its borders. The economic transformation accompanying political unification was perhaps less dramatic than might be expected, given that the basic agricultural patterns of the Nile Valley remained unchanged. The annual flood still determined the rhythm of farming life, and the cultivation techniques that had supported pre-dynastic villages continued to support the unified kingdom. What changed was primarily the scale and destination of the agricultural surplus, the portion of production that exceeded immediate subsistence needs and was available for other purposes. This surplus, which had supported local chieftains and their modest establishments, now supported a national government with far more elaborate needs and correspondingly greater extractive capacity. The labour obligations that had linked villagers to their local lords were systematised into a national corvée system that could mobilise workers on an unprecedented scale. The great construction projects of unified Egypt, temples, tombs, palaces, and eventually pyramids, were made possible not by slavery, but by this organised system of labour service, through which ordinary people contributed their work during the agricultural off-season when the flooded fields could not be cultivated anyway. The practical genius of this system lay in its alignment of labour availability with construction schedules. When farmers had nothing to do in their fields, they could be put to work on royal projects without disrupting food production. The religious ideology that justified this extraction of labour presented it not as exploitation but as participation in sacred activities that benefited all participants. Working on a royal tomb was service to a god-king whose well-being in the afterlife ensured the prosperity of his people on earth. The workers who contributed their labour were not merely serving their ruler's vanity, but participating in a cosmic project of maintaining the divine order that made human life possible. Whether the workers themselves fully embraced this ideology, or simply recognised that refusal was not a viable option, is a question the sources do not directly address, though the evidence suggests that religious belief and practical coercion both played roles in motivating compliance. The period immediately following unification saw the establishment of institutional patterns that would characterize Egyptian civilization for 3,000 years. The annual cycle of agricultural work, interrupted by periods of labor service on royal projects, became the basic rhythm of ordinary life. The administrative hierarchy that connected village headmen to district officials to regional governors to the royal court established lines of authority that remained remarkably stable across millennia. The religious calendar, with its festivals marking the activities of gods whose favour was essential for human prosperity, organised time in ways that reinforced political as well as spiritual commitments. These structures, once established, proved extraordinarily durable, surviving foreign conquests, civil wars, and internal transformations that would have destroyed less resilient systems. The first kings of unified Egypt faced the challenge of consolidating their control and establishing legitimacy with subjects who had not voluntarily chosen to be unified. The monuments they commissioned and the titles they adopted emphasized their power and divine sanction, but the practical task of governing a territory that stretched over 1,000 kilometers required more than impressive imagery. Administrative networks had to be established and staffed with reliable officials. Local elites had to be either eliminated, co-opted, or carefully monitored to prevent resistance. The religious institutions that commanded popular loyalty had to be integrated into the royal cult without alienating the populations they served. These tasks occupied the first generations of unified rule and were never entirely completed. The capital, established at Memphis, near the junction of Upper and Lower Egypt, represented a strategic choice that balanced the competing claims of the southern homeland and the newly conquered north. This location, which would remain the political centre of Egypt for much of its history, allowed rulers to monitor both halves of their kingdom without appearing to favour either. The development of Memphis from a new foundation to a major urban centre was itself a project that consumed enormous resources and demonstrated royal capacity to transform the landscape. The city that grew up around the royal residence and its associated temples became the model for Egyptian urbanism, its layout and institutions copied in provincial centres throughout the kingdom. The transition from competing chieftaincies to unified kingdom was, in retrospect, one of the most consequential developments in human history, though those who lived through it could not have known this. The civilization that emerged from this process would endure for 3 millennia, create artistic and architectural achievements that still inspire wonder, develop technologies and knowledge that influence subsequent civilizations throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond, and establish patterns of political and religious organization that have echoed through history to the present day. All of this emerged from the competitive dynamics of pre-dynastic villages, the trade networks that connected them to the wider world, and the writing systems that allowed increasingly complex societies to function. The violence that accompanied this process, the crushed skulls and decapitated prisoners, the burned villages and conquered towns, should not be forgotten in celebrating its achievements. The great civilization of pharaonic Egypt was built on foundations that included organized violence on a significant scale, and the monuments that proclaim royal glory also commemorate royal brutality. The king on the victory pallet, his mace raised above his helpless victim, was not a symbol of enlightened progress, but of raw power successfully applied. The civilization that emerged from this moment would produce remarkable beauty and profound thought, but it would never entirely transcend its origins in conquest and coercion. The legacy of pre-dynastic competition and unification extended far beyond political boundaries to shape Egyptian culture in its most fundamental aspects. The tension between centralized authority and local autonomy, first visible in the struggle between competing chieftaincies, would repeatedly surface throughout Egyptian history in periods of fragmentation and reconsolidation. The emphasis on violence in royal imagery, established in the monuments of unification, would characterize pharaonic propaganda for millennia. The administrative techniques developed to manage competing polities would be refined and elaborated but never fundamentally reimagined. The civilization that created the pyramids was shaped by the competitive dynamics of its prehistory in ways that remained visible throughout its long existence. As we consider this formative period, the transformation from scattered villages to unified kingdom reveals itself as neither sudden nor simple, but as the culmination of centuries of gradual change. The obsidian from Ethiopia, the shells from the Red Sea, the mace heads with their evidence of violence, and the bone tags with their mundane inventories all contribute to a picture of societies becoming progressively more complex, more connected, and more unequal. The writing that began as inventory management became the foundation for one of the world's great literary traditions. The violence that established political control became the subject of artistic representations that tourists still photograph today. The administrative systems that emerged from practical necessity became models for governance that influenced civilizations throughout the ancient world. The moment of unification, commemorated on that famous pallet, was both an ending and a beginning, the conclusion of the pre-dynastic competitive phase and the inauguration of pharaonic civilization proper. The ruler who stands triumphant over his enemy represents not just personal victory, but the culmination of processes that had been unfolding for generations. Behind him stands the accumulated experience of traders who had navigated hostile terrain to acquire exotic goods, warriors who had fought and died in forgotten skirmishes, administrators who had devised systems for tracking tribute and obligation, and countless ordinary people whose labour made all of it possible. Their individual stories are mostly lost, but their collective achievement, the creation of conditions that made unified Egypt possible, deserves recognition alongside the more spectacular accomplishments that followed. The blood spilled in this long struggle mixed with the ink of the first written records to create something genuinely new in human history, a territorial state with administrative capacity sufficient to mobilize resources on a scale that would produce the wonders of pharaonic civilization. The pyramids that would rise within a few centuries were made possible by this combination of coercive power and bureaucratic competence, both of which had their origins in the competitive dynamics of the pre-dynastic period. The path to those monuments led through the violence documented on mace heads and pallets, the organizational innovations represented by those mundane bone tags, and the gradual consolidation of power in fewer and fewer hands. It was not a pretty journey, but it led somewhere remarkable. The dawn of unified Egypt illuminates not just a particular historical moment, but a pattern that would repeat throughout human history. The emergence of complex civilization from competitive origins through a combination of violence, organization, and the development of technologies, including writing, that made large-scale coordination possible. The Nile Valley was not unique in experiencing this process, but its early timing and remarkable preservation of evidence make it an exceptionally valuable case study. The lessons it offers about the relationship between trade and warfare, between administration and control, between ideology and power, remain relevant far beyond the specific context of ancient Egypt. As the first rulers of unified Egypt consolidated their control and began the projects that would eventually include the pyramids, they could not know that their civilization would endure for 3,000 years, or that tourists would still marvel at their monuments in an era unimaginably different from their own. They were focused on more immediate concerns, securing their position, rewarding their followers, punishing their enemies, and extracting the resources needed to support their increasingly elaborate establishments. The eternity they sought through their mortuary monuments was personal and religious rather than historical and cultural. Yet in pursuing their own ambitions, they created the conditions for achievements that would outlast not just their individual lives but their entire civilization, influencing the development of human culture in ways that continue to the present day. The transition from blood-soaked competition to unified kingdom marks the end of Egyptian prehistory and the beginning of its historical period proper. The records become more abundant, the events more clearly documented, and the personalities more distinctly visible from this point forward. But the foundations laid in the preceding millennia, the agricultural base, the administrative techniques, the artistic traditions, the religious concepts, and the ideological frameworks, would shape everything that followed. The Egypt of the pyramids emerged from the Egypt of competing chieftains through processes that were violent, gradual, and transformative, leaving marks on the civilization that would endure as long as that civilization itself. The unified kingdom that emerged from centuries of competition and consolidation did not immediately begin stacking enormous blocks of stone into geometric perfection. That particular ambition would require several more generations of accumulated wealth, administrative refinement, and the gradual development of an ideology that demanded monuments on a scale previously unimagined. The first kings of unified Egypt were buried in relatively modest structures at Abydos, impressive by the standards of their predecessors certainly, but nothing that would make future tourists book flights across continents to photograph. The pyramids that would eventually define Egyptian civilization in the popular imagination were still centuries away, waiting for the right combination of resources, technology, ambition, and what we might charitably call creative architectural vision to bring them into existence. The royal tombs of the early dynastic period followed a pattern established during the pre-dynastic era, consisting of underground chambers covered by rectangular mud brick superstructures that archaeologists, with their gift for evocative terminology, call mastabas, an Arabic word meaning bench, which gives you some idea of how exciting these structures appear to the untrained eye. These mastabas grew progressively larger and more elaborate over the generations, their underground chambers multiplying and their above-ground portions becoming more architecturally sophisticated, but they remained fundamentally mud brick. Constructions that would not have survived the millennia had Egypt's climate been anything other than remarkably dry. The preservation of these early tombs is less a testament to their builders' skill than to the Nile Valley's cooperative lack of rainfall, which has done more for Egyptian archaeology than any conservation effort could hope to match. The transformation from mud brick mastaba to stone pyramid occurred during the reign of a king named Djoser, who ruled approximately a century after unification, and who had the good fortune to employ an official named Imhotep, whose talents extended considerably beyond typical administrative competence. Imhotep's exact titles and responsibilities are somewhat unclear from the surviving records, but he appears to have served as a kind of chief minister, high priest, and royal architect combined, a portfolio of responsibilities that would give a modern human resources department fits, but was apparently manageable for someone of exceptional ability. The monument he designed for his king would become the first large-scale stone building in human history, a claim so extraordinary that it deserves a moment of appreciation before we move on to discuss its numerous successors. The step pyramid at Saqqara, as Imhotep's creation is now known, began as a conventional mastaba before someone, presumably Imhotep himself, though the ancient Egyptians were not given to detailed attribution of creative decisions, decided that conventional was insufficiently impressive for a king of Djoser's stature. The original mastaba was expanded, then expanded again, and then transformed into something entirely unprecedented. A series of 6 mastabas of decreasing size stacked on top of each other to create a stepped structure rising approximately 60 meters above the desert floor. This was not the smooth-sided pyramid that would later become iconic, but it was unmistakably a pyramid in concept, a monumental royal tomb designed to dominate the landscape and proclaim the power and divine status of its occupant to anyone within. Viewing distance. The decision to build in stone rather than mud brick was revolutionary in ways that extended far beyond mere aesthetics. Stone construction required entirely different techniques than mud brick, different tools, different organizational methods, and a different relationship between planning and execution. Mud brick structures could be modified relatively easily during construction. Walls could be moved, chambers resized, mistakes corrected without excessive difficulty. Stone construction demanded far more precise planning in advance, since modifying carved and placed stone blocks was considerably more laborious than rearranging mud bricks. The transition to stone thus required not just new technical skills, but new intellectual approaches to large-scale construction, including the development of detailed plans and the coordination of specialized work crews whose activities had to be precisely sequenced. The stone used for the step pyramid was limestone, quarried from the desert escarpment near the construction site and transported to the building area using methods that archaeologists have reconstructed with reasonable confidence. The blocks were cut from the bedrock using copper tools and wooden wedges, loaded onto sledges, and dragged to their destination by teams of workers whose labour was organised with military precision. The scale of this operation was unprecedented. Millions of stone blocks, tens of thousands of workers over many years, logistical challenges that would strain modern project management software, and its successful completion demonstrated that the Egyptian state had achieved a level of organisational capacity that matched its territorial extent and ideological ambitions. Imhotep's achievement was recognised during his own lifetime and celebrated for millennia afterward, an unusual fate for an official in a culture that generally reserved fame for kings and gods. Later generations would actually deify him, transforming this historical figure into a god of medicine and wisdom worshipped in temples throughout Egypt. The attribution of medical expertise to Imhotep may or may not reflect actual skills he possessed. The ancient Egyptians were somewhat casual about the specific accomplishments they assigned to legendary figures, preferring general excellence to detailed accuracy. What matters for our purposes is that the designer of the first pyramid was remembered and honoured in ways that suggest contemporaries recognised they were witnessing something genuinely extraordinary. The step pyramid was not merely a tomb, but the centrepiece of an elaborate mortuary complex that included temples, courtyards, and subsidiary structures, all surrounded by a massive enclosure wall. This complex was designed to serve the dead king's needs in the afterlife, providing spaces for the rituals that would sustain his spirit and maintain his divine status for eternity. The conception of kingship that required such elaborate provisions had evolved considerably from the simpler beliefs of pre-dynastic chieftains, who were content with grave goods that could be buried alongside their bodies. Djoser's mortuary complex anticipated an afterlife of continued royal activity, with the dead king requiring not just possessions but architectural spaces in which to exercise his eternal authority. The century following Djoser's reign saw a remarkable acceleration in pyramid construction techniques, with each generation of builders improving upon their predecessors' achievements in ways that suggest intense focus and rapid learning. The step pyramid's revolutionary achievement was quickly superseded by experiments with different pyramid forms, including some notable failures that demonstrate the risks inherent in pushing architectural boundaries without fully understanding the structural principles involved. The so-called bent pyramid at Dashur, constructed for a king named Sneferu, changed angle midway up its slope, not as an aesthetic choice, but because the original angle proved structurally unstable, and the builders were forced to improvise a solution rather than abandon the project entirely. This pyramid stands today as a monument to both ambition and the practical wisdom of adjusting plans when circumstances demand. Sneferu, who ruled for what appears to have been an exceptionally long reign in the generation before the famous pyramid builders of Giza, was responsible for more pyramid construction than any other Egyptian king, though his experiments were as much about learning what worked as about creating finished monuments. His bent pyramid taught important lessons about structural stability. His red pyramid at the same site demonstrated that those lessons had been absorbed, and his various smaller pyramids and renovations of older structures show a king obsessed with perfecting the pyramid form through practical experimentation. By the time Sneferu died, Egyptian architects understood the principles of pyramid construction well enough to attempt something far more ambitious, and they had a new king with the resources and determination to make that attempt. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed for Sneferu's successor Khufu, represents the culmination of everything that had been learned since Imhotep first stacked stone mastabas at Saqqara. This structure, which remained the tallest building in the world for over 3,800 years until medieval European cathedrals finally exceeded it, contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, with an average weight of over 2 tons each, arranged with a precision that continues to impress engineers who study it with modern instruments. The base is level to within a few centimetres across its entire 230-metre length, an achievement that required surveying techniques of remarkable sophistication applied with extraordinary care. The internal chambers are aligned with the cardinal directions so precisely that the deviation is measurable in fractions of a degree, suggesting astronomical observation and mathematical calculation that went far beyond practical necessity. The construction of the Great Pyramid is estimated to have required approximately 20 years, during which time the Egyptian state mobilized resources on a scale that makes the step pyramid's construction look like a modest pilot project. The logistics alone are staggering to contemplate, quarrying millions of blocks from sites both local and distant, transporting them to Giza by boat and sledge, raising them to heights that increased with each course of stones, feeding and housing. The enormous workforce required for all these tasks, and maintaining the administrative control necessary to coordinate these activities over 2 decades. This was not a project that could be managed through improvisation. It required planning, record-keeping, and organizational structures that represented the full development of capabilities that had been emerging since the first village chieftains began tracking tribute on bone tags. The workforce that built the pyramids has been the subject of considerable misunderstanding, thanks largely to ancient Greek writers who visited Egypt millennia after the pyramids were constructed and reported what they had been told by tour guides, whose accuracy was approximately what you might expect from people whose income depended on telling entertaining stories to foreign visitors. The Greek historian Herodotus famously claimed that the pyramids were built by slaves working under brutal conditions, a narrative that has proven remarkably persistent despite being contradicted by essentially all available archaeological evidence. The actual builders were not slaves but Egyptian workers, many of them farmers who provided labour during the flood season, when their fields were underwater and agricultural work was impossible anyway. The workers' village discovered near the Giza pyramids provides our clearest evidence of who built these monuments and under what conditions. This settlement, excavated over recent decades by archaeologists who have devoted their careers to understanding pyramid construction, reveals a community that bears no resemblance to the slave labour camp of popular imagination. The village contained barracks for workers, certainly, but also bakeries producing bread, breweries producing beer, facilities for preparing meat and fish, and medical personnel treating the injuries that inevitably accompanied heavy construction. Work. The diet revealed by food remains and skeletal analysis indicates that pyramid workers ate better than typical Egyptian peasants, with regular access to beef and other high-quality protein that would have been luxuries in ordinary village life. The organisation of labour at Giza followed patterns that combined practical efficiency with what appears to have been genuine team spirit and competitive enthusiasm. Workers were organised into crews with names like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaure, the latter being a pyramid built for Khufu's grandson, and the name presumably reflecting team culture rather than workplace policy. These crews left graffiti in hidden parts of the pyramids, recording their names and expressing pride in their work in ways that suggest something other than resentful forced labour. The competitive element is evident in records showing that crews tracked their productivity against each other, apparently taking genuine pride in moving more stone faster than rival teams. This was not the behaviour of people who hated their work and resented their employers. The motivation that drove ordinary Egyptians to participate in pyramid construction combined religious devotion, practical incentive, and social obligation in proportions that are difficult for modern observers to fully appreciate. The king was not merely a political ruler, but a divine being whose well-being in the afterlife had direct consequences for the prosperity of Egypt and its people. Ensuring the king's successful transition to eternal life was not just the king's concern, but everyone's concern, since the king's divine power was believed to sustain the cosmic order that made agriculture, civilization, and life itself possible. Working on the pyramid was thus participation in a sacred project with stakes that extended far beyond the individual worker's lifetime, a form of religious service that happened to also provide food, shelter, and the satisfaction of contributing to something visibly magnificent. The practical incentives should not be underestimated either. Pyramid construction provided employment during the flood season when farmers would otherwise have been idle, and the compensation in food and goods exceeded what workers could expect from purely agricultural activity. The state's ability to feed and supply tens of thousands of workers demonstrated royal power in ways that reinforced political loyalty, while the distribution of high-quality rations created a form of welfare system that benefited workers and their families. The economic relationship between the state and pyramid workers was not purely exploitative. It involved genuine exchange of labour for compensation that workers apparently found acceptable, since there is no evidence of the resistance or flight that characterized genuinely oppressive labour systems elsewhere in the ancient world. The medical care provided to pyramid workers reveals a society that valued its labourers enough to invest in their health and recovery. Skeletal remains show evidence of healed fractures that had been properly set, amputations that had been performed with sufficient skill for patients to survive and continue living for years afterward, and dental work that addressed painful conditions rather than simply extracting problem teeth. The physicians working at the pyramid site were not providing luxury care. The treatments were practical rather than elaborate, but they were providing care which distinguishes this construction project from the brutal labour regimes that would characterize later civilizations' monumental building programs. The Egyptians apparently understood that workers who were fed, housed, and treated when injured would be more productive than workers who were starved, exposed, and left to suffer. The religious beliefs that made pyramid construction meaningful to its participants deserve detailed attention, because without understanding these beliefs, the entire enterprise appears as mere royal vanity rather than the cosmic project its builders believed it to be. Egyptian religion conceived of death not as an ending but as a transition to a different form of existence that required careful preparation and ongoing maintenance. The spirit of the deceased, or rather the multiple spiritual components that Egyptian theology distinguished, needed a preserved body to return to, provisions to sustain it, and rituals to maintain its vitality. For ordinary people, these needs could be met with relatively modest tombs and offerings maintained by family members. For kings, whose divine nature made their afterlife existence a matter of national importance, the requirements were correspondingly more elaborate. The pyramid served multiple functions in this religious framework. Most obviously, it protected the king's mummified body from disturbance, providing a secure resting place that thieves would find difficult to penetrate. Though, as subsequent history would demonstrate, difficult was not the same as impossible, and essentially all pyramids were eventually robbed of their contents despite their builders' best efforts. The pyramid's massive scale proclaimed the king's power and divine status, making visible the relationship between royal authority and cosmic order that was central to Egyptian political theology. The shape itself may have held symbolic significance, perhaps representing the primordial mound from which creation emerged, or the rays of the sun descending to earth, though ancient Egyptian sources are frustratingly vague about the specific meanings they attach to architectural forms. The mortuary temples attached to pyramids were where the ongoing rituals that sustained the dead king's spirit were performed, and these temples required permanent staffing by priests who devoted their careers to maintaining the royal cult. The economic resources devoted to these perpetual services were substantial, with agricultural estates assigned to support temple operations and hereditary priesthoods established to ensure continuity across generations. The kings who built pyramids were not just constructing tombs, but founding institutions that were intended to operate forever, or at least until the end of time as they understood it, which amounted to the same thing. The ambition involved was staggering, not just to be remembered, but to be actively served and venerated for eternity. The architectural evolution from Step Pyramid to Great Pyramid required not just accumulated experience, but conceptual breakthroughs that transformed the nature of the project. Imhotep's Step Pyramid, revolutionary as it was, remained structurally similar to the mastabas from which it evolved, essentially a stack of increasingly sophisticated mud brick techniques translated into stone. The true pyramids that followed required understanding the geometry of smooth-sided structures, the distribution of weight across sloping surfaces, and the engineering of internal chambers that could withstand the enormous pressure of stone masses. Above them, these were not problems that could be solved through trial and error alone. They required theoretical understanding that may have been transmitted orally among master builders or recorded in documents that have not survived. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid reveals the sophistication of its builders' engineering knowledge through features that serve no apparent ritual purpose but demonstrate remarkable technical capability. The so-called Grand Gallery, a corbelled passage rising at a steep angle through the pyramid's interior, is an architectural tour de force that modern engineers continue to study and admire. The relieving chambers above the King's Chamber, designed to distribute the weight of the stone above and prevent the chamber's ceiling from collapsing, show understanding of structural forces that would not be formally articulated in Western engineering for millennia. These were not lucky accidents, but deliberate design choices made by people who understood what they were doing, even if they did not express that understanding in terms modern engineers would recognize. The precision of the Great Pyramid's construction has generated considerable speculation, ranging from reasonable archaeological hypotheses to theories involving assistance from extraterrestrial visitors, the latter being considerably more entertaining than the former, but somewhat less supported by evidence. The actual methods used remain partially mysterious, not because they required supernatural assistance, but because the Egyptians did not leave detailed construction manuals for future generations to consult. Experiments and studies have demonstrated that the required precision was achievable using period-appropriate tools and techniques: copper chisels, wooden measuring instruments, water-based leveling systems, and enormous amounts of carefully organized human labor. The mystery is not whether it was possible, but exactly which of several plausible methods were actually employed. The ramp theories that attempt to explain how blocks were raised to the upper levels of the pyramid illustrate both the ingenuity of modern researchers and the limitations of our knowledge. Straight ramps running from ground level to the working height would have required enormous amounts of material themselves, potentially more than the pyramid, and would have created logistical problems of their own. Internal ramp theories propose that ramps wound up through the pyramid's interior, which solves some problems while creating others. External spiral ramps that wrapped around the pyramid's exterior represent another possibility, with different advantages and disadvantages. The honest answer is that we do not know for certain how the Egyptians raised their blocks, though we know they succeeded, which is the part that really matters. The workforce organization revealed by archaeological evidence suggests a system of rotating crews that allowed the Egyptian state to mobilize large numbers of workers without removing them permanently from agricultural production. The flood season, when fields were underwater and farming was impossible, provided a natural window for construction labor that could draw on the entire male population without disrupting food production. The workers who arrived for their pyramid service were not random conscripts, but members of organized crews with established chains of command and apparently genuine esprit de corps. The system combined the coercive power of the state — failure to report for labor duty was presumably not optional — with the voluntary enthusiasm that comes from participating in a meaningful collective project with tangible results. The supplies required to feed this workforce represented a logistical achievement comparable to the construction itself. Tens of thousands of workers consuming bread and beer daily, the standard Egyptian diet supplemented with meat, fish, and vegetables, required agricultural production, processing, and distribution on an enormous scale. The bakeries and breweries at the workers' village were industrial facilities, not domestic kitchens, capable of producing the quantities needed to sustain a small city's worth of hungry labourers. The cattle and sheep slaughtered to provide meat had to be raised, transported, and butchered in numbers that imply sophisticated supply chains extending far beyond the immediate vicinity of Giza. Feeding the pyramid builders was itself a monument to Egyptian organisational capacity. The social hierarchy within the pyramid workforce reflected the broader structure of Egyptian society, while also creating opportunities for advancement that might not have existed in ordinary village life. Skilled craftsmen, stonemasons, carpenters, metalworkers, held positions of respect and received better compensation than unskilled labourers, creating incentives for workers to develop expertise that would improve their circumstances. Foremen who managed work crews occupied middle positions in the construction hierarchy, exercising authority over ordinary workers while answering to higher officials whose responsibilities encompassed the entire project. The scribes who tracked supplies, recorded work completed, and maintained the administrative machinery that made everything else possible occupied positions of considerable prestige, their literacy setting them apart from the majority of workers who could not read or write. The completion of a pyramid was not the end of its associated activities, but the beginning of a new phase focused on maintaining the royal cult that the pyramid was designed to serve. The mortuary temple required priests, the surrounding complex required maintenance, and the agricultural estates that supported these operations required administration. The economic footprint of a completed pyramid extended far beyond its construction phase, creating permanent institutions that absorbed significant resources for generations. The famous pyramids of Giza were surrounded by smaller pyramids for queens, mastaba tombs for officials, and various subsidiary structures that together created a necropolis, a city of the dead, that required ongoing management and servicing. The decline of pyramid construction after the Fourth Dynasty, which produced the Giza monuments, reflects not exhaustion of resources or loss of technical capability, but shifts in religious emphasis and political organization that made other forms of royal commemoration more attractive. Later kings continued to build pyramids, but these structures were generally smaller and less precisely constructed than the Fourth Dynasty achievements, suggesting that the enormous investment required for Giza-scale construction was no longer considered worthwhile. The reasons for this shift are debated, but may include the growth of the solar cult, which emphasized temples rather than tombs, and the increasing power of provincial officials who diverted resources that might otherwise have flowed to royal construction projects. The pyramids that stand at Giza today represent not just architectural achievements, but the culmination of everything that had developed in the Nile Valley over the preceding millennia. The agricultural techniques that produced the surplus, the administrative systems that mobilized the workforce, the religious beliefs that motivated the effort, the craft traditions that enabled the precision, and the social organization that coordinated the whole enterprise. All of these threads came together at Giza in a way that would never quite be repeated. The moment was unique, the combination of factors unrepeatable, and the result was structures that have remained among humanity's most impressive achievements for more than 4,500 years. The workers who contributed their labour to these monuments did so seeking eternal life for their kings, believing that royal well-being in the afterlife would ensure prosperity for Egypt and its people. In a sense they could not have anticipated. They achieved eternal glory for themselves as well. Not the personal fame that comes from having one's name remembered, since their individual names are largely forgotten, but the collective recognition that comes from participating in achievements that continue to inspire wonder millennia later. The anonymous thousands who quarried, transported, and placed those millions of stone blocks are honoured every time a tourist marvels at the Great Pyramid, even though the tourist probably thinks primarily of the king whose tomb it was rather than the workers who made it possible. The contrast between what these workers sought and what they achieved offers a gentle irony that seems appropriate to contemplate. They worked for the eternal life of kings whose names most people today would not recognize, creating monuments that became famous precisely because they outlasted the cults they were designed to serve. The mortuary temples where priests were supposed to maintain royal worship for eternity fell into ruin. The agricultural estates that supported these operations were eventually redirected to other purposes. The entire religious system that gave pyramid construction its meaning eventually collapsed and was replaced by other beliefs. But the pyramids themselves endured, becoming symbols of Egyptian civilization, human achievement, and the impressive results of combining ambition with organization on a massive scale. The archaeological investigation of pyramid construction continues to reveal new details about how these monuments were built and what they meant to those who built them. The workers' village at Giza was only discovered and excavated in recent decades, transforming our understanding of the labor force from enslaved masses to organized crews of fed and cared for workers. The graffiti left by work crews in hidden chambers of the pyramids continues to be studied and interpreted, providing glimpses of individual personalities and team dynamics that humanize what might otherwise seem like an impersonal construction. Project. Each new discovery adds texture to our picture of pyramid construction without fundamentally changing the essential story. These were monuments built by a highly organized society, mobilizing its resources to serve religious beliefs that placed enormous importance on royal afterlife. The legacy of the pyramid builders extends far beyond the monuments themselves to influence virtually every subsequent civilization that encountered Egyptian achievements. The Greeks who visited Egypt were awed by structures that dwarfed anything their own culture had produced and inspired by the evident capability of organized human effort to create permanent marks on the landscape. The Romans incorporated Egyptian architectural elements into their own buildings and transported Egyptian obelisks to Rome as trophies and decorations. Medieval and early modern Europeans who knew Egypt primarily through biblical references and classical descriptions imagined the pyramids as granaries built by the biblical Joseph, a theory that tells us more about medieval Europeans than about ancient Egyptians. Modern visitors continue to find in the pyramids evidence of human potential that transcends the specific circumstances of their creation. The transition from competing pre-dynastic chieftains to unified kingdom to pyramid builders occurred over approximately 1,000 years. A long time by human standards, but remarkably brief given the scale of the transformation involved. At the beginning of this period, the most impressive structures in the Nile Valley were modest mud brick tombs, containing grave goods that seem almost humble compared to what would come later. By the end, the Great Pyramid stood as the tallest building on Earth, a record it would hold for most of recorded human history. The acceleration of change during this millennium was extraordinary, each generation building on the achievements of its predecessors in ways that compounded into results that would have seemed impossible to earlier inhabitants of the same valley. The factors that made this acceleration possible were many and interrelated. The agricultural productivity of the Nile Valley provided the surplus that supported non-agricultural specialists. The administrative techniques developed to manage competitive polities proved applicable to coordinating large-scale construction projects. The religious beliefs that demanded elaborate provision for royal afterlife created motivation for monumental building. The craft traditions that had developed over millennia provided the skills necessary for precise stonework, and the political centralization achieved through unification concentrated resources and decision-making in ways that made ambitious projects feasible. No single factor explains the pyramids. They emerge from a combination of circumstances that might never have come together in quite the same way elsewhere. The personal experiences of pyramid workers remain largely inaccessible to modern observers, hidden behind the anonymity of archaeological evidence that tells us what people did without revealing what they thought or felt about their activities. We can infer from the evidence of good nutrition, medical care, and team spirit that working on the pyramids was not the brutal oppression that popular culture often imagines, but we cannot know whether individual workers found their labor meaningful, or merely endured it as an unavoidable obligation. The religious beliefs that supposedly motivated participation may have been genuinely held, or they may have been official ideology that ordinary people accepted without deep conviction. The truth probably varied among individuals, as it does in any large population facing shared circumstances. What we can say with confidence is that the pyramids represent the culmination of developments that began 20,000 years earlier, when the first settlers arrived in the Nile Valley and began adapting to its unique environment. The agricultural systems, craft traditions, social structures, religious beliefs, and administrative techniques that made pyramid construction possible all had their origins in the slow accumulation of experience and innovation across hundreds of generations. The builders of the Great Pyramid were not starting from scratch, but inheriting a vast accumulated capital of knowledge and capability that their ancestors had developed through trial and error, success and failure over millennia of living in the same landscape. The pyramids were possible because everything that came before them was possible first. The monuments at Giza stand today as the most visible legacy of this long development, attracting millions of visitors who come to marvel at what ancient humans achieved, using tools and techniques that seem impossibly primitive by modern standards. The wonder that these structures inspire is entirely appropriate. They are genuinely remarkable achievements that deserve admiration. But the wonder should extend beyond the monuments themselves to encompass the entire civilization that produced them, the thousands of years of development that made them possible, and the countless individuals whose contributions are preserved only in the collective accomplishment rather than in individual recognition. As you contemplate the pyramids, whether in person or in imagination, consider the generations of farmers who developed the agricultural techniques that produced the surplus. Consider the administrators who created the record-keeping systems that made large-scale organization possible. Consider the craftsmen who perfected the skills that enabled precise stonework. Consider the religious thinkers who developed the beliefs that made such enormous investment in royal tombs seem reasonable. Consider the political leaders who unified the valley and concentrated the resources necessary for monumental construction. And consider the workers themselves, the thousands of ordinary Egyptians who contributed their labor to projects whose scale exceeded anything previously attempted in human history. The pyramids belong to all of them, even though we remember primarily the kings whose names are inscribed on the monuments. The story of how humanity went from scattered bands of hunter-gatherers to civilizations capable of building the pyramids is one of the most remarkable narratives in our species' history. It encompasses invention and adaptation, cooperation and conflict, belief and skepticism, ambition and resignation. The Nile Valley provides one of the clearest illustrations of this story, thanks to the exceptional preservation of evidence that the dry climate has provided. But the story told here is not unique to Egypt. It is a human story, with parallels and variations occurring wherever conditions permitted the development of complex societies. The pyramids are Egyptian achievements, but the capacity for such achievements is human, a reminder of what our species can accomplish when circumstances align and effort is sustained across generations. The workers who built the pyramids sought eternal life for their kings and found, unexpectedly, a kind of immortality for themselves. Their names are mostly lost, their individual stories unknown, but their collective achievement endures in stone that has weathered more than 4,500 years of history. They could not have known that their work would still be standing, still inspiring wonder, in an era so different from their own that they would find it incomprehensible. They worked for gods and kings whose cults have long since ended, in service of beliefs that seem strange to modern sensibilities. But what they built has outlasted everything else, a testament to what organized human effort can accomplish, and a gentle reminder that the things we create may take on meanings we never intended and endure in ways we never imagined. The Great Pyramids rise from the Giza Plateau as they have for millennia, their limestone surfaces weathered but their forms intact, monuments to divine kings and to the ordinary people who served them. The tourists who visit today see structures stripped of their original smooth casing stones and emptied of their original contents, experiencing the pyramids in a context utterly different from what their builders intended. But the essential achievement remains visible. Humans organized themselves to move millions of tons of stone into precise geometric forms that have endured longer than any other buildings in history. This is what our species can do, given sufficient motivation, organization, and time. The pyramids are proof. And on that note of ancient achievement and human potential, as you drift towards sleep with images of limestone and desert sand, of work crews and their graffiti, of kings seeking eternity and workers finding unexpected immortality, I wish you a peaceful night. May your dreams be filled with the golden light of Egyptian dawns and the cool shadows of monumental stone. May you rest as comfortably as those ancient workers did in their well-supplied village, with full bellies and the satisfaction of meaningful labor. Good night, dear listeners, and sweet dreams. The pyramids will still be there when you wake, as they have been for 45 centuries, patient monuments to everything humanity can achieve when we work together toward goals larger than ourselves. Sleep well.